All right, we are good to go, my friends. Welcome back to the stream. Pushing it live. Let's get it, guys. Welcome back to the stream. January 19th, 2026. Still playing Classic WoW. You'll love to see it. I'm Kargoz. Welcome back to the stream, guys. We're going to be doing our first time playthrough TBC Hardcore today. I'm not giving up on the PvP arc, obviously. It's just something that I want to do at the same time, in tandem, show support for this initiative, this movement that they have going. It does sound like a really nice thing to do as well, like just to kind of balance out the PvP vibe, because it can be kind of brain dead, honestly, spamming BGs for so long. I'm basically done on my first Warlock. I'm at 65,000 honor. I have full gear. So I just need like 10k more, and the rest of the marks are just going to be AV marks. It's going to be just a chill coast all the way to 100 marks. So I'm pretty much done on one Warlock. I started my Alliance Warlock as well, and I got 4-piece blue set on my Alliance Warlock, so that one's going pretty well. I feel like I'm making I feel like I'm making pretty good pace with everything. So yeah, guys, welcome back to the stream today. We're going to be doing something fun today. Playing hardcore for the first time in a while since Frontier. First time ever playing TBC hardcore for me. You might think to yourself, "Oh, Kargoz, there was another TBC hardcore wave like way back in the day in like 2022. People wanted to do that." And I remember, bro. I remember, but I actually never dipped my toe in the water. I never played TBC hardcore. I never played TBC hardcore, man. So this is really actually like my first time playing TBC hardcore. What up, Gargle? Good to see you. Kibaz? Yeah, I need your help, guys. I don't know what to play, honestly. I'm stressing a little bit about it. Let's see who we got on YouTube. Yo, good. We got 50 people on YouTube already. What's going on, everybody? Yes. So I'm going to link. Here's the link to the Discord, guys. It's a very simple link. Discord.gg/TBCHC. It's Mocktails, the add-on developer. He's been taking it over. He's the guy who did Frontier add-on. He's a good developer. If you guys want to join, you can just do this on the side, right? Like, it doesn't have to be your main thing. Honestly, for me, dude, I could see myself playing a lot of TBC hardcore because I'm just gonna be like capping arena games on all my characters, you know. So outside of that, I think we can play hardcore a good amount. I'm not really intending on like PvE sweating super hard this time. So there's the link to the Discord. There's a custom add-on that you can get in CurseForge. So I have no idea what to expect. Like, I'm a hardcore noob again, guys. Like, I really have never done TBC hardcore, so I actually have no idea what to play, really. I kind of had one thought that maybe in some weird some weird world, I could play like a hunter, and since Grace is a druid, we could learn arena together. Like, I'll learn how to play like hunter druid together, you know? But that's a stretch, right? I don't know if Grace has any interest in arena. But I swear it'd be fun, man, if he just gave it a shot, you know? If he just gave it a shot, we could like learn that comp together and stuff. Because this is on Dream Scythe. So we're on Dream Scythe NA. What up, Hybrid? Good to see you, Snow. BE, Pally, or Priest. You haven't hit those classes in a while. Yeah, I haven't played Priest or Paladin in a long time, man. So here's the thing, guys. I don't know, like, I want to just go Orc Hunter. That's my fucking bread and butter. I level it fast. Like, I can get it up there, and I can play Hunter Druid with Grace. But it kind of feels bad going Orc in this TBC land, like TBC world. But the thing is, like, if you die on this, you're not actually deleting, right? Is my understanding. You just lose Soul of Iron. Like, no one's actually deleting. You just basically get kicked out of the guild. So, like, I could actually play these characters, like, in arena. Or whatever, right? So that's another consideration as well. I'm not sure what to go. I mean, Blood Elf could be cool. I'm just thinking, like, the only classes that you can really unironically play as Blood Elf is what? Like, basically just Paladin, right? We could go, like, Prot Pally, though. You know? Like, a Prot Pally angle could be cool. Maybe Hunter. You know, the other side of it is if you just say, nah, this is a TBC hardcore character, you're never going to play it in arena, you're never going to do PvE with it, you're never just going to play normally, just full send the RP. Full send the RP so we can look at cool animations and just, you know, Bell for life. Unironically, BE is the best. Full send the RP, bro. It's been a while since I've full send the RP. But the thing is, like, okay, if you go Pally, though, You've got arena tunes lined up. True, I appreciate that feedback, actually. I appreciate you guys, like... A Gray's arena arc would be so fun, right, Stormsong? That's what I'm saying, dude. If I went Hunter and he went Druid, we could actually do it, man. We could do it. Isn't the belt bow animation ass? Probably is ass. Yeah, probably. Probably. And is it possible to make a cool looking Blood Elf? I mean, we can make a nice little sexy looking Blood Elf. That's no problem. I think they have, they you know, she's already got the Lululemon on right here. But like, you know, can you make just like a decent looking BT1 Blood Elf? Is it even possible, dude? Is it possible? I don't know. I don't know why it's so hard, actually. Like, you would think it would just be... It's probably like hairstyle wise. It's probably like he's probably something like this, you know what I mean? Like that guy from Lord of the Rings, that elf guy, the elf, you know, the guy from Matrix in Lord of the Rings. What's that guy's name? Like that type of hairstyle is like honestly kind of the coolest. Like Smeagolus, the samurai, Lord Elrond, yeah, like the Lord Elrond vibe, you know. I mean, we could do like a poll or something, you know what I mean? I feel like you guys know what I would enjoy too. Like, if I play Blood Elf, am I just gonna like hate the character like 20 levels in? If I was playing like Paladin, I think it's the best shot of like Blood Elf sticking. You know what I mean? It's gonna bother me if I'm playing any of these other classes like that. I'm just playing some like off meta like meme thing. But Paladin is the only option, right? Like, and you know, you can. Like Paladin is totally fine, you know. Only go Pal if you're gonna go Cactus. Holy Angle, ooh, the Holy Angle kind of sounds sick though. Yeah, or I mean, honestly, Prot sounds kind of lit. Like, is Prot Pally? How is Prot Pally leveling? Is that? I feel like that could be good in the TBC maybe. Like obviously they have like some. It's best to go Ret, but it could be kind of fun, you know. Hunter with Dragonhawk pet. Yeah, I thought that would just bother me, dude. Roll Pally. So our options include... What up, Scrawman? You can AoE grind. Yeah, and AoE grinding, and I honestly like the Prot Pally leveling is pretty fun. And we can go like blast dungeons, and... I don't know if anyone's actually leveling in dungeons. Well, I guess there is. Is there a lot of people playing this, guys? I mean, Ompi's playing it, right? Graze is playing it, Ompi playing it, Seedank playing it. Are we coping right now? Is this legit? I know Zeroji's playing it too. Are there people, I mean, tons of people playing? Omp quit? No way. No way, dude. Omp quit? Is it over, dude? What up, Purple Faded? That was the notification alert from yesterday. Sorry, I didn't get updated. But yeah, there's some issues with Arena. We're trying to put some pressure on the devs to fix it. He died in Ungoro? Damn, dude. What up, 22EXP? How you doing, man? What am I doing to honor MLK today? I'm just DJing playing WoW. And my baby girls have no school today, so I was just hanging out with them for the first half of the day. Yo, what issue? I know, like all the hitboxes are the same with all the races. So if you're literally a male Tauren and you played male Tauren, so you can hit people through pillars, you literally have the hitbox of a gnome. All the hitboxes are exactly the same, proven, confirmed. And it wasn't like that the first time TBC is, because this is like some cataclysm Frankenstein. Okay, dude. Let me think about this, bro. Let me think about the options. What are the options, guys? Option 1, Belf, Prot Pally. I'm gonna write it out. Option 1, Belf, Prot, Pala. Option 2, Giga Chad, High T, Orc Hunter to hopefully play Hunter Druid 2s with Grace. That's a long shot, though, right? What are the chances, dude, that we could get Grace to actually play 2s with me? Because the thing is, I would suck, too. We would just be sucking together, learning the comp together, you know? On Dream Scythe, just a couple Dream Scythe bros. Go Orc Hunter, bro. I feel you, but at the same time, we're trying to do TBC hardcore, and like this is part of the vibe, you know. It's like all blood elves and Draenei and stuff. You know what I mean? The arena dream will die when Graze dies again. Yo, I've been feeling like a lot of people are dying though. Snow, what's going on with that? Is it actually hard? So Tauren Warrior's Biss in arena compared to Orc? Nah, Orc is better, but some people can play Tauren. Like it actually isn't bad. It's not bad. Like you have more health. You have you have the extra melee leeway, but it's a very real ratio, that leeway. I know this has been talked about ad nauseum, but I have info overload, boosted character, solo play. I just need to be banking honor, right? Yes, honor cap, 75k, full marks. All right, what's the third option? Is there a third option? Option 1 is Belf, Prot, Pala. Option 2 is Giga-Chad, High T, Orc Hunter to hopefully play Hunter Druid 2s with Graze on Dream Scythe. Option 3, Fury Warrior? Question mark? Kind of sounds fun, dude. Like, dude, Fury looks so cracked in TBC. Except in hardcore, maybe it's bad. That's actually the biggest boner killer about playing like a warrior in hardcore. Like, you don't play like a warrior. Like, you can't full send. You have to be a good boy. Like, you know what I mean? I would play really scared if I was playing a warrior. We have no hitboxes and lizard mounts everywhere. This is like a bad private server. I love that, Hypnoidal. You're right, dude. Dude, the mobs have hands. I almost died twice before 10. For real? Okay, option 3, Tauren Warrior, dude. A Tauren Warrior kind of sounds sick. I never did Tauren Warrior, but I always thought it looked so cool. Tauren Warrior. What else? Let's see. Look at this, guys. Look at this, like... Just look at this unit. Look at this specimen. The only problem, dude, is Duratar on this new client looks extra orange, bro. Like, we're basically going to get blinded for, like, the first 2 hours. But, obviously, this is my bread and butter, you know what I mean? Undead, I've been playing a lot of Undead. I'm kind of sick of Undead right now. Tauren, though, dude. Big, black, ferocious-looking, big, horn-looking guy. Oh, man. What up, Hypeson? Ompy said TBC HC just felt like vanilla HC because he rolled Tauren, go Belf. That's what I'm saying, dude. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm scared of. If it's just going to feel like vanilla and the talents are all the same, I think we got to go Blood Elf, bro. I think we're cooked. Like, and this is like literally, I'm such a brainwashed vanilla hard stuck 2004 type of guy that like even this, I'm very outside of my comfort zone. I'm very, like, playing a Blood Elf, like, being in some weird place, like, it really will be weird. Maybe in a good way. You know what I mean? Can you level as Prot in TBC, guys? Is it cringe? Is it better to just level Ret the whole way? Like, do you get Avenger Shields at the capstone talents at, like, 50? You know what I mean? Do you even have buttons to press as Prot early? Because you'd probably just go Ret and tank as Ret, you know? Could you play Prot from the start? Send the Paladin, get that holy talent you loved on the dwarf you made? Yeah. Belf, Twink, Gaming. Dude, okay. I'm kind of... Okay, let me put it to a vote. Where's Graze at, dude? Let me try to call him, actually. I want to see if he has any interest in doing 2's arena. Let me try to call him. He's live right now, too, right? Okay, option 1, Belf, Prot, Pala. Option 2, Giga-Chad, High T, Orc Hunter to hopefully play Hunter Druid 2s with Graze on Dream Scythe. These are our options. I'm gonna make a poll right now. Poll. What do we roll? TBC, HC, Prot, Pala, Belf, Orc Hunter. Starting poll now. Yeah, so welcome to the stream, guys. We already have 320 people in here. Insane. Welcome, guys. Welcome. We're going to be playing TV. Who here has tried it? Tried TBC Hardcore? Has anybody here tried it already? How is it? Is it like basically the same? This is my first time ever playing TBC Hardcore. Even the first time around, never played it. Never played it, dude. So we're going to see how it is. First time around TBC Classic. The arena idea should account for sub 5% of your choice. It ain't gonna happen. Yeah, I just want to cope, man. I just want to do twos with my buddy. Well, he's not picking up, so I'm feeling more blood elfy. Tauren Warrior all the way. Go, dude. Am I gonna feed if I play the Blood Elf one? I don't know any of the quests, guys. I actually might die at like level 9. I'm not even kidding. I might actually die at level 9. Let me see the paladin. Let me see what this would look like. Yo, would we go? Would we go male or female, guys? Just knowing me, I've opened my mind recently. Like, I like playing, you know, I've actually changed my view on this. I kind of like playing cute female characters too. You know, I get it now. I kind of get it now. But at the same time, this is Blood Elf. This is like playing a tank where you have like a really tiny frame. You know what I mean? It actually, if like, is a female Blood Elf less tanky? I think it might be. I'm not even kidding. It's like just how a Tauren Warrior is extra tanky, even more so than the 5% racial. I swear there's something else there. It's always female. What's up, Namex? Currently do it one of each class. Let me see the poll. Oh my god, it's really close actually. Yo, you guys are not making this easy for me, dude. Seriously? Seriously? 54%? Oh my god, dude. Okay. Alright, let me try the Belf, guys. Let me try it. And but give me the option out. Give me the option out. Give me the back door, you know? If it's like not fun, I'll just pivot. I'll pivot Hunter. Let me try it, dude. Let me just try it. Let me have an open mind here, you know? Like, I am hard stuck in Durotar. You've seen me play it so much. I'm kind of like getting out of my comfort zone here. Yeah. Alright, we've committed. We're going Blood Elf Pally. Gray's didn't pick up. Gray's leaving me to the wolves. New year, new zone. Okay. Alright, let me see. Like, if I made a male paladin, like no joke, let me see. Let me show you what I would do probably. Okay, let's take a look at the skin tones first. Okay, this is Puerto Rican skin tone. This is red skin tone. That's too pasty. That's like too red. I think we go Puerto Rican. I think it's Puerto Rican angle. Oh, I think it's a Boricua angle. Hold up, sorry. I took too long. I took too long on this on the picking screen. It kicked me. 1 second. I think we would go Puerto Rican elf angle. Make him weird like pickleball. Bad Bunny angle. 1 second. 1 second, 1 second. Alright, we back. Alright. Alright, let's go back here. I think it took too long. Does that happen to you guys too? You get kicked when you're making a character? Like, I feel like that's BM. That's like disrespectful of Blizzard. They're like forcing you. Like, this is a big deal, you know? We're creating our character. Like, they kick you for taking too long on the customization screen. You know what I mean? That probably happens to people so much. Alright, Puerto Rican skin tone. Let's see what we're doing. Male belt, melee animations are kind of meh. Female better. Ooh, I see. I don't even know the difference. Iron Lad. Okay. Go manly orc hunter. We're just gonna try to have an open mind, man, just for 1 second. Blood Elf could be trash. Let me see. Okay, so we're gonna go Puerto Rican skin tone. We already decided that. All right, Puerto Rican. This is probably the best hair, right? I'm gonna go one by one. That's just weird. I don't even know what that is. That's like some Showback shit, dude. That's like, I don't know what that is. I love Showback. It's just like, this one's kind of aight. It's a little more. I can't stand this little goatee. This needs to go, bro. No goatee. We need just a regular face. Yeah, no goatee. Just regular face. Okay. Thoughts on this hair? Little man bun. Little elf man bun. Shields are like 30% bigger on Belf. The top knot is alright. I mean, well, I'll show you the worst ones. This one's actually not bad too. Only thing is this. This like hair tie. The hair tie is like extremely low T. Like that's a non-starter, the hair tie. This one is, I don't really like this one. This one's too anime to me. This is probably the most popular hair though, right? This one's not bad. This one's kind of regal. This one's actually not bad. Is this too anime, guys? Too many are anime Final Fantasy. What's up, Lil CS? Yeah, we're gonna be doing some pre-mades later when Babka gets on, but we're gonna do some hardcore for now. This one is probably what everyone chooses though. This is like Super Saiyan, Bankai, Naruto, Bleach, Death Note. This is like the academic one. This is like the professor one. I mean, now that I look at them, they're not so bad, some of these hairstyles. This one kind of a sleeper, maybe? I want one that doesn't look anime. Bro, this is probably it. I'm not even kidding. This looks like the guy from Lord of the Rings, the elf president from Lord of the Rings. I like it. This one is Biss. Let me see the hair colors. Ooh, the dark red kind of decent. Kind of decent. Let me see. Brown, a little brunette. Nah. Gold, nah. Ooh, dude, a little creme. I mean, ooh, a little light red. Kind of getting into this. Oh, we go black hair. That'd be an interesting take on Blood Elf, actually. For a paladin. Maybe we just get out of the red theme altogether. Honestly, black could be lit, bro. I'm actually kind of leaning towards black hair. Oh, God. This one looks kind of cool. This face is not bad, though. Let me see. His eyeshadow with this one. Oh, no. He just has a little bit more... Ooh, he's just a little angrier. I like that, actually. A little emo eyeshadow look. A little emo eyeshadow with the black hair. Ooh, bro. Not bad. Watch the portrait. It looks so trash, though. Let's try it. I want to see what it looks like. Alright, let me try like this. Let's see. This is one option. Let me see what the female looks like. If you had to make a little cute Blood Elf, BT2. Ooh. This is straight up red skin color. No, that's the darkest skin color. That one's kind of crazy. Is this questionable, guys, that I'm spending this long customizing my female character? Are you guys what is this, bro? Is this like post World War II 1950s, like just got a brand new microwave haircut? Oh my god, is this like 80s? Like 80s hairspray haircut? This one's not bad. Classic. Ooh, a little bun. My weakness is ponytails. I will say that. I will tell you that is like my weakness in real life. So a nice little ponytail, man. If you know, you know, man. Ooh, that one's actually not bad. A little. Oh shoot! Just got a new microwave. You on fire today? It's more questionable that you spend that long on the mail. Okay, dude. Hold up. I do like dark hair overall. Earrings, I don't really care too much about that. Guess some matching earrings with your eyes, kind of cool. Hairstyle. Oh, dude, that's kind of... Nah, the blue headband, though. I like the hairstyle, the blue headband, though, kind of. Oh, okay, it's over. I told you, ponytails are my weakness. It's over. Let me see the different skin tones there. Oh my god, dude. That looks like a girl I'd see at the mall, you know? Big ears, though. Looks like a girl you'd see walking at Lululemon or Alo. What up, Hypnoidal? There's only on hairstyle for female BE. There's only one hairstyle for female BE. What up, Snow Miser? All right, let's see this. Let me see. Let me see this. All right, here are options. Here are our options right here. This guy looks pretty cool. Should we see the animations, like the melee animations? Are we taking this too far? Or this? This guy's just straight up like, I don't even care what I look like. I'm just ready to go, boss. Put me in. Work, work. Oh my gosh, dude. What would you guys play? What's the best, man? Prop Pally. Think Prop Pally. This is not Ret Pally. I swear, like, some of these female characters look good on the character screen, and then you're actually in the game world and you look like a tiny little microscopic, like, piece of, like, tissue paper in game. No, we've decided Paladin, but we're just thinking about. Yo, what up, Shades? How you doing, bro? Good to see you, man. I'm personally a big fan of male orc for show, man. We're trying to do something different, guys. We're trying to branch out, okay? Yeah, Smasher Pass, dude. Which one? Smasher Pass. Warrior be a man. Let me look at the animations, bro. I don't think I've ever seen the female animations, and it's like I don't think I've ever like looked at them. Let me just look at this real quick. Let me look at this. Sorry, I'm taking so long. It's a big deal, you know. I know we're gonna probably die at level 6, but you know, getting outside of my comfort zone. Oh, I've never really watched this shit. Let's watch this shit, I guess. Why is it blue? Like, isn't it supposed to be pink and red and drove the elves to the brink of extinction? Oh, there we go. Death Knight Arthas, the scourge destroyed the mystical Sunwell. Gear on female looks bad. That's what I thought, bro. For Prop Pally too. Though the scars of that conflict are evident, the remaining elves have banded together. I had before Willsbow, but I never really like paid attention. You know, I was never really like locked in. I've never done TPC hardcore or anything. Blood elves. These grim survivors are committed to regaining the vast powers they once commanded. Inspired by the leadership of their beloved prince. The Blood Elf architecture is sick, though, right? The Blood Elves now seek new sources of it's actually sick. Like, it adds something to WoW. It doesn't detract. Against the undying horrors of the scourge. I do like it a lot. Who's cooler, guys? Blood Elves or Night Elves? Damn, bro, there's people here. Okay. Okay. All right, people actually playing the game, dude. Survival guide. Ooh, the music though. Music kind of hidden right now. Let's look at these animations. Let's look at these animations. Okay, can we get used to this, guys? Can we get used to playing this? Let's see this dainty little swing. Aha! Let's see. I don't know, dude. This is fucking cringe, dude. I don't know about this one, boys. What the fudge is that, bro? Oh my god, dude. You guys are fucking trolling, bro. How do you play this? Dude, how do you play this, man? That's the dumbest sword swing I've ever seen in my entire life, bro. What? Tell me the one hand is better, dude. What is that jump, dude? What am I, fucking Elsa? Oh my, dude, you guys are fucking trolling me, man. Who plays this, bro? I'm going back to Orc, bro. What? Bro, this is ass. Look at these animations. Look at the swing. Aha! Bro, what is that? She goes up like this. There's too much wrist. There's too much wrist in it. There can't be that much wrist in a sword swing, man. It's got to be more rotational. You got to have a tight core. You know what I mean? Dude, you gotta have a tight core. There's no way this is correct. Is there any actual like sword larpers? Any larpers in the chat? There's no way this is correct, bro. Look at this swing. There's no way that's correct, dude. Look how much wrist. I did kendo when I was a kid, dude. It was like a Japanese sword fighting thing. We literally had these like wooden swords and we just beat the shit out of each other. Dude, there's no shot that's correct. I'm the master of the blade IRL. I'd watch a stream where you take sword fighting lessons. Look at the obliques. Arthritis maxing for real, right? No, wait, I'm not being a hater, right? Like, this is actually trash. Like, it's actually not playable. Well, imagine how big your shield is if you're a prop pally on this. Dude, your shield is probably so tiny. It looks like a fucking level 6 buckler, I bet, from the Barons. Just the stance. I'm sorry, dude. She looked cute on the starting screen, but this ain't it, Chief. This is... let me see. Let me look at Mail. And like the jumping, I feel like a Disney princess. Like, yaha! Woohoo! Woohoo! I feel like I'm like Belle in Beauty and the Beast. Like, woohoo! Looking for my beast to come save me and sweep me off my feet. This ain't it, bro. Oh my god, bro. I'm logged out. Oh, dude. I don't know, dude. Just cut out of the cosplay. ready to cosplay at BlizzCon. Oh my god, dude. I'm sorry, man. Level an Orc Hunter in Eversong. That might be the angle. Get summoned out here. Alright, let me check this other one out. Like, I couldn't even make it to level 2, man. Let's see if this is any better. Dude, this might be an Orc angle, honestly. This might be an Orc angle. Let me just see. I might be too fried. I might not be open-minded enough to play Blood Elf. I think I'm too old school. Let me see. Let's see what we're dealing with here. Okay, here we go. We're Elrond. Let's look at the guy. He looks pretty good. I mean, he looks like a Puerto Rican elf, right? That's pretty cool. I feel like I'm the only guy with black hair. Actually, there's another person with black hair. Okay, there's 2 people with black hair. Actually, I'm not edgy at all. Everybody has black hair. All right. Well. Main character syndrome dispelled. All right, let's go see. I like the jump. It's kind of gangster. Like, he's like leaning forward. He has like good ergonomics. He's like, I'm ready, dude. He's jumping. You know what I mean? It's balanced. It's balanced. It's actually fine. It's fine so far. Running, fine. Jumping, fine. Aggressive, kind of like hand forward. Okay, fine. Everything is good. Boom. Toss the seal on. The stance. Okay, looks like a little bit of like a you know, like just like a stylistic stance. Yeah, dude. I mean, he's just slapping the shit out of it with the sword, right? It doesn't look like it's kind of gangster, bro. Like, he's literally just slapping him with the sword. It doesn't look like a slice. He's just like pimp slapping him with this sword. He's like, come here, worm. Ugh. Ugh. That's a lot better, dude. That's a lot better. No? Hearing Belf kind of described as gangster is hilarious to me. Is it not, though? How is it bad? I'm trying to think, like, what is flamboyant about it? It's like fine. Okay, that looting is a little sus, dude. The way he looted that, he kind of stuck it out a little bit too far, bro. Hold on. Watch this. Watch the loot animation. Hold on. There's a little bit of a sus, like he was trying to pose for us. All right, ready for this loot? Okay, maybe it was just seeing things. But I think because I'm uphill. Hold on. I'm gonna go downhill. You get some cool shoulders on the Belf mail. It's awesome. It looks great on them. Ooh, I'm pumping though. I just 2-tapped this guy. Actually, it's fine. I think I was just seeing things. It's fine. His loot animation's fine. I take it back. He's just literally crouching down. I think we're good. Did we give it a shot, guys? Portrait. Hey, have you guys ever rolled a character and the portrait was not the portrait was not serviceable, and then you just didn't like the character? Thoughts on the portrait? It actually looks good. I look like the guy from Lord of the Rings, but young though. That stance is an absolute abomination. As a former kendo practitioner, please comment on the way this man is holding the sword. Dude, what do you mean? Is it? It's like in snowboarding, there's like a goofy foot stance. Like, I feel like this is just he's choking up on it too. Like, he's not holding it at the base. He's choked up on it, you see? He's choked up on the shaft, or on the handle. Or the shaft, yeah, whatever it's called. He's choked up on it. I think that's cool, actually. It's kind of consistent with him just slapping stuff with it. Like, it's like in the people in pickleball. Some of them, like the ping pong players, they choke up on the paddle and they kind of don't have much spin. Look at this. Like, he doesn't even look like a good swordsman. He's looking like he's beating it to death like a mace with a sword. You know what I mean? Caster animations are way better. What up, Jay Grims? We're still talking about swords, right? Yeah, we're talking about swords. Ooh, shoddy chain vest hype. I got an SHV. We can't turn back now. Guys, we got an SHV. That's my bis. You have to join the guild at 0 XP? Oh, really? Oh, my bad. Wait, seriously? I have to remake this guy? No shot. It has to be 0? Yo, Z Nelly. We recorded it, though. What up, Z Nelly? Hey, hello, guys. Need your help. Any easy gold farm from killing mobs you know about? I was thinking 55 to 60. 55 to 60. Easy gold farm. What's the best mobs to just straight up grind? Like, I don't know, bro. Like, even like Winterfall Firewaters, no one's probably buying that anymore. Let me think, man. Probably, I mean... like, maybe like the elves in Ajar. That's usually my go-to. The elves in Ajar. They have a good loot table. Just kill those. Appeal. I'm not an expert, but swinging down form down to up, wouldn't it take more force energy to swing like that? I think, yo, seriously, guys. I think we're fine. Like, if I zoom out too much, I would think I'm not gonna like the character. It looks too small. But if we stay like this is pretty cool. I can get into this. I think I can get it. I think I can do this. 0 XP? Okay. Oh, man. Okay. Remember what this portrait looks like, guys. I like the portrait a lot. I want him to look like Puerto Rican Elrond. Just like that. The portrait is perfect. It's chef's kiss. We got to do the same exact look. Same hairstyle, same everything. I don't think action cam works anymore, Worm Shield. Using a melee a mace would go hard. Yeah, the hair clips into the cloak. No, does it? I'm pretty sure all long hair does, though. No, like, seriously, though. Seriously, look, rate my look. Rate my looks, guys. This is out of 10. Like, this is a solid, upstanding looking Belf, dude. No weird goatee, nothing sus. Yeah, he's got some age, he's got some eyeshadow, but, you know, that's just from years of magical abuse. It looks ugly. Cards you coping right now or just burnt on BGs? No, I mean, I'm doing pretty good, Malkin Xbox. Like, this isn't my first rodeo, right? Like, I can kind of sense with people too and myself when you're at that diminishing return with BGs. We've been spamming a lot of BGs for hours and hours. It's actually good to switch it up, man, and do like some more chill, like RP type of, just for a little bit. Like, I'll be doing more pre-mades with the boys later, right? But also, my first Warlock is pretty much done. He's less than 10k away from capped and full marks. So, and then I've been working on my Alliance Warlock. So I think it's good to get a TBC Hardcore started. Maybe we don't have to play it like full time, you know? We can get rested XP. He'll be wearing a shield to cover it. Clipping is killing. Just don't show cape. Yeah. Okay. I couldn't stand this clipping. But you're saying you'd have to get short hair then. Like, dude, this to me is the meme. That's the meme, right? Like, that is literally the anti-dream. No disrespect to this guy cooling, but that's the worst looking Blood Elf I could possibly imagine. Like, that's literally like 14-year-old energy. This is like circa 2007, Call of Duty 3 came out. Like, this is what you would choose. Yeah, DBZ character. No disrespect, bro. Good luck. Good luck. Have fun. I cap marks too, but I realize that we're going to need yachts marks at 70. Is Honor Gain and Warsong Gulch and AB same at 58, 59? I think it's the same. Yeah, my man. It's the same. There's actually a lot of 59 pre-mades and stuff being formed. That seems to be the meta, that people are actually not going to 60 and just grinding Honor there. The Guy Fieri cut. Okay, let's remake this guy. I think we're good. We're going with the Puerto Rican Elrond look. I think we're doing fine, guys. I think we're doing fine. Let's just go remake. And then we'll start our adventure. Sorry for the delay. You know how it is. You know, like, we just got to make sure we're on the right page with our decision here. The right page. Less honor at 58. I don't think so, bro. It looks like it's the same, Blaze, based on what I've been hearing. Okay, remember this look, guys. It's not a blood elf. He's an emo elf. All right, here we go. Remember this look. Find the Puerto Rican skin tone. Was that it? Elrond cut. Black. No facial hair. Eyeliner. Where's the eyeliner at? Stop wiggling, bro. That's the eyeliner, right? That's it, right? That's Puerto Rican. That's Puerto Rican Elrond. You're doing HC? I thought they said there's no shot doing that. Oh, what up, crackers? Yeah, I am. I'm gonna do it, but just it's not my main thing, you know. But I really think, dude, just have an open mind, guys. This is gonna be a nice change of pace. Like, we're gonna be doing BGs too. We're just like, it's good to have something to switch up to. That's literally the polar opposite. This is the polar opposite of what we're doing, playing the game normally on Night Slayer. I hope you guys understand that. This is the checks and balances. Thank God for hardcore, am I right? Or else we would all crash out with Blizzard. And crash out with the boost and crash out with everything. Like, this actually allows us to play the game in a decent, organic way. You know what I mean? But I'm still gonna, you know, min-max everything and have all my characters ready, so. Alright, let's do this. Let's do this. Okay, so I'm gonna, again, if you guys want to play, if you want to play with me, if you want to join this is something I'll be doing on the side. This is not like my main squeeze. But if you want to just have like a side character or something, we're on the Dream Scythe server. I'm going to link the Discord. There's a custom add-on for this whole movement. Here's the Discord link if you want to check it out. I'm not a mod. I have no stake in this. I'm not an admin. If anything, I'm just dust and echoes. I'm just the old, washed up, hardcore Andy. So... how to get started. On January 13th, download the add-on. Link will be posted here. Create a brand new untouched level 1 character on Dream Scythe. Log in with the add-on enabled. And get an invite from guild invites. Let me see if we have the add-on enabled. Add-ons. Hardcore TBC. Okay. Hardcore TBC. We didn't get any, like, notification, though, when we logged in, right? There was no, like, welcome or anything? Yeah, there's nothing. Okay. Okay. So I think it's Hardcore Junior. People were saying the leveling guild. Okay, I'm just gonna message everybody. Oh shit! Whoops! I didn't mean to do that. My bad. My bad. Yo, G invite, please. Or if somebody's logged in right now, if you want to invite your boy, just messaging everybody. All right, guild found loot. To maintain the integrity of our journey, we operate under a guild found loot system. This ensures that every piece of gear and every reagent used by our members was earned within the hardcore community, limited strictly to guild members. The auction house is prohibited, but we will facilitate trade within the guild and in this Discord. Okay. All right, well, there's no officers online to invite, so that's fine. Can I transfer my 60 from Doomhal? What if I get griefed? Okay. Make sure you have the latest. Type G invite in this channel. Oh, it's automated. Oh my god, it's automated. That's sick. You type G invite into the Discord and it automatically invites you. Dude, that's tight. Okay. You must log out to the character screen one time after joining a guild to enable hardcore TBC synchronization features. Okay, okay. What up, Leffins? I'm getting you in Weenie Hut. What's up, C-Dank? What up, baby? This is my first time ever playing TBC Hardcore, C-Dank. I know we had a one round the first time, but I never actually played it. Never touched it. So this is it. Everything is new for me. Let's go, Puerto Rican Elrond hype. Puerto Rican L Ron type. Some of you never thought you'd live to see the day where Kargoz would play a dainty little elf. But here we go. Ghostlands is no joke. Thanks, man. C-Dank is like the president of this, I'm pretty sure. C-Dank started all this. Thank you, C-Dank. Appreciate it. All right, do we do speedrun guide or survival guide? I think we do survival guide. I am not good at this zone. I don't really know what I'm doing. Options. Look and feel. Dark mode, of course. Of course. Of course. Yo, so what differences are there going to be? Yo, what differences are there going to be, guys, with TBC and vanilla hardcore? Is there any? Is like what's the differences, guys? Are the mobs going to be weaker? Are we just going to be stronger? Like we gain more XP, right? Like the amount of XP you need is less, something like that. Kargoz. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God for profiles. Look at that. We're saved. Insane. Okay, so someone just messaged us something. Okay, he said... So if you look in your macros, you will have an auto invite thing. Pull that onto your bars anywhere, and once it goes blue, click it, and you auto invite to the guild. Okay. Let's take a look at this guild, guys. So we're in Super Weenie Hut Junior. 115 people in the guild. There's apparently multiple guilds for this. I don't know how many, but we were about to join Hardcore Junior a second ago, so there's at least 2. And then I think there's 1 Giga Elite guild, too, for like the 60s or something. TBC HC requires about 3 brain cells to hit 70 without dying, but it's extremely fun. I mean, it could... What Graze has told me is that 1 to 70 is faster on TBC than 1 to 60 in vanilla. Is that true? What do you guys think? 1 to 70 is faster than 1 to 60 in vanilla. Honestly, don't know. Maybe. Because maybe it's faster, right? To like level... I don't know. Maybe you like blast through like the middle levels. You know, if I remember, I think all elite quests turn normal. So there's that. It's pretty much the same, maybe 5% faster, but almost the same. Oh wow, okay, Big Tactics would know. Tactics would know. All right, cool. So it's about the same. Gotcha. All right, let's do this, boys. Blood Elf hype. We're gonna take our... Yo, by the way, I learned something really cool, guys. When you're in edit mode and you line your frames up like this, look what you can do. You can click it and use your arrow keys, actually. You can use your arrow keys to move it. So you don't have to just sit there like an idiot, like doing it, like, you know, looking really close at your screen. So something like that. I didn't know that until today. Okay, that looks good. Focus frame, put that over here, use larger frame. And do some nice... How's the music, by the way? Too loud? Are we good? I want this to be very immersive. Like, I want us to feel like elves. I want to feel like elves together in the Sunstrider Island together. Oh, here we go. Attunement guide, survival guide, Eversong Woods. There we go. All right, RXP enabled, active targets. There's my little arrow. I think we're good, boys. I think it's time. Kargoz Shobek Arc GG. Louder? Oh, you want the music louder? Okay. Let's go. How about that? All right, let's go, guys.
What business have you? Our enemies will fall.
Our enemies will fall. Baladash Balanore. Let's go, guys. What level are we dying at? Let's make some predictions here. I don't know if I'm going to make it. I have 0. I really don't have much experience playing Blood Elves or the starting zone or Paladin. So here we go. And we're off. My first Arcane Torrent. I'm going to pop the cherry right now. Insane. Level 8? Hold on. This add-on is messed up. Swing timer. Toggle test mode, scale, let's scale this down. Show often, no pet, no target, melee bars, scale, that's good, height, That's good. Swing Timer Pro. STP unlock to move it. Just move it down like here. Okay, that's probably fine. STP locked. Options, add-ons, this. Toggle test mode. Alright, we'll see if that works. Alright, what am I even doing now? Kill mana worms, okay. Yo, so how does this Blood Elf ratio, guys? Let's remind ourselves. Let's see how this works. Mana tap reduces target's mana by 51 and charges you with arcane energy for 10 minutes. So you just use it all the time? Does it give you the tag? Oh, it does give you the tag, even though you didn't do any damage to it. Oh, that's insane. You can just pull with this? Oh, there's a cooldown though. Okay. 10 minutes. Energizes you when you consume the arcane torrent. I need like some kind of like seal weak or something. But you can't use this on a mob with no mana, right? It has to have mana. Level 16, level 17. We just gotta make it to the Barrens, man. We just gotta make it to the Barrens, and then we'll be good. Then we'll know everything again. Yeah, I just tried the mana tap. This guy didn't work. So it has to be a target with mana. Okay, where's auto loot at? Nameplates on. Where's auto loot at, guys? Controls right there. Boom. Okay, we're good. Should we try action cam? Console action cam doesn't work. Yeah, I think they removed action cam, guys. I don't think it's in anymore. Yeah, come through, come play, guys. Just create a character on the side, you know. If you're you know, grinding honor and stuff, like there's plenty of time, honestly. Like we're only like 1 weekend. I'm already done with my main, so we're doing just fine. Let's just Baladash Balinore together. Get those D2 HP and mana orbs going. Yeah, I mean, if somebody can figure out the action cam too, I'm down to play with that. Ghostlands is packed out. Literally every mob is perma-dead. Yeah, dude. This. Come to think of it, you're right. This is kind of crazy. There's a lot of people here. Right? Dude, all these people can boost. All of these people can boost. And the starting zone actually has a lot of people still. Thoughts? Boom. Level 2, baby. 58 to go. TBC is popping the fuck off. Yeah, 100%. We need TBC era. If they don't make TBC era, we need to make some noise. Seriously, man. That would be so troll, dude. That would be so troll. Imagine all these characters we play for the next year get forced into Wrath and then forced into Cataclysm. Insanity. Madness. Alright, so I got 3 charges stacked up. I think that's the cap. So what happens when I use it? Silence all enemies, of course. I know that already. Oh, it's 2 seconds? I thought it was 1 second. 2 seconds is actually not bad. That's a big silence. And you gain 14 mana for each mana tap charge. Okay, so right now I gain 42 mana. And I have 159 mana. So I gain like a fifth of my mana. Okay. I hope Prot is like not bad to level, guys. Has anybody tried to level as Prot? Like, I wish you got like Avenger Shield or something early. Some kind of that's my fear. You just have no button to press, nothing. I mean, yo, you get taunt early though, no? As Paladin, and Consecration's baseline. I do know that about TBC. I remember that. Console action cam full. Let me try. I think I enabled it, but nothing happened. The POV didn't change. This give rage to a warrior? Blood Elves can't be warriors, right? It can't be warriors, so it doesn't apply, mate. Alright, so one thing I've learned from my years and years of hardcore WoW experience, my decades of experience, is that pretty much a good thing on every class to just grind until like level 3 or 4 on the starting mobs. They have really good loot, and it just like is pretty efficient to do. So let's grind to like level 3 or something. Oh, we need to show our XP bar, by the way. XP bar. Here it is. Put it right there. All right. That's odd. I just did it on my character and it did the cam change and everything. Yeah. Okay, one last change here. Let's go edit mode. Bring these up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What about there? Give us some more space. Okay. Bring this up a bit. There we go. Should be a little better. But yeah, so that's the thing, guys. TBC Hardcore. I don't know if it's going to be easier or harder, really. I've been hearing a lot of deaths going on. I think people might be underestimating the game mode. I'm not sure exactly what's happening. I know that a lot of the elite quests they made normal, and my understanding is that they made the amount of XP it takes per level less by like 30% or something like that. But I'm not sure how much the talents, like the new talents, are going to affect things. How much stronger you feel in relation to the mobs. And another thing is, I'm pretty sure they changed a lot of the leveling gear in TBC. I saw Grace doing a Dead Mines earlier, and like the Raxor hammer that drops off that first dude was like blue. So it's kind of, there's some stuff to look forward to. Like we'll see. They'll basically just be able to like observe the differences between this and vanilla, you know. I think a lot of people are under the impression that the real challenge with TBC Hardcore is just Outlands and not the old world anymore. I don't know if that's the case, man. If the old world is different, it feels different, then it's just part of it. What up, Nut Mutt? If an elite leveler like Graze hasn't passed 30, I think it might be more difficult. But didn't Graze only die to DCs and like weird shit? Like I saw him die to like losing Rend buff, you know what I mean? Like I don't think he's like really dying, is he? He's also leveled like 47 druids, so he's probably almost like, we had this, remember that saying we used to have, Chadley, where it's like you like disrespect the game mode because you've like literally done it so much and you think it's just free? Probably something like that too. Alright, we've successfully dinged level 3, boys. 57 levels to go. This is going to be a piece of cake, bro. There's no shot I die. I got a SHC, or a SCV, Shoddy Chain Vest. That's in, like, already, dude, these are new items. These are not in vanilla. These are not in vanilla. The Shoddy Chain set does not exist in vanilla. Wow, this is TBC proprietary
Glory
items.
To the Sindor Eye. Keep your wits about you.
Keep your wits about you.
The reckoning is at hand.
All right, Action Cam's doing something, but only when I talk to NPCs. It's kind of weird. All right, let's see what this guy wants us to do. Vendor trash. Okay.
Do not loiter.
Vendor trash. It's vendor everything, bro. Okay. I'm actually not liking the Action Cam. It's weird.
Gold is welcome here.
Turn in Paladin training.
Anaria Shola, the reckoning is at hand.
Devotion aura.
Keep your wits about you.
Go upstairs. Let's move this. Actually, let's just hide that. Hide that. Put it in our spell book. Devotion aura on. I don't know. There you go. Good for now. Yeah, I wonder if there's something in display settings. Let me look it up. It's 10 times easier than vanilla. Hey, that sounds kind of chill though. I really hope
dark times will pass.
It feels pretty snappy, the pacing. Like you don't hit those long drags. Like when do you guys slow down when you're playing with vanilla WoW? Is my question to you. Like when do the levels start to feel really like heavy and like less fun?
We will persevere.
I think honestly for most people it's level 40. They get to 40 and then it's just like it starts to feel pretty painful.
Anu Belore Delana.
Oh, 30 to 40, even for 30 for you as well? 30s feel pretty good for me, like STV and stuff. My guess is that people get their capstone talent at level 40. They get a little bit of a dopamine like hit from that. They try out the ability, then they get over it, and then they realize that the levels are super long and it's a little bit unclear where to go. You know what I mean? It starts becoming a little bit less linear, the questing, and that's where people fall off. By like level 43, they're dunzos. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, dude, we're doing it. We're doing it, dude. Everything is perma-dead, though. This is crazy, man. I need a layer. Everybody's out here playing Blood Elves. And all these people can boost, and they're not boosting. Why are they not boosting, guys? Is it because they're playing hardcore? I wonder, man. I wonder. The boosty boys. Try console action cam focus on or focus off. Okay. Console action cam focus on. We'll see what happens when I think I know what it's gonna do if it will work, you know. Damn, dude, this is like a fresh server out here, dude. Like I literally can't even complete the quest. You guys have any elite Blood Elf strategies where you can go to get Lynx collars? Pocketbook might be lit. You're also a mega scrolled in. Right now you can't see the mobs. Yeah, we're here for the immersive RP experience, okay? Does Kargoz read YouTube chat? I am, yeah, I'm looking at it right now, brother. How we doing? Damn, we got 140 people on YouTube. Welcome to today's stream, guys. Hope you're enjoying it. We'll be doing more PvP. If this is not your thing, we'll be doing more like pre-made PvP action with Bobby and the boys in a little bit. Bobby's kind of like a night owl, you know. He gets on in a couple hours. So we'll probably do 2 hours of this. Just get our character started, maybe get to level 10 or so. And then we'll do some PvP. But I'm excited to have just another thing in the tank we can do. Oh yeah. Console action cam full should turn on all features including focus. Well, in the old school action cam, when you would click something, it would be kind of off center. So I feel like it's still not working right now. Classic WoW leveling is soup for the soul. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah. It is kind of sad, right? Like, in a way, there is a world where Blizzard could have... They had the power, man, to make it so people were forced to level and get out into the open world and actually not boost and play in the more old school way, right? Like, they actually were in full control of that. They just set like a precedent with the boosting and all that, and it is what it is. We're already there as a community, and there's like kind of no turning back. Like, once you start swiping and boosting and doing all this, it's like it's like really hard to go back, you know. But that was kind of on them, you know. Like there is a world where they could have been hard on it and stopped it from that culture from... Oh, small brown pouch, let's go. Never gets... Oh, 6 slot baggy off the first mall. This is the best starter zone, you think so? Music is nice. Oh, Mana Tap Creature. That's actually a quest. Okay. Okay, so it's a couple things. We need Arcane Slivers. We need the Mana Tap stuff. Let me try using the Torrent. Whoa! Does it do damage? Oh no, I think I just swung at the same time. What up, Brandon? What up, Deceased Band? Julu, leveling is chill. Yeah. The soundtrack. So what's the normal Blood Elf leveling path, guys? Do you pretty much do the Blood Elf zone until, like, what, like 20? Is it kind of like up until Ashenvale for Night Elf? Where you go Teldrassil, Ashenvale, and then you go at, like, you know, to Stone Talon or something like that? Like, how long do you stay on this island, usually? Indeed, Belf starting zone is perfection. Probably hard from Blizzard's POV as the goal of the company is to make the most profit. It's true, but like they are in charge of the game at the end of the day, and they could have potentially been harder on either gold selling or whatever, like not giving people opportunities. Like didn't do the boost the first time in TBC, was harder on the actual boosters within the game, all these things. And like all I'm saying is like they potentially could have opted for a line where we just play the games more normally. And that might be a game with less players and a game that's less profitable. But I'm just saying it definitely was there. At 20, you have pretty good weapons in the quest. So you stay here all the way till 20. Wow. Dude, that's crazy, actually. That's crazy. So you stay here till 20. I'm Horde, so I would imagine you go do lower Barons, you leave here and then go like straight like Camp T and start doing stuff there and going into Thousand Needles. Something like that. Paid 3x would have been better than a 58 boost, or honestly done a fresh server for people as well as an option, because the Blizzard's narrative, right? The main why are they doing the boost, guys? What's the main reason? Try to think about it. Like, what's their justification for it if you had to ask them, other than like milk you guys for every dollar? Like, what would be their explanation? Money grab, dollars? Nah, but like they're if you actually, you know, sat down with them, they'd be like, we want people to, like, we want to make TBC accessible so that if you didn't play Anniversary, you can still play TBC. That's what they're gonna say. They're gonna say so, but I'm saying you could have accomplished that, like you said, with a fresh server or some kind of recruiter friend, like back in the day, you know, with the zebra mount, and there are other ways to do that. Bro, honestly, the first time around TBC, that was the most shocking to me, dude. I feel like I don't care a lot more this time around, but the first time they announced the boost and the boost and the Warp Stalker mount 2021, I still have that VOD on my YouTube. I was like pissed, man, and like I was literally on like a voice call. We were streaming it, right? The BlizzCon reaction. I was with Def Camp and Melder on. It bothered me a lot more back then, because we had just spent all this time leveling on 1x vanilla, real 2019. You know, like those characters felt super real. Like we've invested so much time in them, and they just we're giving people the free 58, right? The communal gear. That was the original wave of communal gear Andes. Yo, Kargoz, any recommendations on professions for mage now and into TBC? I guess I need to make gold for faster riding. If you're a mage and you want to make gold, and you can, I mean, it's boosting, right? But you need probably a baseline level of gear to boost. But honestly, the PvP gear should be pretty solid. You could grind the PvP gear, and that should be more than enough to like boost people. And you could do strat boost. I would do strat boost, and I would get enchanting and DE the stuff you get from there. That's probably the best. There is a strat boost right now. I've been seeing people advertising for it. It's 25k, 30k XP per hour. I don't know if it's with 1 or 2 mages, though. It's possible it's with 2 mages. That would be a GG. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's 1 or 2 mages, but yeah, it's like 25, 30k XP per run, which is comparable to the last strat boost. 2 mages is 15 minutes, around 150k, bro. What up, Lando? First time in the chat. Welcome, man. Welcome to the stream, brother. First time in the chat.
We will have
if you guys are enjoying yourself, if you like the vibe, man, if you're having a good time today, just make sure you're following the stream. I would really appreciate it. I'm just getting back on my feet. Can you believe it, guys? It's only been a little bit over a month since I've come back to the community, but I appreciate you guys welcoming me back each time with open arms, and I'm excited for TBC and all the stuff we're gonna do. What's up, Kapusta? When does TBC launch? TBC launches February 5th. February 5th. So we've got, let's see how many days. 11, 17 days? 16, 17 days? I mean, that's pretty good. Honestly, kind of the perfect length of a pre-batch. Would you guys want the pre-batch to be longer? Shorter? I feel like it's kind of good, man. Basically, I had 3-week pre-batch. 2 weeks would have been too short, though. You know, 2 weeks I probably wouldn't be doing this right now, you know? I'd just be getting all my PvP characters ready. Okay. Kill tenders and feral tenders. Cast mana tap on feral tenders. Loot feral tenders for their slivers. I just keep thinking of tenders and tendies and chicken. Tenders. Oh, some nice Popeyes tenders. Sounds so good right now. Some sweet meat sauce, some Bayou barbecue. A little biscuit. Let's get this orb. It's hard to tell exactly right now, but the length of it feels really good. Yeah. The HC softcore combo, I think that's the play, my man, to avoid burnout, and also I think you really enjoy HC with the boys later on. Yeah, man, I think so too. I feel like an actual like decent streamer, like content creator in a way, like actually premeditating my content and being. I mean, can you imagine your boy Kargoz having a schedule, dude? A stream schedule? Is that even... I've never done that ever, you know? But it's possible. It's possible. We have a stream schedule. We do hardcore like twice a week, 3 times a week, something like that. Sticking to a schedule, that must be nice. Okay, I need to use the mana tap on these things or something. Kill tenders and feral cast on the feral tenders. Okay, not these guys. Yeah, true, dude. When OnlyFangs... Dude, we're going to be an expert when OnlyFangs... Oh, dude. I don't know why I didn't think of that. You just made me so hyped, dog. We're getting reps in right now for OnlyFangs. True, my man. Big true. Big true. OnlyFangs is for sure going to happen, right? Just a matter of time. And we're going to be ready to go locked in with the Blood Elf Paladin combo. We're going to like know exactly what to do, you know? It's kind of cool too, man. On a fresh, Blood Elf is probably a pretty good way to go. Because there's not many people that are going to play Blood Elf. It's basically just going to be the Paladins, you know? Really only like people are going to... But at the same time, there's a lot of risk off meta. I mean, it is a pretty full zone too, but these people are all playing off meta stuff like the Warlocks. But I could see this being a pretty good way to go. You know, the biggest bottleneck is the Barons. Like Duratar is always madness on a fresh. OnlyFangs opener. Do you guys think the Blood Elf zone is pretty fast at leveling overall? Like, what are your guys' thoughts about it? Like, does it feel pretty quick? The Night Elf zone, for example, is cracked for Alliance. It's the best, right? It's best in class. Unpopular take, OnlyFangs is giga cringe. Way too many main characters who have to yell and be dramatic when everything's happened. you want me to be completely honest with you and base with you, Malkina? It's not my cup of tea, personally. I like playing with people who are like, you know, more of like the frontier vibe. But it's still really good for the game, dude. Like, it actually brings in so many people, and even though it's not my exact perfect cup of tea, it just brings in a ton of like new non-endemic people to the game. So I like, even though I do think it's kind of cringe some of it, bro, it's like, you just think about the health of the game. It's like the best marketing, best thing ever, you know, like, but yeah. I just bought the black raptor mount. Will I get used to the hoppiness? Yeah, you not only will you get used to the hoppiness, you'll enjoy the hoppiness. You'll enjoy it, and you'll think it's an awesome mount, brother. Let's see, this is the hunter. Whoa! The Blood of Hunter animation's kind of tight. What was that? Let me spy on this guy. What? Oh! What? His name is Super Kargoz. What is this? Is this scripted? What is going on, dude? I swear. I'm just gonna walk this way, dude. I'm just walking this. I swear that wasn't scripted. That's wild. Alright. Oh my gosh. Can't decide on Warlock or Warrior for TBC. Warlock or Warrior? Tell me a bit about yourself. Tell me about who are you as a player? Warlock or Warrior? They're both good ways to go, right? But let's say you're a PvE guy. You're a PvE player. What gets your rocks off, right? Is getting a Glad title, rank 1 title in PvP and Arena, or would it be like getting full 100 parses, brick wall of 99s on the Lumberjack website? Are you more social? Do you sweat really hard? Do you like that culture, that atmosphere of just absolute min-max perfection, execution, mastery, playing with people on the same wavelength? Do you like to just, you know, chill and take it easy? You know what I mean? There's a lot there, like how much time do you have to play? But if you were a PvE, if you were a PvE lord, like a sweat lord, you have way too much time on your hand. You're well capitalized. You have you work from home, and you want to be the best there ever was, Ash Ketchum style. I'd go Warrior. Warrior's cooler. It's just, in PvE is cooler than Warlock. Like, you use weapons, you look sick, you do big damn. It's just the whole, like, the mantra, the ethos, the class, the colors, the rage. Warrior's just goated. If you're on a PvE kick, go Warrior. Every time, bro. Brown class every time. Brown class every time. But if you're more of a PvPer, you know what I mean? Like, it still could be Warrior, but I don't know. Like, Warlock is pretty sick too, honestly. And if you're more of a chill PvEer, like you don't want to sweat too much, kind of only got a couple hours to play per week, you want to take it easy, Warlock, right? No one wants to play some mid Warrior, right? No one's trying to play a Warrior without BIS weapons. No one's trying to play a Warrior without BIS trinkets and weapons, right? So, you know, I use the analogy of Vanilla WoW and Hunter. Like, I actually think Vanilla WoW Hunter is goated. The entire experience of it, like the entire quality of life of it, how you gear, how you look, the expectations for you as a class, your role in the raids. Like, are you top DPS? Not necessarily, but you can be. You never die ever, so you always keep your world buffs. And if the brown classes die with world buffs, like, you can top DPS. You know what I mean? And like, it's really chill to play as a hunter. Like, you know, the hunter core dynamic as far as like the class leaders and like the new hunters, everybody gets along in the hunter core. It's pretty easy. It's like, oh, you go tier 1, I go tier 2, you go tier 3. Okay, you want to get, you know, Adrathul first, that's fine. Like, that's cool. Like, I'll get next, you know. So there's a lot to it, man. Warrior it is, then solid points, my man. Yeah. For real, man, if I was on a PvE kick in TBC, I'd be playing Warrior. For me, it's crazy that the weapon situation is easy. By the way, guys, that you know the fell steel battle axe that these warriors are using in their offhand, is that crafted as well, or is it a BOE world drop? I was looking at the logs phase 1 last TBC, and like I was looking at Alondo and all those guys and what they were using. They were using Dragon Maw main hand and something called a fell steel battle axe offhand. Where is that from, dude? Is that blacksmithing? Is that world drop? If it's crafted, then both weapons are crafted. That's like wild, man. That's, yeah, the BIS weapon setup is crafted, and then you get PvP weps. Pretty sure BS. Okay, so one spec makes the Dragon Maw, the mace spec, and then the other one makes the axe. There's like an axe crafter spec. What's with rogue, brother? Warrior or rogue? If you're a PvE parse lord and you love the Lumberjack website and you got a premium subscription to Warcraft logs and you're live logging for your guild and you're just like fucking watching every Alondo video, eating a bag of chips like, oh yeah, dude, look at that big dam. You're tuning into every South Dali raid, watching the brick wall of brown boys just blast bosses. If that's your vibe, then honestly, you go warrior. You go warrior every time, bro. Rogue's a little bit like underdoggy with that. Like maybe you're that, but a little bit edgy. Like you are a parse lord, but you like you want to stand out on the meters. Like you want to be that one little yellow sliver that people are like, wait, what? That's not brown. What is that? What is that color? It's not brown. Huh? Is that yellow? There's a yellow class. What class even is that? Oh, it's a rouge. A rouge. Oh, this guy's actually doing pretty good damage. In reality, you're kind of like a budget warrior, though, to be honest, when you're playing rogue. Holy smokes, what is this? This is a one-handed weapon, but it looks sick. Whoa, dude, that's a sick-looking weapon. It's like a huge scimitar. My God. Looks like a Covenant bayonet from Halo. Damn. Damn. This one-hander. Let's see the one-hand animations, guys. Let's observe. Let's see. Let's see how good it is. Ooh. Ooh, it's cool. Ooh, it's like a CSGO knife flip. It's like the karambit, like the. Ooh, sheesh. I like it, actually. Nice tats, dude. Thank you. Thank you, Chris. I got my whole back blasted too. Awesome. Can you turn in AV marks for more honor? You can, but not just AV marks. It has to be everything. It has to be everything. One of each. But dude, that is a very nice one-handed animation. That's like best in class one-handed animation. Is that just for daggers though, or whatever this is, or is that like the? For some reason, I feel like the mace one might not be as cool, but it's sword actually, and you do use swords, bro. It looks fire. Someone clipped that. What up, bearded dad? How you doing, man? Chris, follow the stream, brother, if you haven't already. Salve Dali mentioned. Yeah, Salve Dali. He's a true vanilla WoW enjoyer. I was talking to him the other day, man, about the era stuff, and all the people who are like old school vanilla heads, dude. It's the same vibe, dude. We just don't have that dog in us anymore, bro. Like we're tired of fighting who. Like no one cares, dude. No one cares about vanilla. Vanilla is like. Even the vanilla people that are playing era, the era players, like it's so crazy to me, man. The era players are supposed to be my people, you know, the people that love vanilla WoW like they're playing vanilla WoW even when TBC's out, right? But even they think I'm crazy. So I don't know, man. It's like there's no one left, man. Oh my, the animations really are cool though. Very cool. Okay, let's turn this in. Whoa, man, it's really cool. Really cool. Really cool. I'm so glad we went male. Green chain gauntlets. Hype. Dude, when do I get judgment, man? I still don't have judgment. I'm level 5. It's gotta be now. So is there any like what's gonna be different about this and Vanilla Paladin leveling up? What about Seal of Blood and stuff? Do you get that early? Seal of Blood or Seal of Martyr or whatever it's called? I don't know if you get taunt early. Like, I don't know if we're going to be doing, like, Wailing Caverns with taunt. I have no idea.
Anubilore Delana.
Anubilore Delana.
Shorelaron.
Shirelaron. Bashalanore. Oh, or, like, Consecration 20 base. I know that. But I wonder how different this experience is going to be. Or if we even attempt leveling Prot, you know? Do we even attempt leveling? Probably not, dude. Oh, probably not. We probably just level Rhett, right? Rhett with a shield, if anything. That's always kind of the bummer, dude. Like, it sounds so cool in concept to level a certain way, and then you go look at the talents, and you see, like, move speed in the Rhett tree, and you're like, okay.
Glory to the Sindora.
Guess my hands are tied. Did we train? Oh yeah, Judgment. In there, baby. In there, dude. Woo! Oh my gosh. Dude, Blood Elf's kind of cool, man. I don't really play classes that buff. Look at that. Insane. Insane. And I'm not memeing. Like, this is actually... This is the only option, right? Like, I'm not playing off meta. This is Biss right here. Blood Elf Palette. This is rank 1 right here, baby. This is rank 1 right here. Let's see the Judgment animation. Oh yeah. Oh wait, I just reminded myself. So you need to do a macro that judges and then reapplies the seal. I think that's a thing. Judge. So it's start attack, cast Judgment, cast Seal of Righteousness. Righteousness. Okay, let's see if that works. Oh yeah, that works. Insane. Perfect. Okay. Amazing. Dude, we're getting it, man. Dude, we're making it to 60, bro. We're making it to 60. All day. All day. That feels like a little burst combo already, man. Dude, just for the animations, man, I'm tempted to just level Rhett, but one-hand shield. Is that bad, guys? It could be good. You know how the top warrior right now, guys, when he does speedruns, he actually levels sword and shield. I'm not even kidding. The number 1 rank 1 speedrunner warrior, he levels sword and shield right now. So maybe it could be good for Paladin too. Get ourselves a nice little wing blade. Nice little wing blade. Ooh. And we can use like enchants and weapons and stuff, right? It just has to be from the guild. Dude, I wonder, are there people level 60 already, guys, in hardcore TBC? Ompi was getting up there. He's got to be one of the tip of the spear. And he died in Ungoro, so there's probably no one 60 yet. Maybe like Zeroji or something, right? That's probably the case. Zeroji 60 figures. Do you ever get recognition for trailblazing the WoW HC scene? I remember you way back then. I want to believe that is kind of widespread knowledge. I think a lot of people don't like me as a human being, but they still give me some respect for spearheading that as a challenge. And like, if you like Google it or like ChatGPT it or something, like, you know, how did the hardcore WoW challenge start? Like, it's kind of, I'm happy the way the dust settled, you know. It's kind of like cemented. Like, that's like the lore, you know, love it or hate it, that's the lore of it. So like I feel like it worked out, you know. It worked out. I never really made a bag off hardcore or anything, you know what I mean? I just kicked it off, you know. Let's go get this scroll of Scourge magic. Level 5 already. Okay. Run up the ramp. Kill a tainted arcane wraith. Loot it for its tainted arcane sliver. There isn't an official, right? Y'all just playing on PvE TBC. What's up, some lame name? Yeah, I mean, it's not actually delete, but that could be better. I'm not even kidding, dude, because you can still play these characters after they die if you want. Where on hardcore, they actually get moved to another server and stuff, right? And like, there is Soul of Iron on this server, so you really can track it. It's not like you're LARPing with your friends. Like it is tracked. You know, the only thing that would potentially not be tracked is if people are cheating without guild found, you know, like you could just be like swiping, like turn the add-on off, swipe, and then go buy a bunch of shit. But at that point, you're just cheating yourself, you know. If you're gonna do this, like just fucking do it properly. Like, oh wait, oh, what is this? Kill it, loot it. Okay. What a cool looking mob, dude. What is this mob? Whoa, dude, it's like a fell looking void walker. Yo, what's up, Trilox? How you doing, man? Kargoz, vroom vroom. Wait, why do people hate you? I'm out of the loop, bro. I mean, for a variety of reasons, man. The thing is, dude, I genuinely believe this, guys. You have a fuse. When you expose yourself to the internet, everyone will become a villain at some point. It's literally just a matter of time. And probably the best strat is to stay low key and to not make too much move. You know, like, you know, not make too much noise, because if you just are on the internet long enough, you're going to get a lot of haters for whatever reason. And it's not even actually anything that you did necessarily. They just don't like your persona, which is totally fair. You know, some people just don't like your vibe or whatever. Like, even with your significant other right now, I would ask you to think about your significant other. You don't really analyze your significant other really like on paper so much, like their looks in the vacuum compared to other people's looks. They're kind of just like your person, right? It's just like their vibe, their aesthetic, their energy, a lot of human connection is that. Dude, is this a skip angle? What's going on up here? What is this? Oh. I think they're trying to kill this guy. Oh, nice. Insane. Yeah, so, you know, because when people like pick and choose their streamers and they say like, oh, I like this streamer, but I don't like this other streamer. To me, it makes no sense. Like it doesn't make much sense. Like there will be people, for example, that say like, oh, like I hate Kargoz, but like, oh, I love Payo, or like I hate Payo, but I love Kargoz. You know what I mean? Like, or I you know, hate this streamer, but I like this other streamer. But we're all kind of the same in a way. You know what I mean? It's not like we all have toxic sides of us. We all have like good sides of us. So for me, it's not really even a logical thing. It's more of like, I just like their vibe, their energy, their humor, their whatever. But yeah, I think like just been around for a minute, dude. Been around for a hot minute. Remember, Kargoz, you can group with non-HCs in the open world. Oh yeah, thanks, man. I didn't even think about that. I've always loved the Belf starting zone. What made you decide to roll Blood Elf today? Particular, not much. We're just trying to expand our horizons. Like, we're playing TBC hardcore for the first time. This is literally my first playthrough ever, and I feel like would be a missed opportunity to play Orc Hunter for the 40,000th time. You know, even though that's actually low-key what I want to play. This is like good. We're trying new things. Like, this is. I want to believe that this helps them in some way too. You know, like the hardcore movement, like having one of the OGs play it, and like maybe they get some people out of it. Like if you guys are watching this, right? You never know. There could be like 5 people who start playing, like for real, start playing today. And the Discord link is discord.gg/TBCHC. You guys want to join? I love Payo, but his content is just funny. Tribalism at its core. Yeah, I don't think it's bad. It's just how it is, you know? Like, it's just how it is. TBC dungeon tourney. Yeah. It's been a while though since I played a Blood Elf. It's been a while since It feels pretty good right now. This feels pretty fresh. I hope we don't die, guys. You know what I mean? Like hitting some Wailing Caverns with the boys, doing full quest run. I wonder if I could convince Bobka to do this. Oh, dude, this mob, though. This is a very unique looking mob. I feel like this is only in the Blood Elf Zone. Look at that, guys. It's a rare exotic beast. It's the Tainted Arcane Wraith. That is a cool looking mob, man. Nice. I got his Taint. Oh, it's only one. Okay, okay. Oh, Hearth now. Dude, we're doing it. We're crushing it, dude. We're a professional Blood Elf player now. Pro BE enjoyer now, guys. I'm gonna make a guide on it now. I mean, honestly, that's my plan. To be honest, I'm leveling my Paladin HC right now, but if I die, I'm just playing it on softcore. Oh, hell yeah. What's up, BMNJ? Good to see you. Asmongold and Hassan are not the same. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about the political stuff. That's different, you know? Like, that's... I don't really know or care much about the political stuff. Obviously, that's extremely polarizing at a baseline level, but... you know, I've seen people make that comparison specifically between, like... Peyo and myself. I'm not sure why, dude. Honestly, I don't think we're that similar, actually. Are we? Am I similar to Peyo? I don't even know, dude. But people are like, oh yeah, like I hate Kargoz, fucking milking the community, blah 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 blah. Oh, I love Peyo though. But yeah, Peyo and I are cool. I've known Peyo since private servers. Like I still remember him. I still remember him like doing the same laugh, same shit he's doing now, like world PvPing. Same exact laugh, literally the exact same content like 9 years ago. Ganking people on his undead rogue in like Winter Spring, streaming on YouTube to like 3 people. I'm not even kidding. Not even kidding. Like I have one specific memory where like I watched him do just that. He's doing the same laugh and he had 3 viewers. Yeah. Any tips how to kill BM Hunter as a Destro Warlock in pre-patch? That damn pushback and damage. The main thing that makes it really tough to kill them, man, is the bestial immunity shit.
Our enemies will fall.
Because you can't control them at all. So it's the same type of stuff you have to do with. Well, I might as well just hit 6 right now. I'm so close. Let me just kill a few things. So against the BM Hunter, don't try to run from them. You'll never run from a Hunter, right? You actually have to push into them. Even though it's not going to, basically, even though it's not going to CC them, you still have to throw your coil into them. You still have to throw your Shadow Fury into them. You also, one thing I'm getting better at as Destro Lock is pretty much every 8 seconds on the dot, you will get a free Shadow Bolt. So anticipate it. As soon as that pet touches you, you are going to pretty much immediately have an instant Shadow Bolt. So get your elements up on them, assuming you're going to get it. And then fling the Shadow Bolt in their face and try to scare them, right? Shadow burn them early. So like BM Hunter opens on me right now, right? I'm probably just going to elements him first global, start walking towards him. As soon as the pet touches me, it's going to intimidate me. You trinket that and you just Shadow Bolt them in the face. That's going to kind of scare him, right? Then you're walking towards him, Shadow Burn, Death Coil, you have Hellstone. And actually Drain Life is an option, but I don't think it's the best, actually. The best thing to do is, yeah, actually forget Drain Life. It's not good versus Hunter. It's to spam basically Immolate or Searing Pain in their face. So you have a lot of pushback resistance on those from Talents and your glove bonus. So getting up in their face and trying to just like Immolate can flag them in their face or Searing Pain them in their face. You have a decent shot, honestly. You know, I think if they open on you, they get the opener and they have full cooldowns and stuff, like they're favored, they will kill you really, really fast. But if you have everything as well, that's how I've been dealing with them. But Hunters are really tough. In my opinion, they're the strongest in the pre-patch right now. Their damage is absolutely busted. Do you have a good place? I can't find a good lock PvP talent guide. Oh yeah, dude, I got you. I mean, there's not much for pre-patch though, bro, because pre-patch is kind of whatever. No one really cares about pre-patch, but this is a site that I've been building with the top rank 1 players. If you go to it, it's called tbcpvp.com. It's got that rank 1 SEO domain. It's already starting to rank on search engines right now because it's just anytime anyone searches TBC PvP, it's going to show up as #1. But we're working with like Mir, Pepe's, Uzbeki. I talked with Spank the other day. I'm not sure if he's going to do coaching, but he is. If we can get Spank on there, like he's literally like the genius savant of WoW TBC PvP arena. But yeah, hoping to just get the best coaches, best players on there so people can learn, improve. And all the guides are free. Payo is entertaining, Kargoz is entertaining, that's all that matters. People get too personal. I appreciate it, man. I don't think I'm nearly as funny or entertaining as Payo, but I want to believe that there's something unique about my energy, you know? That's all you can hope for at the end of the day. That's all you can hope for. A couple more and we'll ding 6. I don't know what we get at 6. I think we get bubble. Yo, is there... Can we focus for a second on differences between vanilla and TBC leveling, guys? I feel like there's more here than we might think. But I'm kind of struggling to remember. So, Elite Quest turn normal. Bro, look how many Blood Elves there are. All these people can boost. And yet...
Anaria Shola.
And yet...
State your business.
Starting zone is literally chock full. Feels like a fresh server, a rolling fresh server. I bet you though half these people just get to level 6, get the nostalgia itch, and then log out. Or get to like level 10, you know? Nothing wrong with it. Early dungeons grant a lot better loot. Oh, you know, one thing that I'd be interested to see if they I'd be interested to see is if they do the same thing with Arrow, where you know how the bosses give you a ton of XP. I like that meta personally. Where it encourages you to do the dungeons every day, just to kill the bosses even, you know? I think that's pretty cool.
Be ready for anything.
Be ready for anything. Victory at the Sunwell. Seal of the Crusader. Do we use this? Let's see. Let's compare the two. Let's have a look-see. Rank 2 Holy Lights Poggers. 60 mana, 35 mana. I guess we might as well keep the other rank as well. Seal of Righteousness. Each attack additional 4 holy damage. Unleashing is 24. Seal of the Crusader. Grants 36 melee attack power. Dude, that's gotta be better. What the fuck? That's a lot. 4 extra damage versus 36 AP at this low level. And you also attack 40% faster. Oh, but you deal less damage, that's right. Let's try it. Just try it out. Just try it out. Probably need to create like a judge macro for all the different seals. Seal of the Crusader or Crusader? Seal of the Crusader. Let's try it out. I love doing stuff like this, just messing with stuff and like testing the combat efficiency of different things. So fun. I think for Kargoz it's engaging, making me think about the game from a different perspective. If I want to laugh, I got 10 different things other than zoomer, humor, and being loud.
Glory to the Sindori.
Yeah, I feel like my niche, and actually when I'm most vested in the game, and is like when I like being a student of the game, guys. I like feeling like the game is worth studying. And that's part of why I like the static metas as opposed to like the evolving, like discover new things metas. I like studying a static meta, being a student of the game, and then sharing that knowledge with people. I like the idea of like the game, being able to take the game seriously enough where you want to learn about it, you know? And I think the times where I've like
keep your wits
pieced out from the community and like stopped streaming or stopped whatever, part of it was because part of it was feeling like I wasn't really, it didn't feel like the I don't know, like the game was worth studying. Like it's hard to explain. But that's kind of why I'm getting so excited to come back for arena stuff, you know? Because arena feels worth it. Like it actually feels like a genuine challenge. It feels like there's a lot of knowledge there. Oh man, I really like the one-handed animations on Blood Elf, guys. I think that's going to be my niche. I'll level Ret with one-hand shield. I think I could get into that. One hand shield, baby. Go get red and trust me. Oh shit, Winky's playing? What level is Winky? Level 13 Blood Elf Paladin? Am I copying Winky? Oh man. Yeah, Ren does sound lit for sure. Ren does sound lit. You gonna gear yourself to the teeth to level? I'd like to. I don't see any problem with it. You know, like I think it'd make for a better stream, better content. If anybody in the guild is high level, wants to juice your boy up, you know, give me some gear, anything like that, I appreciate
lies
it.
Ahead.
It's always fun leveling with nice weapons and stuff, you know. But I'm gonna do dungeons, try to get the weapons from that stuff too. Ooh, listen to that Blood Elf music. Look at that. That's kind of epic. Whoa. It's a whole new world. It's so big. Talk to the corpse on the ground. Whoops. Okay. Turn in package recovery, except completing the delivery. Draw distance low. Yeah, they actually changed something in the client where there's more fog now. I saw somebody complaining about it on Reddit. They were saying that like before you could render in the entire zone using like a console command, and even back at like in the day, original TBC like or original vanilla, you'd be able to render the entire map out if you wanted to with no fog. But they disabled that console command now, so it's actually kind of a bummer. I want TBC era so bad. TBC best expansion, but hard when it's a temporary server. Yeah, let's pray that Blizzard gives us TBC era. Let's pray they give us era, boys. Seal commit? Dude, we can seal twist already? Give me the TLDR with seal twisting again, guys. Like any paladin players in there, like is it just objectively better to do all the time? Like is it the type of thing like with shaman where you can do it but you just hemorrhage mana, like you just lose mana so much that it's you only want to do it in like a short period of time? Just I probably need some kind of weak aura or something too, right? Because with shaman it makes sense to me. You put a totem down, you get the buff, right? Then you can switch the totem. With seal twisting, it's like you have to switch the seal right as you're about to attack or something. I just don't understand it. I feel like actual deep dive arena strat discussion is a big opportunity most people don't do. Yeah, I think a big opportunity will be
Victory lies ahead.
Doing some matchup guides too. Those really don't seem to exist at all in any kind of high quality capacity. So if we can get some of these big brains to do like a DPR versus X, Y, or Z matchup guide, DPR versus Warrior Druid, DPR versus Warrior, Rogue Druid.
Do not loiter.
Salama Ashalanore.
I feel like I need to buy a weapon here. I feel like that's what I'm supposed to do.
What do you seek?
Gladius, 3.8 DPS. Two-handed sword, 3.6. Gladius.
Shorel Aram.
Sell your weapon for a Gladius. Yeah, it tells me to do that in RXP, so.
Everything has a price.
Sick. Okay, we got the weapon now. Set our Hearthstone. Bro, look at this. This is the next zone. Still pretty crowded. Feels good being able to play TBC like this, though, on real classic servers. I think the only other times I've played Blood Elves, it was on private server.
Time is of the essence. Remember
kind of like
the sun
laggy,
well.
high ping, weird looking client. This is nice. Okay, let's see. Loot unstable mana crystal boxes on the ground. Kill Thalos the Hungerer. Loot him for the head. Got it. Got a nice big old new sword, Gladius. Big Kargo's back at it again. What's up, John Delano? Good to see you, brother. Yeah, This is our very first time playing TVC hardcore, guys, so you always remember your first, right? It's enjoyable to be able to do it with you guys and to try it out. And I'm glad we went Blood Elf, you know? I think if we went Duratar, it might feel like just the same old. Good morning, Azeroth reunion stream needed. Yeah, Dunedain actually did hit me up a couple weeks ago, wanting to see if we could get the boys back together for one more time. Unstable mana crystal. TBC fresh. We still have yet to see a TBC fresh. I am sensing a bit of fresh fatigue with the community, though. I don't know if they did a TBC fresh this time, if it would be really popular. Maybe it would, though. I think it probably would be for anyone hardcore would probably play on it. Come to think of it. So everyone that's doing this challenge right now would play on the fresh. But that's kind of a small community. Like, let me ask the chat right now. If there was a fresh TBC server, would you have played on that instead of boosting? Instead of paying for a 58 boost to be able to participate on the main server, would you have just played fresh if there was, let's say, increased leveling speed fresh TBC? Would that have been better for you? Like, would you have preferred that and saved the 60 bucks? Or 80 bucks or whatever? Probably not. Fresh always better. Because I am sensing some fresh fatigue with people. You know, I feel like I love a good fresh too, but we've had quite a few, and the community have seen quite a few, like Frontier, OnlyFangs. These are all essentially kind of fresh in a bottle type of things, you know. Fresh 1X. Yeah, and we still haven't seen a TBC fresh. When I say TBC is Classic Plus, I say that from a perspective of having played a TBC fresh before. Like, it was private server though, right? It is really fun. When you get to the crossroads and you're seeing Blood Elves there leveling and all the new abilities, and the pacing feels a little bit snappier, the leveling feels a little bit snappier. It's harder for me to believe that it's Classic Plus when I'm thinking about it from like an established server that already exists. But in a vacuum, if you looked at a TBC fresh server and thought about it through the lens of this is Classic Plus, I think it checks a lot of the boxes people are looking for, you know. So boosting is sacrilege. I appreciate that there's still some people like you out there, Nutmutt, that still actually kind of have values and morals and stuff too, though. You know what I mean? Like I just, it's, yeah. Realistically, we probably shouldn't even all be subbed to Blizzard right now, right? But it is what it is. They have the rights to our game, to our favorite game. It is what it is, man. Still can't spit on boosties. I can't believe they did that, bro. They removed spit from the game. Too funny. Too funny, man. No, we literally just did it. I went TBC and pre-patch PvP. Yeah. Yeah. I'm optimistic, though. I mean, I've been away from the community for a while, right? I didn't play much Anniversary. And coming back to the scene, I might have a different take on it. Like, one of my favorite things about TBC this time around, guys, is that it feels kind of like a private server in the sense that we're all playing on the same server, or like one of two servers. It feels a little bit more intimate. I like the idea that when you queue against a battleground against a team and you look at the names, sometimes it's people on your server, you know, just all people on your own server. I miss that from OG Vanilla and stuff, right? Where you'd have like kind of like rivals and enemies and people you'd look out for in the BG, you know? To me, WoW is always about the journey. Yeah. I was watching Grace today a bit. And I think he's on a kind of like a positive Peter, I don't want to crash out thinking about how horrible Blizzard is type of vibe. Which, I mean, I can't blame him, honestly. Like, if this is, you know, that's your full-time thing and you're streaming all these hours and, like, you just, it might just be kind of toxic to think like that, right? But I could tell even today, I could tell it was affecting him, the boost. I do think Grace is a leveler, right? And, like, the main thing he enjoys is leveling, and wow, there's nothing wrong with it, you know? It's actually perfectly fine. That's just his vibe. Like, he likes, you know, speed run, leveling, fresh. I think a big part of it for him too is like the independence of being able to do what you want. It's like that Texas energy, you know. You don't want to be like forced to do something you don't want. That he can control the journey, he can go through it. And I was just sensing a little bit that like the boost is such a bummer to someone like Grace. I think once upon a time it would have bothered me more too, you know. But first time I've seen you on a class besides Warlock. Nice, man. Yeah, I mean, it's good to have you here, Big Bro. You're like new to the stream in general, bro. Like, it's cool we get some new people. Instant 58 makes it look identical to private server. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, we talked about it a bit yesterday. Ampi said it really well. You don't have the same connection with the boosted characters. And it's very likely that there's going to be a huge fall off with the people boosting. Also, you know, I've been hearing videos, guys. People really think TBC is going to die in 2 months. Thoughts? It's okay if you feel that way, but let's talk about it. You really think TBC is going to die in 2 months? I don't know about that, man. I feel like people are hating on TBC or something. Like, it's... Dude, there's no way. I'm gonna pull up some videos. Let me see if I can find one. It's a pretty common sentiment to believe that TBC is going to die after 2 months. Hold on, let me find this video for you. Oh my god, new Azimus video, POV, you buy 9 level 58 boosts in Classic 2.0. I gotta see this.
Airbnb pays me about $2,700 and sent me to Now here's the thing.
I love this dude, Azimus. I actually played some private servers with this guy before. We played Everlook together, that vanilla white kidney fresh. If any of you guys remember that server. He just came out with a new video. POV, you buy 9 level 58 boosts in TBC Classic 2.0. Let's watch this. Only 2 minutes.
Oh man. After years and years of waiting, the Burning Crusade pre-patch is finally here! And now I can make a Draenei and a Blood Elf. Yippee! The Burning Crusade, the best expansion ever made. Boy, I'm so hyped. I'm so excited to do every single quest in Eversong Woods. It's by far the best zone ever made by Blizzard. Nothing even comes close. The aesthetic, the Blood Elves, I just love it. Oh, now it's time to get in game on my new Blood Elf Paladin. Belf hype? Oh yeah, I'm in game. Look at all these other Blood Elves. Man, I don't think I've ever been so excited. It feels like Christmas Day. Back in 2007 when I got my Xbox 360 with Halo 3. Good times.
Take me back, brother.
Just look at the scenery. It feels good to be home. Oh man, all the mobs are dead. Oh, look, a mana worm. Wait, what am I doing? I can just buy a level 58 boost in the item store. I could literally save days off my life by just buying this boost, thereby skipping all the content. Then I'll be ready to go through the Dark Portal in 3 weeks, all without doing a single thing in game. Only £49. That's unbelievably cheap. Oh yeah, maxed out the girlfriend's credit card to do this.
Is one of every class.
What she don't
Shaman
know
hype,
won't hurt.
rogue hype.
Besides, it only cost £441. Now I've got 9 level 58 boosted characters in the Burning Crusade pre-patch, all ready to go through the Dark Pool.
Bro, did he actually buy these? This is Spine Shatter PvP. Did he actually buy this? Dude, that's the actual server, right? Isn't this the actual EU server? No shot, he spent 450 bucks.
But now begs the question, what do I do for the next 3 weeks?
Business tax write-off?
Guess I'll take a break. TBC hype, TBC hype.
Oh, man. That's funny. Yeah, let's watch. There's another video I was looking for, though. TBC. It's a video. We're going to react to a react, okay? I know that might be cringe for some people, but it's my boy Solheim Gaming. He's been reacting to some of my stuff recently. He did a react to a video. React on his second channel. And I wanted to watch it with you guys. This dude's content's gotten a lot better over the years. One second. Second channel. "2026 could be the best or worst year for World of Warcraft."
Keeping a certain...
Here we go.
So this right here is a
I'm going to start it so you can guys see what video it is.
video
And I'm
by
going to move it off
somebody we've
screen and we
seen
can keep
content
leveling.
from before, and I like scrolling
Actually,
down, by the way,
I'm
so
gonna
you can
do
see
it
the
like
name
this.
of the creator and also the title here as well.
do it like this.
So this right here is the video. WoW 2026, best case versus worst case by Ivan the Space Biker. Let's
What's
find out.
the best and worst case scenario for World of Warcraft in 2026? I know this might sound weird coming from me, but I'm actually an optimistic person, despite how negative I am about the game in my videos lately. Still, I really don't buy into the hype that 2026 is going to be the biggest year
You guys
in
hear that
World of
okay?
Warcraft's history. And I saw that opinion quite a lot around YouTube. If anything, I think
2026 could be the biggest year in World of Warcraft history. That's
Hey, this guy has
wild
probably
comps.
seen my videos, because I've been saying this a lot. I think this year will be one of the biggest years for WoW, and not just because of Classic Plus announcement, because I think that's happening at BlizzCon 2026, but it's just like, we
Yes, we're watching a video of a person watching a video.
have TBC anniversary right now, and we will have a Midnight WoW as well for retail enjoyers coming out in
Midnight
March. Then we have a BlizzCon 2026, where they are doing two things very likely. They are announcing Classic Plus, and very likely when it's coming out as well. And they are also probably going to be announcing and talking about the last title for retail, which is the third and final installment of like this whole World Soul saga that we have in retail. So I think it's a big year. It's going to be covering basically the future of retail and the future of Classic at the same time.
I don't feel like cooking today.
Sorry.
shaping up to be one of the weaker ones, but that's fine, kind of, because I think 2027 will be that great year, and in a way, 2026 being weak will help the next one shine even brighter. I'd love for 2026 to surprise me, but realistically, it's gonna be a boring year if you ask me. So let's talk about what's actually coming in 2020.
We got BlizzCon this year, right, boys? For the first time in how many years? 3 years? 3, 4 years? Something like that?
26. For classic players, it's TBC again. There are some tweaks here and there, but let's be real, it's basically the same TBC we played a few years ago, and not that different from the 2007 version either. I see the hype building up, but believe me, it will not last. And this isn't
not that different from the 2007.
You see what I'm saying, dude? Believe me, the hype will not last. I've been hearing this from a lot of people that are like kind of like half retail, half classic indies. Like they genuinely think this game's gonna die in 2 months. Bro, like this is something that like fundamentally I feel like it doesn't compute in my mind. Like it's okay to run it back. I feel like this is a fundamental difference between retail indies and classic indies. Like there is literally zero thing wrong with running it back. Like it's mastery. It's like actually we like knowing the game. We like playing a solved game. We like doing it differently, playing a different class. Like totally okay that it's like it's the same content over again. There's really nothing wrong with that. Like, TBC is a great game. It's a good game that you want to run back and like re-experience, you know what I mean? And that's something that has always differentiated us from the retail people, where they just want it to be like some continuous story where it's different all the time, you know what I mean? And I even though I can be like a big Blizzard doomer, I don't think TBC is going to die in 2 months. This is one of the best video games ever made. How could it possibly die in 2 months, man?
Version? I mean, bro. With the knowledge people have now, it's already like massively different than the 2007 version. And then TBC Classic in itself was already different than the like previous version. This one we have dual spec from the start.
Yeah, dude, dual spec is that's
raid
big.
wide heroism / bloodlust. Terror cones increase spawn rates.
Yep.
Post nerf raids, pre nerf dungeons. Soul of Iron buff for hardcore players. Just to name a few so far.
And Solheim's not really like a PvPer, right? Like, there's a ton of arena stuff too. Arena is looking much better this time around. Personal rating is much better, and faster gearing. They really have made a lot of big plays to the arena side of things. Yeah, faster gearing, more points, personal rating. Still got some bugs in the arena that we got to fix or try to get fixed.
I mean, also saying that the TBC, the first version, isn't like classic, isn't that far off. 2007, we had level 58 boosts. If you went back in time to 2007 and you told people at some point you're gonna play TBC and have a level 58 boost that you can just buy and skip to level 58, they would look at you and they would tell you this version of the game will be so dead. You know?
That is true. I do.
TBC
that is true.
hate.
And now you also get a mount, like a flying mount. The mount you're getting, by the way, when you buy the pack is basically like the gladiator mounts. They are the only ones with that.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. Like, were the mounts even needed though, boys? Like, couldn't they have just like not done the mounts? Like, if they wanted the boost, like, it come to think of it, it is a little excessive, bro. Like, why? Why add that extra layer, dude? Like, just give him like a basic, you know, like a basic flying mount or something. You know, they had to give him some like free, like, dude, the free Nether Drake is kind of cringe, right? Like, I think that will actually have an effect on people doing that Nether Drake reputation for, you know, the egg dailies. Are people going to do that when it looks like almost identical to the communal Andy mount? Like, I don't know, bro. I don't think so. Even the Glad Drake gonna hit a little bit different. Like, it still does look cooler. I agree. We talked about this yesterday with Bobby, but you know, I don't know, dude. It's just like so extra for no reason.
That armor.
I'll play it too, and I like TBC. The problem is retention. Vanilla kept people hooked somewhat because the whole world mattered. In TBC, it doesn't. Everything happens in
okay,
output.
I'm crashing out, dude. These people are wrong, dude. I swear, dude, these people are wrong, bro. I'm starting to crash out a little bit. This is a misconception, dude. They say that the old world doesn't matter. It's like literally just not true. You're just a noob, bro. Like, I'm sorry, you're just a noob. Like, we looked at it yesterday. There's actually a lot of BIS consumables that you still go back into the world for, just on a baseline level. Dark runes, you're still farming Skullomans, you're still farming Strathome, you still need demon elixirs, you're still getting arcane elixirs because they're cheap. You still need to level up professions. You still need to go literally. There will probably be people doing phylactery runs and also the tier 3 shoulder enchantment runs in TBC. There will probably still be people doing Badge of the Swarm Guard runs and stuff like that in TBC. Like, it's not dead, bro. Like, you still have to go back to the old world to do stuff. You know, and if that's going to be your take, then you have to compare it to something else. In what other expansion do you go back to the old world more, right? If he's saying the old world is dead. Because starting in Watlook and beyond, that's where it really starts dying. Like, TBC, this is why it actually feels like a good expansion, is you have to go to the old world quite a lot more than you would think. Anyway.
Leveling is way faster, especially when most of us start at 60, and once you hit endgame, if you're not into PvP, it's still raid logging with a few extra steps. That's actually why I'm skipping raiding this time, for the most part, and I'm gonna try to give PvP a fair shot for the first time ever. Outside of PvP though, TBC is basically a smaller vanilla. Better balance, better raids for sure.
Like, in theory, this makes a lot of sense, by the way, because
I don't know, bro. This is unhinged. Is this unhinged just for me? Like, it's like just making some bold statements. Oh, it's just a better vanilla, smaller vanilla, better classes, better raids. Just sort of like better classes, better raids. Like those are like you gotta back up those claims, bro. You gotta back up. You're just gonna toss out just better raids, better classes. You know, like I mean, I could see some of the truth in that, like some glimmers of truth in that, but that's like not like a light statement. You know what I mean? I mean. Anyway.
In Classic, usually the world matters a lot, and you do basically go through the entire world, every single zone. You experience more of what the game has to offer. But the way Classic people play the...
I mean, I will say that is TBC a smaller game than vanilla? In my opinion, yes. Even though it's technically bigger, right? Because you have the old world plus Outlands. The actual player experience is the world feels smaller. Because you don't go around as much as you do in vanilla to do stuff out in the open world. You're getting summoned everywhere. You can summon at the stones. You don't need locks to summon you anymore. And Outlands, if you're on a 280 speed mount or a 310 mount, is super small, you know? So I agree with him on that point. But like the video he's watching kind of feels like someone who actually never like really played TBC before.
Game, it just doesn't play out that way. It works differently because in Classic WoW, the way people level, and when I say people, I mean a lot of people level this way. They simply buy gold. They find a mage and they buy a mage boost, and they AFK at the start of a dungeon until they get to level 60, and then they buy even more gold. They do some dungeons to get pre-raid bis. They do raids. They buy flasks. They buy everything they can to like help them improve in raids, and then they simply raid log. The only way that the world matters really is when getting the world buffs, in which case you have taxi services set up, so you pay a warlock to summon you. You go talk to an NPC in Dire Maul, get world buffs, get summoned to Beauty Bay, get world buffs, Hearthstone back to Orgrimmar, or Stormwind, get world buffs, go to the raid. In theory, everything he says makes complete sense so far, but in reality and the way people play, the world doesn't really matter that much in Classic anymore. It used to at some point, but now a lot more people are more willing to like just simply buy gold and then spend that gold on mage boost, consumes, buffs, you name it. Way bigger percentage of the player base currently buys gold than in 2019. There is not even a question in that sense.
Yeah, I pulled the chat yesterday. We were doing BGs, and I asked you guys like what percentage, if you had to guess, of the active player base has bought gold in the last year. The majority of the opinions were like 70% plus, and there were some people who thinks it's lower, that like we're overestimating it, right? Like 25, 30%, whatever it might be. But it is what it is, man. Like I think that this server, like it's kind of like the commercialized server. Like it kind of is the Mickey D's. It's like the fast food, like budget, quicker, snappier, fast food WoW version, right? Like that's kind of just the grain of it. Like that's the culture. That's how the server is. Like just ride it out for what it's worth. You know what I mean? Like it's not strictly worse that it's like that, because it is what it is, right? Like every server has its own culture, has its own like vibe, its own meta, its own whatever. And it can be enjoyable, just like other servers, like even just like a hardcore server, it could be enjoyable, right? Like Bloodsail Buccaneers had its own vibe, for example, right? Benediction had its own vibe, Faralina had its own vibe, like Scarum had its own vibe. Of course, I think it's like not the best, but this type of meta, I guess I would ask you guys, is this type of meta we're playing in still fun and enjoyable in a way? I think it is still, so.
By the way, that is a fact.
Sure, but you hit the okay, now what moment even faster. Your options are to level another character or PvP, and most players aren't into that either. And on top of all of that, I don't think TBC will generate the same community moments or organic events that Vanilla did either. We already know Soda Poppin is gonna run some PvP tournament, and that's gonna be insanely fun to watch. but by the nature of it, it will not last long. There's also talk about TBC Hardcore, where opinions are split, but I don't think it's gonna work. Yes, TBC has way more stuff that's just not compatible with Hardcore, random instant deaths in raids.
Is this a dick-sucking competition?
Pure RNG nonsense, but that's not even the main issue for me. The real problem is once again the leveling, because Hardcore WoW was fun to play and to watch so far, not because of raiding. That's a 4-hour weekly event, but because of the hundreds of hours before that, the leveling part. And the biggest sin that started all the way back in TBC was slowly killing the relevance of leveling. In TBC, a ton of elite quests in the old world were tuned into normal quests. For example, the Red Ridge Mountains elites. They are gone, and now you can just solo all of those quests like any others. Leveling is fast.
Yeah, dude, my shaman right now, my Draenei shaman that I'm leveling in the pre-patch is level 37. The amount of elite quests that are no longer elite is kind of crazy, by the way. And it really helps you speed up leveling, because now, especially in the pre-patch as well, when there's not too many people to group it all the time, like, they introduced the level...
I don't know, dude. This guy's arguments against TBC Hardcore, he's probably a nice guy, right? He sounds like a nice guy. He's just like, you know, that's just his surface level take. Like, these are the best hardcore. These are the best arguments for hardcore. Dude, I swear to God, there's more reason to play TBC Hardcore when it feels impossible. I've been there, bro. You guys have been there as well, right? Like, when it feels like, oh, there's no shot we could do this, though, right? When there's a wall, that's when it feels at its best. It actually feels kind of bad when you think it's like, when people have cleared all the content and like Kel'Thuzad has fallen, right? And now the meta and the expectation is like, well, of course you cleared all the content. You know, it's a 20-year-old game. Of course you cleared the content. Like, and it will get there. I'm actually convinced they will. Some turbo sweat lords, it'll probably be Ampi and whoever he's with, right? We'll clear everything on hardcore. They will find a way, dude. Water finds a crack, dude. Sweat will find a way to min-max this old game. And I say this from a position of a lot of experience with it, right? Because we literally saw how everything took place with vanilla and on Bloodsail and everything. Like, I still remember the feeling of thinking like getting to level 20 with one life was genuinely impressive. And you can try to claim to me right now that was never the case, but I promise you that was the case.
Choose wisely.
Like, I remember doing BRD for the first time on hardcore ever. I remember doing Maradon for the first time on hardcore ever. You might think that's a joke, right? Had thousands of people watching a hardcore Maradon, and I genuinely like had like butterflies in my stomach. I was like scared of dying, you know? Like, it's just the table stakes have increased so much. It's now just normal to just full clear the entirety of the game with one life. So
enemies will fall.
It's actually good for hardcore when it feels like stuff is impossible.
Anaria Shola.
I genuinely think that. And I think he's saying that pretty much, like, a lot of these elite quests are no longer elite quests, so it's going to be easier and faster to level. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be a good or a bad thing. It could be a good thing. Like, maybe the leveling just feels a lot snappier now. And you go through the motions and you level and, like, you know, you just blast through STV. The 30s feel faster, the 40s feel faster. You know, we've all seen these quests before. And it's not necessarily a difficulty check or like a gut check in that sense. It's just kind of fun. Like, it's literally just fun. I'm just leveling. It feels kind of snappier, kind of quicker. Like, there's a community around it. You know what I mean? So I've heard all these type of takes before, you know. I don't think anything he's saying is bad for TBC. I think it's for TBC Hardcore. It's all good for TBC Hardcore.
58 boost, so there's less people now than there otherwise would be, right? It's great though that now I don't have to rely on finding groups, especially in this stage of the game. Like, on a fresh server where everybody's leveling, having group quests is cool, because then there's a sense of you need people. But in that case, there's a need for people, and there are people as well. It's supply and demand. When you join a game late, and a lot of quests are like, oh, you have to kill elites, here, find a group, and everybody's level 60, what you're gonna do, you have to beg a level 60 to help you do those quests, or simply skip them. Meanwhile now, leveling is more smooth to me because I don't have to skip a quest. Many of the quests are soloable. That being said, one of the...
dude, honestly, I mean, this is my first playthrough with TBC Hardcore, so I can't really speak, you know, too knowledgeably on it. But, you know, what if those like grinds in like the mid 40s, maybe you don't have to do Naga Cave, dude. Imagine that. Imagine you don't have to sit in the Naga Cave for like 6 levels and grind stuff. Like, just you can do more quests solo. They probably added more quests. I know for a fact they added quests. They added quests in Dustwallow Marsh, right? And maybe there's some other quests they added too, you know. So I don't know. You just have to try it. I think it could be good. It could be bad though. You could be right. Maybe it's a worse experience overall than 1 to 60. But you know the classes are stronger. You're kind of like Dynasty Warriors. The mobs a little bit more because you're just stronger relative to the mobs. You know, it takes a little bit less XP. Frontier HC Nax Clear will never be forgotten. Damn straight. I remember when you first started, the strat was literally going to be get to like level 48, then grind turtles the rest of the way just to be safe. Yeah, exactly. You know, so a lot of you guys have seen it, like every little rung in the ladder, every step of the way. And I think hardcore was more exciting when it felt impossible. Like, dude, I genuinely remember, man, and this was with Ompi. Don't even try to pretend like this was some dog shit gamers that we assembled. This was like with Ompi, with Stay Safe, with a lot of the top like streamers, the big audience. Really, we had access to every single top player, and we did meetings pre-Road to Ragnaros, like war cabinet style, like underground, like not top secret. That's a little bit like, you know, excessive, but like, you know, this was private. Like we didn't stream this stuff, and we were genuinely trying to plan out this Road to Ragnaros. And like even the most elite gamers were like, yeah, I don't think this is possible. I don't think this is possible, especially with the Psalm buffs that they're adding. This is not possible. Like we're not gonna be able to do this. Like we'd be lucky if we'd even be able to kill some like Molten Giants and Molten Core. Like, and we were talking about it as a group, like if we can just get into MC and just get a group of 40 gamers into MC, and if we kill any X number of trash mobs, whatever, until we all die, like that's going to be a success. We should still try to do it. It went from that to beating the entire game. Crazy.
State your business.
That I am doing, not that I am, that I
Keep your
have been
wits
doing.
about you.
I don't remember which one it was, but one of the quests still had, oh yeah, the Red Ridge quest he talked about. The 2 elite bosses are still elite. You need to play a very specific class to solo those bosses. I don't remember the names of them, but it's a Gath Ilsog, I think, and Thar something. But yeah, these two.
Theralzun, yo, any true vanilla WoW gamer, bro, you got those names memorized in your head. Gathel and Theralzun. Spending the whole day, like your weekend as a little 14-year-old trying to find a group to kill those guys in Red Ridge.
Bosses basically in the area he's talking about and where he is now. The other mobs are no longer elite, but the 2 bosses, they still are. So you kind of want to have a group with those 2 bosses still.
Across the board, especially from 1 to 60, and quests and dungeon rewards are stronger and more flexible. You get your mount for cheaper and at level 30, and all of this exists for one reason: to push you through the dark portal faster, out of the old boring world and into Outland, where the
bro, out of the old boring world, dude. Like, yo, these are fighting words, bro. Who the fuck are these people, man? No disrespect, but like, bro, like the old boring world, like it's like, I know I'm a little bit extreme with that, right? But like people are so quick to just shit on vanilla, dude. Like the old boring world, I don't know, man. Like just so quickly, like, oh, I mean, it's way better classes, way better raids, clearly. Like the old boring world, like nobody's trying to do that old content, that old like vanilla WoW. It's like, yo, show some respect. Actually, that's the goated game, like the best game ever made by human beings, bro. Watch your tongue, you know? I don't know.
fun begins, right? And that's why hardcore in TBC completely falls apart, because you will die in Outland. We don't know those quests as well. Dungeons are way more dangerous, especially heroics. And if you somehow make it all the way to 70 and get into a raid, is much harder to do than it was in vanilla. And when people die in hardcore, one of two things happen. They quit or they go again. As long as people go again, hardcore lives. But here's the problem. Going again in TBC sucks. The first 60 levels aren't the challenge anymore. They're just...
You see what I'm saying though, dude? It's like so like oversimplified, the thought process on it. It's not even the challenge anymore. I don't know about that, dude. Like it's kind of fun, dude. Like vanilla WoW is actually fun. You're going through the vanilla WoW world. It's different items dropping from the dungeons. You're more powerful. It's snappier, quicker leveling. Like, you know, I don't know, man. It's possible he's right. Like maybe I just need to actually die at level 70 and experience that, right? Imagine you die in slave pens. If you die in Shattered Halls at 70 after clearing Karazhan and then you're back to Elwyn Forest, does that hit different in TBC? I don't know, dude. I don't know if it would. It'd be like the same if it wasn't vanilla. You know what I mean? If it actually ended up mathing out to be the same amount of slash played to max, it's the same shit. You died at 60, you died at 70. It's the same slash played to get back. You know what I mean? If anything, it almost sounds a little bit... If it's the same slash played to get back, it sounds a little bit more fun to do it in a faster, snappier type of environment where you're blasting through the levels more. You know what I mean? And then a good chunk of that time is in Outland.
Homework. Everyone knows the real hardcore run only starts once you cross the dark portal.
The real
and
hardcore run.
Before that is basically child's play. That
Child's
alone
play.
gives a ton
Oh,
of the
it's
hype to
it's
reroll.
child's play,
And it
dude.
really matters that the 1 to 60 feels so much worse to play through, because even if it's faster, 1 to 16 TBC still takes a lot of time. Unless Blizzard is willing to fundamentally rethink TBC leveling specifically for hardcore, which they won't and they shouldn't.
You know what it is, dude? You know what it actually is, though? I'm not even trying to be too disrespectful. This is a retail player, not a classic player, and he underestimates how built different we are as classic players. You know, I'm not saying it's possible we're like Delulu fried in the brain, literally like, you know, I'm not saying we're well-adjusted, you know, amazing gamers, but like we are, that is fundamentally why we are cut from a different cloth, dude. Like we are not afraid to go again. We don't think it's like some insurmountable thing. Like that's what we do, man. It's fresh in all caps with a space in between. Like we're not like collecting all the battle pets and toys and mounts. Like we're not looking for the next like installation of like the, you know, the next new shiny thing Blizzard wants to put out. Like it's, yeah.
There isn't a real solution. A level 60 checkpoint you reset after death, I think that cheapens the whole thing, at least for me. So as far as TBC goes, I think it's going to be the...
Okay, so I want to pitch an idea here, by the way. This might be the best idea in the world, or the worst one, and I do know for a fact this has to be possible, by the way. So what if, when you get to level 60 on hardcore servers, it creates a snapshot of your character the moment you ding level 60? So like, not any raid...
Nah, dude, it's simple. You go again. You literally start from 1. In my opinion, dude, even boosted characters shouldn't be able to get Soul of Iron based. I swear. So if you get boosted, no Soul of Iron. It's simple. I've seen every single Andy under the world, under the sun over the years propose every iteration of the hardcore challenge ever since the start. You know how hard, you want to know how Road to Rag started and like how hardcore rating started? I've told the story on here before. It actually started with Grays for Days coming up with kind of a crazy idea to make it so you only delete gear when you die and you go back to being naked. And then it was like the rest of us, it was like Tactics and myself in Discord, we're like, bro, no. Like, dude, I understand you want to do it. I understand you want to innovate and make some new content and do something interesting, but like, it has to be consistent. You can't like dilute it like that. It's from scratch. It's just that simple. It can't, you're like diluting, you're like tainting the word hardcore, right? If you're doing checkpoints, if you're doing like weird, like it's simple, man. Death equals delete, or it's death equals go again, right? I hope that they disabled that actually for 58 characters that you can't get Soul of Iron. I'm not sure. Somebody needs to go check, bro. If you have a boosted character, go check. Go to the city. Right? I mean, that feels weird, dude. Why put Soul of Iron even in the game if you're going to make it so 58 boosties can get it? Makes no sense.
Gear, not anything else. Just the moment you hit level 60, it creates a snapshot of your character. And if you die, you get reset back to that snapshot. We already know this snapshotting mechanic worked, by the way, because this is what they used to be able to transfer people to Classic Era back in the day when you created a character copy. It created a snapshot of your character, their own words, I believe. So they snapshotted your character, and you could basically...
The more and more I think about it, man, dude, I really hope they didn't make it so Soul of Iron gets applied to boosted characters. I feel like we could figure that out right now in the chat. I feel like there's a couple of you who have boosted. Go to the city and see if you can get the buff if you haven't died. You know, or if one of you are about to boost, I really want to know if that's in, because there will be a hardcore community in TBC. It's going to be community led for now, you know what I mean? But that's... Yeah, Soul of Iron. Soul of Iron. It's the buff that shows you never died. The 58 boost shouldn't be able to get that.
Basically, transfer that snapshot to Classic Era while you keep playing your regular character. So they can use the same snapshot mechanic in Hardcore as well, where once again at level 60, they create a snapshot of your character internally that they can automate, and then if you ever die, instead of going back to 0 or level 1 or having to delete, you simply revert back to level 60. Wouldn't that be the best way to play TBC Hardcore, possibly? Because that way you don't have to do what he just said. Because, yes, at some point when you are good at the game, level 1 to 60 is basically...
Nah, dude, it's just, no, dude. Like, I don't know. I mean, I think Solheim's a great dude, honestly. I actually think he's, like, very balanced of mind, and he's, like, a very, like, positive, like uplifting kind of vibe of a guy, right? Like, he's a cup half full type of guy, but, dude, dude, if they do OnlyFans, even I'm thinking about it right now, there's actually a chance that they make it so, dude, yeah, there's a chance that if they do OnlyFans, they're gonna make it so you start at 58. They'll have all the streamers and stuff boost characters at 58 and start it, and that this is the type of stuff that's possible, man. That they're like, we all know that the real challenge is really Outlands, so we're not gonna go through the old world. That'd be a huge mistake, man. We just have to kind of spread the message that 1 to 70 is kind of similar in playtime to 1 to 60, right? So if you think about it that way, like, it's not like you're adding a ton extra to the level. Even if you were adding a ton extra to the level, though, like
child's play, and you just the real game for Hardcore starts at level 60 or in Outland, right? It's just, it's a needless grind, and it creates a massive barrier to entry before the actual content begins for a lot of people.
The actual content.
Because the leveling part isn't really the problem, because leveling is the same. 1 to 60 in Classic WoW versus 1 to 70 in TBC is pretty much exactly the same.
But it's not, though. Like, it's not, though. I mean, that's why I want to kind of, like, remember all the differences, right? So the gear is different. I'm not saying it's radically different, but there is new items in the dungeons. There are new talent trees. It requires less XP per level. There are new quests, right? Like that new quest hub they added in Dustwall. Or is there any other new quest they added in, guys? There might be. You know what I mean? It's just not. It's not exactly the same. There's new flight paths. I know that. New professions, new flight paths. I'm confused. Can't these people just not play hardcore? What do you mean the rest though? We're talking about TBC hardcore, yeah. Like, there's kind of like a sort of official hardcore support in the game with Soul of Iron, and that's what we're talking about right now. Oh my god, dude, what is that? Four ghouls? I probably have bubble at this point, right? Yeah. I got bubble. Get these ghouls. Dustwallow Marsh. So it's just Dustwallow Marsh? I bet you there's more, man. If they added Dustwallow Marsh, I bet you they added some other ones too. I mean, I'm sure C-Dank and all the boys that are, like, leading this initiative, they're talking about it. But for whatever it's worth, guys, I don't think Boosty Boys should be considered hardcore. If you are allowed to get the Soul of Iron buff on a 58 boost, maybe it sounds gatekeepy, but I wouldn't allow them into the guild, man. I know I'm gonna lose some people with that, but it just feels so wrong, dude. Not only are we gonna allow 58 boost, which is fine, like, I've, like, accepted that, right? For, like, PvP, for alts, for casual rating, but to get 58s in here that can be perceived as hardcore characters seems just, like, extra. Lower XP makes a massive difference when leveling 1 to 60. Oh, thank you, Kuzo. I'll be careful in here. Let's keep going.
Same amount of hours / played. The problem is the hours spent before the challenge starts in TBC, right? Like he said. So that snapshot mechanic, I believe, could be great, but then again, it's kind of a gimmicky mechanic. This death equals level 60, not death equals delete, but you know, I think this could be great. I don't know. Let me know what you think.
Damn same thing we got last time. Super fun at the start, then the hype dies down, comes back a bit with the new patch, and so on. The big difference is that this time it will start with fewer players and less hype overall. When it comes to vanilla, I don't think Classic Plus is coming this year. If it does happen, it will be at the very end of the year, after BlizzCon. They will definitely announce something there. I mean, if they don't, that would be unbelievably bad. I mean, expectations are low, but that would remind us to never underestimate Blizzard, I guess. So I mixed.
I have two takes on this, and I don't know which one is gonna happen, but they could both happen. So here's the thing. BlizzCon this year is happening earlier than it ever has, I believe. Like, it's happening in September. Usually it's
No, really? BlizzCon in September? For real? Oh, it's always been a November thing. I think they said they won't allow it. I think that's the right call, Linky. That's the right call, right? That's, yeah. Boosty Boys with a Soul of Iron is weird. I'm gonna believe that Blizzard... I'm gonna believe that Blizzard had the foresight, if they were gonna put Soul of Iron in, to disable it for boosted characters. I'm gonna believe that that is true, because that would be insane. But we have to like verify.
October or November, right? So it's happening 1 or 1.5 months earlier than it usually does. And you have to wonder why. My take number 1 is that they are doing BlizzCon early this year to give us Classic Plus later this year. This is also kind of backed up by most WoW expansions being in the later half of the year and the later half of this year.
I actually agree. I don't know if it's Classic Plus, but I think the reason why is they... Like, if they announce something in November, like, they're not going to put anything out over the holidays. If they're pushing it up, it's because they want to get something out before the holidays, something playable, something to do. And it's just going to be, like, timing-wise lining up with everything. My fear, dude, I'm going to tell you guys my nightmare, is I'm there watching BlizzCon. Can I tell you my worst nightmare, guys? This is my worst nightmare come true. I'm there watching BlizzCon. They announce Classic Plus. The changes they're making are extremely retail-like and dog shit and just so bad. But all of you guys, my brethren, my fellow classic WoW Andes that we all grew up together, like playing since 2019, they've brainwashed all of you guys. You all love it. Everyone is just sucking it up from the fire hose. They think it's the best thing ever. I look like an absolute, like, doomsayer weirdo. And that becomes, they launch it, Classic Plus comes out, and it becomes the most popular version of the game. And I'm just scratching my head. You know what I mean? That's the nightmare, dude. That's nightmare too, because I kind of felt a little bit like that during SOD, but not so much. I mean, SOD wasn't so bad, right? Yeah, this entire duel, if this guy's actually trying to duel, is all about mana, so we just have to make sure we take up mana and not die. Do that too. So we literally just need to... Yeah, he has no mana, right? So we like win on mana. This is the whole thing of it. Now we can heal. He has no... We have a huge mana lead, so he's fried, right? We just keep pushing. Low level duels is literally just who can hold. Dueling in hardcore though, kind of monka. All right, here we go.
We have nothing. TBC is in February. Midnight is in March. So, like, technically, there is nothing in the last half of this year. And you know that Blizzard really wants to pump their quarterly earnings later this year as well. I believe there's a new StarCraft game that is headlining BlizzCon this year.
New
but
StarCraft
still, I think
game?
Classic Plus is happening this year as well.
StarCraft
My take
3?
number 1, once again, going back to that statement here. Take number 1, BlizzCon is earlier this year, and then they announced Classic Plus is coming out in November. So the reason why BlizzCon is early is to start generating hype, or get some betas out there, some public test realms, allow people to create content, massive hype spike, and then the game comes out. This is usually
StarCraft is an FPS? That's hype, actually. That sounds so cool, man. Like you're like imagine it's like Star Wars Battlefront or something like that, but you're like a space marine, you're like a Terran infantry soldier, or like you're a ghost, and it's like Star Wars Battlefront but StarCraft. Oh, that would be so sick, dude. I remember StarCraft Battlefront was one of my favorite games
as well, by the way, and release them, especially the classic WoW team. Remember Season of Discovery? They gave you like 2 weeks heads up. They were like announcing this whole great thing, and then they said you can play this on.
Imagine it's like Battlefront, but you get to pick your class, right? Do you guys remember Battlefront when it first came out? You could choose like a droid, like the droid ball, or like the droid sniper, the basic droid infantry, or they had a couple different factions. It was like one of the first massively multiplayer like Battlefield type games. In StarCraft, you could have the different units, right? Like you could pick like a Baneling, and all you do is you just roll in and just detonate on people, It'd be so cool.
That date, and that was like 2 or 3 weeks away. It was really close. So using that same mentality and the way they have been communicating recently, where TBC pre-patch, TBC announcement, they gave us 6 days before the TBC pre-patch. They love giving you an announcement right before the game comes out. So to me, BlizzCon is early this year because Classic Plus is coming out, and they want to generate a short window of massive hype before launch. But the second take is that Classic Plus is being announced at BlizzCon.
Bro, this is kind of a monk-ass quest. Apprentice Raylan, this cute little twink blood elf right here, we have to come up to him with our big rod and discipline him, dude. We have to use Anthiel's disciplinary rod and like spank this guy. Oh! Oh! What? Okay.
Baladash, Malanore.
Hey, guards, help me out, dude. This guy turned into a pig. Oh gosh. Okay, now we gotta discipline someone else now. Okay, let's go. Yo, one thing about though TBC is 10-minute blessings. I just realized that's already a huge benefit
on this year, and they're actually giving themselves time to work on it, and they are doing open beta weekends and some like actual public testing or test realming. And Classic Plus comes out in the first half of next year. That is the other take.
Expecting nothing for anniversary or era, just regular vanilla. The same way it was in 2025 and 24 and 23, just with less activity overall, and fewer big community events like OnlyFans. My prediction is simple, either we get Classic Plus at the very end of the year, or we only get the big announcement.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, private servers keep growing and implementing more and more interesting ideas, which is becoming a real problem for Blizzard, even if Classic Plus does come out this year.
I don't know. Is it really a problem for Blizzard? I feel like they won. They just literally DOA'd every private server. Private servers are in shambles, dude. Epoch, E-flop, and then Turtle WoW getting GG'd. Private servers in shambles. It's not. I don't like it that happened, but that's just reality. I feel like private servers kind of DOA right now.
It's still incredibly late to the party. Retail is where things could actually be super good. Could Midnight be so good that it turns 2026 into one of Blizzard's best years? I mean, it's not impossible, but it's very...
I personally don't think so. I don't think there's so many new things coming out in Midnight. Like, if you look at Midnight right now, it looks like more of a DLC to the War Within. They're using many of the same currencies, but I don't think this is a bad thing, by the way. I think that it looks like an expansion to the War Within is great, because that is what it is. It is the expansion after the War Within. So, and it's also part of a trilogy. We have the War Within, Midnight, and finally the Last Titan, and they're all part of this whole World of Soul saga thing they have going on, so it makes sense that they're all kinda similar. You shouldn't really expect any massive changes until whatever they announce after the Last Titan, right? Unless the Last Titan is the last expansion, which I would be surprised, because they want to milk this IP, man.
Listen to this, MN Texas just placed the crazy...
unlikely, player housing is great, It's a strong system, very casual, and it gives players real ways to express themselves in the game without compromising
Player housing.
Define good? I can't, because people like good is subjective. Some people think a Shadow Priest is good in Classic. Some people think a Boomkin is top DPS in TBC. Now these things can always be backed up by numbers, but in real life, some people like handball, some people like football, some people like dancing, some people like making music, some people like playing WoW, and some people like working out. It's no definitive answer on what's good.
Vibe for the rest of the people. Unlike cringe pink fairy wings transmogs that completely destroy Warcraft's vibe. That said, the new housing microtransaction is absolutely horrible and you should hate it.
The new housing microtransaction. Tell me more about this, guys. What is this? So you can basically, it's kind of like WoD with garrisons and stuff. You get to make your own 3-2 split level home with a garage, and you get to decorate your bathroom and stuff.
Couldn't let a win be a win. And what else do we actually know about Midnight? The only thing we know for sure is that the hype is at an all-time low, starting with that horrible announcement trailer. If the expansion ends up being amazing, it will pull through. But even in that best case scenario, low launch hype will hurt it long term. And beyond that, everything is just guessing. And if I had to guess, I wouldn't be overly optimistic anyway. Combat is going to be good. Since Dragonflight, especially Season 1 and 2 of Dragonflight, they've been doing a genuinely great job with Mythic Plus and the general gameplay of the game. Dragonflight's story and the vibe were complete garbage. Everything about it sucked. And I still played those first 2 seasons purely because Mythic Plus was so good. Weird take from a classic Andy, I know. Raiding is always fun.
It's crazy that he identifies as a classic Andy. I would have never thought this guy's a classic Andy. Like, I feel like he likes classic, but he's more retail focused, right? Like, by everything he's saying, because he's getting so excited over retail. Right? He's like, Mythic Plus was so good, but nobody's trying to go back to that old world, right? Like, we all know the content doesn't really start until TBC. All these people are doing TBC again, like.
Going to mess that up. Delves exist, and I'll assume they will be better this time, so solo players still have progression paths through the patch. Combat add-ons being gone is a very good thing. There will be problems at launch because of that, probably, but over a few patches they will balance it out. Classes are gonna be a bit simpler, which is also very good. Gameplay wise, I think Midnight will be actually really good. But I'm also about 9.
This is the take that I have as well, by the way. I love what they're doing to class tuning, or pruning. Basically cutting the number of buttons you have to press, because like in retail, there's just so many buttons. But I mean, in Classic as well, there are quite a lot of buttons you're pressing if you're doing your rotation the full way. And in PvP as well, for example, there's a lot of buttons that you have to press. But yeah, I just like what they're doing here and making the game easier to
I'm
understand.
not sure.
Meanwhile, keeping
They were talking about TBC for a little bit. Let me see if they go back to it. Yeah, you're kind of right, bro. Oh wait, there's more TBC stuff here.
It's not a huge deal in the grand scheme of things. And what else? Season of Discovery fresh? I guess that could happen. Personally, I would not care about that at all, but I know some people would.
Season of Discovery
enough
fresh.
to form a small dedicated group for a while. And I guess, sure, there's always room for surprises, but outside of something genuinely unexpected, this feels like the most likely average outcome for the year. In short, nothing super exciting. And that matters, especially coming after 2025, which also wasn't a very exciting year, at least not the second half of it. I think 2026 will be below average, and the fact that it follows another fairly average year only makes it feel even worse. On the retail side, they've kind of lost the plot years ago, and on the classic side, hope still exists, but goddamn, they are so slow to realize what actually needs to be done. Either way, I genuinely don't understand where all this hype for 2026 is coming from. What would be the realistic best case scenario? I think they announced Classic Plus on September 12th and hit us with the "and it's available today" line, or at least it launches later this year and actually slaps, like players come back in huge numbers, even people that never played WoW give it a shot because of how good it is.
Yeah, I this video originally I wanted to watch it because like how he was going off on TBC at the beginning, right? I guess that's my question to you guys. Like, do you think TBC is going to die in 2 months? Like, first of all, did Anniversary die? Tell me, who's played Anniversary from the start? Who is here, like, on launch of Anniversary? Can you tell me the story of Anniversary? Did we see a time with Anniversary where it died out and then it came back? How was AQ with Anniversary? How was Nax with Anniversary? Were there real low points? I wasn't here for all of it, so I can't really, like, comment on the trajectory of the server. From the outside looking in, because I didn't play WoW for most of the year, it felt like Anniversary was actually pretty solid. I felt like it was one of the most solid, stable things I've seen in Classic. Like, even more solid than SOM or SOD. But I could be wrong. I'm just asking you guys. With one server for PvP and one for PvE, it will always seem alive. Even AQ40 phase was good. I played day 1 Anniversary, quit. Mid AQ, didn't resub yet. People just had way more alts. So kind of the secret is, like, maybe if there were a lot of people quitting, it didn't feel like it because it was one ginorma mega server. I could see that. That's usually when the game feels bad. It's like when you can't find dungeon grieves, the world feels dead. But if you vertically integrate enough that even if there's a ton of people quitting, that's just going to result in, you know, like, less layers or whatever, but it'll still feel super full. Still got ganked in STV. Some people left during phase 4, then came back phase 6. Yeah, I mean, it's super normal, par for the course. People quit in AQ. People quit once you kill Kel'Thuzad and Nax. There are people that quit every week. Like, that was their goal. There's always new people on their goals to kill KT, and they kill KT and they quit. But yeah, I think, like, Anniversary has been pretty solid. So I guess going into TBC,
the eternal sun guides us.
Why would it die? How could it die? There's 2 Goliath Omega servers. There's Dream Scythe and Night Slayer. It's one server, you know? I don't know. I think it's going to be good, man. I don't think TBC is going to die in 2 months. I think there's a chance it's very popular. Some of the changes they're making could be good. People doing more alts. Like I said before in my past videos, I think it's going to come down to phase 2, man. Like, most WoW players are not PvPers, right? They're PvEers. They like to raid. They like to have their guild and, like, raid a couple, maybe twice a week. This is just the standard issue, like, Classic player. Like, imagine they get to SSC and TK, and SSC and TK, they full clear it day 1, and it's a super face roll after going through months of phase 1 content. I'm not sure how that would feel. There's a chance that it feels good, though. And they're like, okay, still not too much of a time commitment. We're chilling. Like, we just got through this raid. That was pretty fun. Like, I'm down to do that every week. You know, because, like, honestly, if this stuff's too hard, you actually see a drop off as well, you know? Yeah, for the Classic player archetype, maybe faster is better. You get in, you get out, you beat the loot pinata, you get the piece of gear you're looking for, go on your merry way. Yeah. I think requiring a 60 before boosting would have helped a lot of new players, barrier to entry. Yeah. Yeah, interesting video. Let's watch another one. Let's here. People want TBC Anniversary hardcore servers. Let's watch this one.
So this video right here is going to be about TBC hardcore. I did check out like 1 minute of the video before the stream today, just to see that it was a decent video to watch. So I'm going to go back.
Bro, Tolduck with another raid. I appreciate it, brother. I'll get you back, man. I appreciate you. Thank you for thinking of me, man. Welcome in, everybody. Shout out to Tolduck. Appreciate it, man. Were you grinding some BGs today, man? Switch.tv/Tolduck. Check him out. Throw him a follow. What's going on, man? We've been actually, this is my very first TBC hardcore playthrough. I've never played hardcore in TBC before. So we're kind of, we're in that type of a headspace today. And we'll probably do some pre-mades in a little bit with Bobby. Just got 60 on the Rogue, bought the Grand Marshal Gear. Feels good. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Thanks for the raid, man. Appreciate it. Welcome in, guys. We're just watching a video by Solheim about TBC hardcore. Let's do
all
it.
The way to the beginning of the video. It's a video by Amy the Seeker. I'll be giving you guys a link, by the way, to check it out as well. So you want TBC hardcore, question mark? I kind of do.
So, you think you've mastered hardcore classic, you little rascal you. You stared Deathwing's ancestors in the face, danced on Hogger's corpse, and told Cthulhu to crawl back into whatever cosmic eyeball dimension he came from? You did the impossible. You survived vanilla hardcore. You beat the tutorial level of masochism.
You did the impossible. You survived within the WoW hardcore. I'm not gonna lie, to anybody who's played within the WoW a lot, that's not too hard. It's not really impossible, is it? My first time trying hardcore, we died at level 51. And then I have never died since.
Really?
And now you want more?
I don't know, man. What do you guys think? Is vanilla WoW hardcore hard? Give me your thoughts on that. Is it hard? Is it hard? Kind of just depends how you define hard, right? Like it's, if you looked at all the data and like how many people attempt the challenge, how many people actually die, I mean, the mortality rate is like insanely high. Insanely high. Like it's for sure like less than 1% of all characters make it to 60, you know? So it's kind of how you define hard, you know? I actually think it's impressive. If you get the 60 on 1x without dying, I genuinely believe that means something. I think that means something more than you like full clearing the current raid tier. You know what I mean? Like you can see someone in full rank 14 gear, martial gear, warlord gear right now. And does that mean more to you? Like to respect their quality of player, their understanding of the class, like just seeing them in that gear? Or would it be that they on 1x went the entire distance without dying one time? I think it's a meaningful achievement. I think it's tough. It actually requires a lot of knowledge. It requires a lot of patience. It requires a lot of planning. Yeah.
You want the Burning Crusade hardcore? Of course you do. This is the expansion where everything hits harder, lives longer, patrols more aggressively, and seems personally offended by your existence. Blizzard once said they'd never do TBC hardcore. But you know what they also said? You think you want it, but you don't. History suggests they underestimate our capacity for suffering. Because naturally, the community looked at TBC, already notorious for its difficulty, and said, yes, but what if dying deleted your character? And thus, quietly, patiently, the TBC hardcore add-on sits in the shadows, waiting for the anniversary realms to go live so it can ruin lives with perfect mechanical indifference. Let's be honest.
Dude, I'm so sad, by the way, that we don't get official hardcore servers for TBC. I think it's such a mistake, because the amount of development they have to do is not really that much. I mean, sure, they have to do some development, don't get me wrong. They have to do something. But it's honestly not as bad as people.
Yeah, do you think that's a missed opportunity, guys? Not doing a TBC hardcore? I think it's a missed opportunity. Like, you could actually even make it like a temporary server or something, like, and people would still play it. Like, people would... I don't know. Maybe I'm underestimating how hard it is to just make it permadeath. Yeah. It seems like it would be brain dead easy, and you could have one guy just disable respawn. And even if there's not a ton of players, I think it's actually really good marketing for the game. Like, that's like the way you could look at it from the Blizzard perspective. It's like, even if there's not a ginormous player base, the amount of impact it has on the overall like ecosystem is big. Like it attracts a lot of players in, and it's hardcore is always is going to be the new checks and balances. Like the game is turning into complete commercialization slop, and we're all kind of okay with that. And part of the reason why we're okay with that is that we have hardcore to like play the game like the original way. Like you can still kind of like feel like you're playing like you did back in the day, you know, kind of natty. You still have natty WoW in the form of hardcore. So yeah, I do think it's a missed opportunity, to be honest. But they did put Soul of Iron in, yeah.
So say it is. And the amount of marketing they get as well. Compare this to retail, by the way, in Race the World First. This is this is so much more. Like you get more views from this.
Not short of stamina.
A different audience. For Race the World First, I love Race the World First, by the way, but it mainly attracts retail players and WoW players who plays the game, and it has massive viewership, and they spend a lot of time and resources on making these boss fights and mechanics, and also tune in the numbers that only Race the World First people are going to interact with. So to me, it's like the retail team spends a bunch of time making the raid mechanics and the numbers for Race to World First only, which is a massive marketing move for retail. They get hundreds of thousands of people, sometimes over 1 million people as well, watching Race to World First across multiple different streams.
You know what's so funny, boys? For the Lady Vash raid, for one of the retail raids, they actually invited me to do Race to World First, like, casting. They flew me out to London, and I casted the retail Race to World First, literally knowing nothing about retail. And it was Stay Safe was there too, Mr. GM was there, Sony was there, and there was a few of us classic Andes that had no idea what was happening. We were just like trying to figure it out.
OnlyFans does the same in TBC. And also, for OnlyFans, they actually pull in streamers that are not usually WoW streamers, like GTA streamers, Minecraft, RuneScape, you name it. A bunch of people from other communities start playing WoW for a massive streamer event, which also means that they are now streaming WoW as well to their audience from GTA, RuneScape, Minecraft, you name it. It's such a marketing opportunity for Blizzard to just make TBC hardcore servers, and yes, I know, OnlyFans is happening anyway. They're gonna use an add-on in this time, but every time it's not official and it's only an add-on, it is less hype, because now when somebody dies, it's not over.
It is true though, like, the fact that it's Soul of Iron and not real hardcore, even though there is perfect accountability and you can perfectly track that people aren't dying, it does hit different, you know? Like, it will be a little bit less hype. So I'm just getting some drinks. But yeah, this OnlyFans, guys, maybe I should play in it or try to get into it.
They can appeal, and if they're a big enough streamer and have a good enough bullshit reason, they get their appeal like accepted, because the appeal is handed by mods, and the mods are viewers of the streams anyway. True. So it's just like, if you die and you don't want to level again, appeal the death and you're good to go. It's just not the same, you know?
Back to the appeal system, that's right, yeah. Oh, that's so rough. Honestly, OnlyFans are such a big deal, and I think it's like it's established a precedent for success that if Soda and them want to do OnlyFans, my guess is the Blizzard will spin up a server for it. I actually think Anniversary, in part, like, they made Anniversary because of OnlyFans. There were some conversations that not a lot of people knew about, but I heard about. And timing wise, I will just tell you, like, low key, it made perfect sense. Like when they announced like Anniversary and launched Anniversary, it was like timing wise, like right after they were having all these conversations about that stuff.
From the start, this is a terrible idea. Leveling from 60 to 70 alone is a psychological endurance test. Those 10 levels require roughly the same XP as the entire 1 to 60 journey. Sure, the pacing is tighter, the questing more streamlined, fewer kobolds hoarding candles, yeah, you know the gist. But the mobs in Outland, they're built different. These creatures are on protein shakes and fel-infused pre-workout. Even the
protein shakes, bro, they don't trend.
Boars look like they bench press. And if you die, back to level 1. Not back to your corpse, not res sickness, full deletion. Enjoy.
By the way, I'm gonna say one thing about this full deletion thing and going back to level 1. People are making that out to be a much bigger deal than it has to be, because yes, you have to level, like, let's just say we have official hardcore TBC, right? If you die and restart at level 1, you go from level 70 to level 1. But what people fail to realize is that level 1 to level 70 in TBC is the same length and the same amount of time as level 1 to 60 was in Classic WoW.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the kind of narrative we need to push, you know? That's the narrative. That's good, dude. I'm glad it's like that. Like, you die, it doesn't feel so bad. Yeah, you're back to Elwyn Forest. Yeah, you know, you were just in Outland. But it's kind of the same as if you died, like, you know, in a Strath run and you're back to Elwyn Forest. It's the same amount of Slash Blade. And if anything, it'll be like in a more enjoyable ride back up. because it'll be faster pacing and you'll be able to see more zones. It'll be a little snappier. You'll feel more powerful. You know what I mean?
So what is the argument here? Oh well, no, you have to go back to level 1 again and level up one more time. Well, if that's the big argument for not getting TBC hardcore, and that deaths are so punishing, they are exactly as punishing right now in classic hardcore as well. Leveling 1 to 60 in classic hardcore takes the same amount of time as 1 to 70 in TBC, thanks to the reduced level requirements, or like the experience stuff, in the TBCP patch, which is also active in TBC itself.
By redoing Hellfire Peninsula again, watching Fellreavers one-shot fresh 60s like it's part of their morning cardio routine, and that's just the beginning. Dungeons in TBC hardcore aren't
TBC
content.
HC and allowing you to buy boost equals money printing machine.
One missed interrupt.
Yeah, we were just talking about that tactics. Like the boost, I don't think should be accepted. Like you shouldn't be able to get Soul of Iron on the boost. We still need to test it, man. See if anyone in here, like, who's boosting a character. Like, if anyone here is gonna boost a character, like, go test it real quick, like before you die. You know, go to a city and see if you can get Soul of Iron.
Wipe. One leg spike during Sonic Boom. Character erased. Thanks for playing. Shadow Labyrinth doesn't forgive. Alcatraz doesn't forget. Shattered Halls doesn't care how confident you felt.
By the way, can I double check my quality here? It's auto.
Walking in.
1080p.
These places
Okay,
were designed with when heroic actually meant something, and hardcore tunes that dialed past reasonable, and it snaps it clean off. You'll need a god tier comp just to make progress. Tanks who know threat like muscle memory. Healers who don't panic. DPSs who understand that surviving is better than parsing. And yet, somehow, everyone will still roll rogues. I don't know what's wrong with these people. And then everyone is wondering why no one can tank or heal. Well, you wait for hours for a group only to run Blood Furnace again because nobody wants to gamble their character on something spicy. Heroics. That's where the real brain damage begins.
Yeah, no dude, heroic dungeons in TBC, by the way, if we're getting what they are trying to give us right now, pre-nerf heroic dungeons and post-nerf raids, I think the play on hardcore, by the way, might just be to skip heroics.
Skip heroics, yeah.
And just go...
But that's okay, honestly, dude, it's all okay. It's all good, actually. It's all good, man. Dude, that's sick. Actually, imagine heroics really are that hard on heroic. That it's that on hardcore. That like you do normal dungeons. Like you unironically do normal dungeons, because heroics that's scary. It's actually a good thing, man. You know, like you go do Kara, get some gear, you prepare for the heroics. It's like a big deal. It's better that it's that way than if it's face roll, right? Yeah, who wins if it's face roll? That's the whole thing, dude. For me, like for hardcore, honestly, man, like a part of hardcore, it's kind of like what the PvEers, the people who are really into like prog and like having a guild that is actually more not selfish and more like for the collective, for the greater good, for the guild, you know? That there are some people, you know them in your own guilds, they're very selfless. They don't have main character syndrome. They really are trying to make the collective stronger and their team players. Like those are kind of the, in a way, like the best WoW players, you know? The people that are like farming mats for the squad, dude. They're farming consumes for the group. They're the ones who like carry the guild, right? But when you're playing under like a meta with like everyone's playing super selfish, hard res this, hard res that, selling SRs, GKPs. It's not quite it for them, right? I feel like hardcore allows those players to have like a game mode they can really look forward to, right? People taking the game seriously and oh my gosh, please die. I'm actually at a point where I can die out here. Like, this is like a little bit scary. I just used my one potion. These Murlocs, man. Do we have lay on hands or anything? Not yet, right? But yeah. Okay, there we go. Hardcore is like for the raiders, the true raiders, the people who love raiding, they love prog, they love that feeling. They're having max fun in this game when they're in raid with the boys. Hardcore's got to be so good for them, right? And I think they want harder content.
Straight into raids. Maybe there are some easier heroics, like some heroics are easy, some are harder, but pre-nerf heroics are really rough, man. I honestly think if we have pre-nerf heroic dungeons and post-nerf raids, raids are going to be vastly easier than heroics are. Heroic dungeons is where people will die on hardcore, 100%.
Crowd control isn't...
Yo, do you think Petri still works in TBC, guys? No idea. No idea. No idea. No idea. Probably look it up on Wowhead TBC. It would probably say if it does. Because, like, that's kind of crazy, right? You're basically playing hardcore with no Petri. Yeah. Do you think they'll ever make a TBC era server? I hope so, dude. I think it's more likely that they do than they don't. I think it's more likely that they do. We'll see.
Optional. It's the law. Miss a sap, forget a sheep, mistime a trap, and the dungeon ends right there. There's no recovery arc, no clutch, save montage, just a...
You know what I'm thinking of, guys? MGT Heroic on hardcore. It sounds kind of fun. It would be scary. Those packs, they fuck, dude. And like even that 5v5 fight in MGT, like a lot can go wrong in that, you know? And honestly, even that the mana boss where you're kind of on a clock to kill that guy, but you can't go too fast. Sounds pretty fun. I think it's all doable though. It's just everybody has to play good. Like you have to do your CCs. You know, you have to be able to adapt if something goes wrong. You know, if you prepared for those heroic dungeons and actually like consumed up for them, I think they would be totally doable. You know, usually you do MGT, no one's really consuming or doing anything like that. You're just playing the game. People aren't in comms, anything like that. So sounds fun, man.
Clean, clinical, deletion, and a long stare at the character select screen.
Yeah, but
Raiding, of course, it's the final form of this madness.
To be fair, I don't think actually, yeah, I'm gonna say raiding is probably not the final form of TBC hardcore. I think once again, I think raids will be easier than heroic dungeons if we get pre-nerf raids and post-nerf heroics. So in that case,
I mean, if he's talking about Kara and Gruul and Mag, but SSC and TK is going to be way harder than heroics. SSC and TK is going to... Yeah, that's a harder tier than Black Temple.
heroic dungeons is basically the final step of TBC hardcore, which is kind of weird to say, by the way. Maybe some of the later raids are harder, but Karasan is definitely easy when you have post-nerf.
TBC raids are longer than classics, tighter mechanically, and far less forgiving.
Okay, I'm just gonna say, by the way, Kyure and Horny, you both need to stop right now. I'm just calling it here. Stop arguing.
What are they saying? I'd love to go back to being a kid would be great, but at least I'll never be American who can't even articulate an argument properly.
It's okay. Stop it.
Doesn't care how clean your run has been.
No, but nobody
he'll
wins.
Slap you through a wall anyway.
The dark times will pass.
I'm saying once again, just stop. I'll time you both out. Nobody wins, nobody loses, you both stop.
Will
Daddy
always miss a
Solheim laying down the
always.
law.
Kilthus will look at your perfect attempt and introduce you to face transitions designed by a sadist. And yet, somehow, people will do it. But here's where TBC Hardcore truly separates itself from vanilla. The danger isn't just bosses and mobs, it's the systems.
You know what I'm thinking of, guys? Let's try to reverse engineer it. What kills TBC Hardcore? Let me ask you guys. What kills it? Like, what makes it not kill it, but what extinguishes the fuel from it? The first thing that comes to my mind, man, is it's not attunements. I sort of feel like just the normal TBC game is so fun and so good. Like, Arena is such a fun thing, and just actually playing the game normally is such a fun thing. People want to get the gear on normal multi-life. That's probably the biggest risk to it, where it's a pretty awesome game, man. There's a lot to do, and I wouldn't be... I could see a world where people want to play TBC hardcore, like it sounds fun, but they just got so much to do on their main characters, and they'd rather play their main characters, you know what I mean? And really try to like pump and not worry about dying and just play the game normally because it's just a really fun game out of the box. It's more of that, you know. I don't know. You don't have to be all in on HC though. It's true, yeah, it is true. That's true. I think the main problem with TB is the player churn being too costly. You need a healthy churn to keep guilds alive, to not keep dropping, progressing guilds faster. That's true. No, you are right. I see what you mean. The actual raids could be a little bit...
Do not loiter.
The way people die in them could be very demotivating. Like, Vanilla WoW is different from TBC. Vanilla WoW is its own beast. Vanilla WoW is almost like predictable in a way. The way the raids are, everything is a lot more like tank and spank and like recoverable if like with consumables and with buffs and with like you have a lot more kind of, it's a lot more predictable. Where just like the way people die, like the way people wipe in TBC, like the nature of these fights may be very like unforgiving, and you wipe in a way that people just don't want to go again. It doesn't feel like they could have done something better or like played better or something, you know? Vanilla's forgiving. Yeah, that's a good word. Also, third time around TBC, a lot of people have been there, done that. In a pre-nerf environment, HC is the best way to truly challenge yourself. True. Would you say that SSC and TK will be harder than AQ40 and Nax? Yeah. I mean, I don't know how I don't know how bad the post nerf is though. Someone said it's 20% boss health values.
We will persevere. Salama Ashalanore.
I don't know. I can't really like remember what that's like. Are you saying that SSC TK are going to be like how it was right before Wrath? Is that what we're talking about here? Because I think right before the Wrath, they made all the raids like way easier. But I think there was another wave of post nerf. Like the final post nerf was like the insane one, right? The one that made Sunwell super easy too, and people were just like pugging Sunwell, you know? Ampy died today. I don't know if he's gonna go again. Yeah, I think he might be just taking a little break, taking a lap, you know? I could see a world where you've been playing hardcore and like you're not getting honor, you're not preparing for the arena season, you die like pretty high level, like you just wanna feel like your main characters are on track too. Yeah. Let's keep on.
Start with profession. TBC hardcore profession
Your
stop
gold is
being
welcome
about
here.
go to
Yo, wait. Professions. Is this the same font that I'm using on my thumbnails, by the way? I believe it might be. I'm pretty sure it is.
TBC hardcore
99%.
profession stop being about go to optimization and start being about survival. Engineering isn't a DPS boost, it's a panic button. Target tonies that buy you 3 seconds maybe, grenades that interrupt just long enough to run, parachutes that turn certain death into a near heart attack. You'll level it thinking you might never need it, and then one day it saves your character by half a second and becomes the best decision you ever made. And first aid? Mandatory.
Look at that
Full
TBC
stop.
gear. TBC gear is the best
Vanilla,
armor
where
sets, man.
bandages are flavor.
So good.
No
All the
bandages
Warlock sets
means
are
more
amazing.
drinking. More drinking means more downtime. And more downtime means patrols are gonna find you because TBC...
I don't know, bro. I mean, I'm hearing all. I think this is kind of like a fun, chill video to watch to hype people up. But I think TBC hardcore is, it's totally like doable. Like the heroics are gonna be totally doable. Like Kara is gonna be totally doable. Gruels and Mag's gonna be totally doable. I don't know if it'll even be that insane, really. I mean, C-Dank has been testing it, so maybe he would have a better understanding. But
the dark times will pass.
I don't think it's gonna be that crazy, man. Like the early stuff in TBC, you guys think it's really gonna be that hard? You know, you go into a dungeon, you just sheep, like one mage is just sheeping something, warlock is seducing something, you have a hunter trapping something, you kill one mob at a time, you go through, like, I'm trying, like, think about the heroic fights, like, what do you even wipe to? Steam vaults fight, you know, you have to go kill the cage, like, kill the guy in the cage before the mob gets to it. Alcatraz is kind of a pain in the dick, that's one thing I'm thinking about. Shattered Halls fight, you know, so I guess you could get charged in one shot. Going into a heroic, though, everybody's going to be flasked with, like, food buff and stuff, you know, and, like, consumes. If you watch Graze or C-Dank doing HC on PTR, you'll see how often and easy people die. Really? Okay, I'm in. Early TBC is mega easy. You're just so strong at TBC. The problem is not just TBC being less forgiving if you have to level to 70 gear. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. Hopefully we live long enough to find out, you know? Want those landmines one shot on heroic, you're saying in Shattered Halls? Exela cultivation? What are the hardest heroics in general again, guys? Let's try to think about it. I think Alcatraz is rank 1. After Alcatraz... No, is MGT rank 1? No, I think Alcatraz is harder. I think it's Alcatraz rank 1. MGT... The boss fights are pretty... I think if everyone's locked in, the boss fights are going to be pretty chill. The final boss fights... The gravity one, that was pretty easy. Trying to think the private servers. Private servers are going to have harder heroics than any of these. Blood Furnace is kind of scary, actually. Yeah, Blood Furnace. The Shattered Halls Gauntlet too can be tough too. It's the same thing, right? You have to go through this whole it can kind of like almost bug out sometimes. Like you get to the safe spot, but there's still mobs coming. I'd be scared going into Shattered Halls. Setup looks way different. Did you move? What's up, M. Joels? Yeah. I got divorced. I have my house up. It's being rented. I'm just living the bachelor life. Got a small little apartment. So yeah, a lot has changed for me, man. I had a really tough year this year, but we're still out here. Can I copy paste my add-ons from Classic to the TBC folder? Yeah, you probably can. I just download them fresh though, man, to be safe. Just go to your Curse Forge and connect it manually. Yo, what's up, Bobby? How you doing, brother? Are you in the main guild?
State your business.
I think so, yeah. I'm in Super Weenie Hut. You should play some hardcore too, Bobby. That'll be fun, man. Just on the side, you know? Like, we'll be doing sweaty PvP stuff as well, but sometimes it's good to, like, chill with the chat and just talk, and it's like a good balance, you know? We've been watching some videos and stuff. It'd be fun to almost do twos. Like, we'd do twos, but leveling. Like, duo leveling, bro. Yeah, I finished the 3 rogues. My first Warlock is pretty much done, Bobby. I just need, like, maybe 8k more honor. And then I started my Alliance one, and I got 4-piece blue set already and trinket. So my Alliance lock is looking pretty good, too. I found a pre-made last night. Alliance side, and there was like 6-minute games back to back. We just went for like 3 hours. Nice, dude. Yeah, come Alliance. These guys, they're called, maybe some of you guys on Alliance know them. They're called Wipe It Up. They've been playing together since 2019. They had a pretty good pre-made yesterday. We won like 30 games in a row. Anyways, keep going with this.
Obsessed with patrols. Outland isn't static. Mobs don't politely wait to be pulled. They walk, they loop, they return precisely when you've engaged something else. Hellfire Peninsula alone feels like a case study in time and punishment. You'll clear an area, feel safe, pull one more mob, and suddenly the welcoming committee comes back from lunch.
The pixels in this video is too high, it really is, yeah. I put it down to 1080p and it's not getting better. But hey, that gives me more like old school TBC vibes, you know? Maybe it's intentional to be more TBC vibes.
Outros don't aggro too fast.
Yo, in PvE, who's the better faction in TBC? Order Alliance. Thinking about it right now. Dre and I have hit. They give everyone like spell hit, melee hit. DPS, it's gotta be Horde, right? With the orc stuff. Alliance have expertise. They have swords. Perception doesn't do anything. Gnome doesn't do much, it's more int. Yeah, the Draenei ratios are good. I think it's Horde, right? So if they do like an OnlyFangs, or if they do some kind of sweaty thing to try to clear all the TBC content, it'll be Horde. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're right. All the yep. Yeah. Horde easily. PvE Horde, I think. Yeah. Now thinking about it, you're right. All the damage steroid stuff, berserking, blood fury, all hunters. Yep. It's kind of not even close. Thinking about it, Alliance have no damage steroid acceleration type of thing, except I mean the Draenei hit is like the best thing on Alliance. Yeah, that's crazy. It's actually like more imbalanced than vanilla, right? Vanilla is more balanced. So if you're a PvE focused Andy, you're rolling Horde. I'm surprised it's 50-50 then on Night Slayer, man. Horde, just Horde. I mean, it's going to be different because of the change to Lust. How so? Yeah. TBC Hardcore. Oh, Burning Crusade Hardcore. There's already highlight clips of TBC Hardcore.
This season, you've got places to go.
103K views 2 days ago. This is popping off. This video is going crazy. Oh, I saw this, yeah.
What the fuck? Okay, let's see. Okay, with gouges, but let's see how many HP will I be left with 1 versus 1 combat. Okay, we misses this.
He's getting soloed by a bat. Oh my god, dude, the bat is owning him. Oh, dude, there's gonna be some knowledge check stuff in TBC.
That was I was talking about, guys.
Why is this bat so strong?
No, I need to run away.
Oh god, he's dead.
Help, please.
Blia! Oh my god, it's so good. Zeroji dies, no shot.
Oh my god! Did I jump scare you? I CBA caring about him anymore. If I die, I'll die because he spawns. Oh my god, that's a level 50 right outside the door. Well, I guess I might be dead after all.
No way, Zeroji dies.
Oh my god, this event is so fun, Blizzard. Such a fun and interactive event that literally anyone in the entire fucking world on these servers cares about.
And then a human. Yeah. And then I was thinking the human racials for this.
I kind of almost wish the video didn't have the sound effects though, you know? Kind of like distract from it. That's crazy though. What, like, there is some knowledge check stuff in this. There's just the stitches. There's just the stitches. Like, I gotta be worried about that, right? There's just the stitches in this Blood Elf area.
Shit. Ah, shit. Panicking.
Yeah, let me know, boys, if I'm walking into a death trap. You know, I don't know much about this Blood Elf area. But so far, we're learning stuff from this. The bats. Don't try to fight the bats. Look at your disc. Okay, I got you. Dude, so many of these deaths are in the Blood Elf area. Darkon Drothir.
3-shot by him.
Skilla, you wanna duel? You wanna duel? Huh? You wanna duel? He fucking bought it, guys. You saw it. Skilla?
Oh, then dueling in hardcore goes wrong. See you later, buddy. Thanks for playing. Okay, what are we doing? Wretched Thug, Cinderai, Armaments.
Man, not fucking again, man.
I got you, homie.
Thanks.
Let's find another video. The sound effects are kind of annoying on that. TBC is hard. TBC HC Druid is dead. The harsh truth about every class in TBC Anniversary. The harsh truth. The harsh truth. Do players really want WoW Classic? This interview tells us all 8 hours ago.
So
J. Allen Brack.
to this interview with Ghostcrawl. We're not going to react to the whole hour-and-a-half interview. You guys can check that out. So we're going to react to one segment, which is titled "Why a Classic WoW Was a Bigger Bet Than It Looked." So let's just see what Ghostcrawler had to say about working and designing and developing World of Warcraft.
Wait, Ghostcrawler. That like the he was like an original CM or something, right? That name sounds familiar.
Why was Blizzard so convinced that people didn't necessarily want to play Classic WoW again? Like like you know.
Yeah, I gotta move my camera 1 second, everybody.
I love reacting
I don't
to
want to say that
reacting
you
videos.
think you do, but you don't. There's a classic phrase. I'm not trying to debate
I was
anything.
on stage for that conversation. It was an immense amount of work for Blizzard. The way the data was structured at the time was there could only be like one set of data for Warcraft, and there was no concept of branching it off to be like, well, this is the older version of the Warrior. It was just like, well, once you change the
which is kind of interesting, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, because you guys remember the infamous
He's the
clip from
PvP guy
BlizzCon
back in the
where
day,
they
Arena
said,
Junkie
"You
days.
do
Oh, wow.
what you don't." And it turned out to be so horrifically wrong and backfired that eventually Classic WoW was what saved WoW's player numbers, sub numbers, when it dropped them below 2 million in channel. Now, I do know retail is the more popular game right now in 2026, but at the time, during Shadowlands, during 2019, it genuinely did save the sub numbers of a heavily declining game. And it's really interesting that the game had that they were so convinced that nobody wanted to play Classic WoW. Because they put it in their head, in the back of their mind going, nobody wants this shit. You guys don't want it. We changed everything because you guys kept complaining about it. Not realizing that the people that they changed the game for, many of them had quit over the years.
I just find it amazing, guys. Like, I just find it amazing that when you look back on it, right? Like, Blizzard wasn't expecting Classic WoW to be that successful. That's crazy to me. They really didn't. They saw the potential of it after they launched it, kind of, right? If you remember back then, like, to even access Classic WoW, it was a very like bad user experience. You had to go to the launcher, click a little drop down menu, and go like scroll down and hit Classic WoW and launch it. It's like they stumbled upon this like Pandora's box, you know? Which is it's so wild how that worked, you know? And then they ended up scaling things up a lot and taking it a lot more seriously. But for a while there, we were considered like the redheaded stepchild of World of Warcraft, you know? And then they got carried so hard by it.
Yeah, so a lot of the people that loved the original version had never gone forward with the future versions of the game.
Damage Immortal Strike, it's changed. Like, there's no sense of versioning. Like, why would we have needed that? All we needed was, let's push the next patch to players. They don't have it yet. And so there was this concern that if we went back and did all of that engineering work, which literally was months of...
Whoa, what's up? Tipid Dink with the Twitch Prime. Thank you so much, man. That might even be our first sub of the day, I think. I don't think we've had any other ones, man. I really appreciate it, dude. Thanks very much, Dink. Hell yeah, dude. Thanks a lot, brother. I appreciate the support. If you're enjoying the stream, guys, that's the best way to support me. The Primes, check if you have any, like, I think you get one for free per month with Amazon. Check if you have yours expired or whatever. I really appreciate it. Thanks very much, man. I appreciate the support.
that it would be a novelty, that players would play it for like a few hours, be like, yeah, that was cool. Okay, back to retail. And I think that was the genesis of the...
I can't believe they actually thought that. Can you guys imagine the conversation with the people sitting in the room?
That goes to show that like we do have a little bit of main character syndrome though. Anybody who's been playing since private server days, we thought in our mind that Blizzard had this epic meeting with the Nostalrius team. They flew Nostalrius out to LA to Irvine. They sat down and they were like, Nostalrius, tell us about how you did it. How did you construct it? Like, we love your project. Like, we want to make it happen too. Like, we want to combine forces, and this is going to be the best thing ever. But in reality, that wasn't the case, right? Like, they like barely added it to the functionality. We're expecting people to play it for a couple hours and go back to retail, you know? Oh, dude, thank you very much, Balloon. We got another Twitch Prime as well. Thanks so much, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, it was a tough year, but life goes on, and it's so nice to have this community that has my back and helps us CC, stun lock, cheap shot, kidney shot my brain so I don't succumb to my demons. I appreciate it.
Going like, oh, these guys are all idiots. They're all immediately going to quit retail and quit Classic and go back to retail. And the exact opposite happened, where Classic WoW kept climbing and climbing and climbing, and retail WoW kept declining and declining and declining. Now, again, they finally fixed retail, so it's in a good spot now. But I kind of want to be a fly in that room, listen to those conversations, and figure out why, like, there was such a disdain for the idea of Classic. Because
well, what I was saying, Sandown, is like, NOS shut down, right? And then let me get my ducks in a row. You guys can help me. So NOS got a cease and desist from Blizzard, and they actually shut down the server. And people were basically thinking that they were going to relaunch the server, and they had like the characters' data and all that saved, and they were going to relaunch the server. That was the thought process, and they had a new team forming. And then they came out with some kind of forum post or something that said, we are not going to relaunch the server. We are going to respect Blizzard's wishes. They flew us out there. Sorry. We hope that one day they'll make legacy servers. That's what happened, right? And then do you remember people were pissed at NOS actually? Like they became... I remember myself writing some angry forum post myself as well. Like, I kind of regret it now, but like there was a lot of anger directed at the NOS team. Like, oh, they sold out, blah, 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 blah. Because they were essentially respecting Blizzard's wishes. But then they like low-key gave the character data to Elysium. And I believe they didn't really post it or anything. It would like them officially, but the community kind of found out that like Elysium had the core, or they had like the database of characters and stuff. And then when Elysium launched, one of their servers was the NOS characters, is my understanding. I didn't play on that server though. I think that was Lightbringer or something. And then they launched some other ones as well, you know. Yo, oh my gosh, we got another Prime as well. A tier 3, dude. That's insane. Coming out of Wave Cadet, dude. Thank you so much, bro. Thank you, Wave. A tier 3 means the world. That supports me in a massive way, Wave Cadet. I appreciate it, man. You've been one of my oldest subscribers or oldest supporters. I remember your name from the very start of it, 2019 days. Yo, is that James Charles? It does look like James Charles. Oh, man. Anyone who played Peace Servers before, most knew NOS would fold at any C&D. Yeah. So they folded at it, but at the same time, bro, I mean, NOS is a positive force, right? Like they achieved like a you know, kind of like a brand, right? Like they achieved that narrative. They achieved that critical mass of like players. Not a perfect server, but like a server that was able to kind of give the perception of being this like authentic Blizz-like free server with no microtransactions, nothing like that.
They've apologized for us many times, but I'm truly curious why it evolved to be like that.
The think you do of like, yeah, it sounds cool, but you're going to get in there and remember, oh yeah, I have to have ammo. Well, that wasn't fun. Or, oh, I'm dying all the time. That wasn't fun. If they could have trivially flipped the switch, I think they would have done it, because there would have been no cost to it. It was the huge investment of time. And I know players could say like, oh, Blizzard has so much money, why don't they want to spend it? But It's really about the opportunity cost. If you have one of your best engineers doing nothing but making a versioning system for the data, they're not adding new features or fixing bugs or that sort of thing.
I think that's what's so important to call out. Having also worked in a company that does an MMORPG, it's not as black and white as players often like to see. Like, the opportunity cost is a really good point.
Yeah.
Like, if...
And then there's also the issue of people discussing and debating how much time it takes, how much dev energy it takes. You know, this is just a toggle. Why does it take so much time? For example, Iron Man, right? Soul of Iron. And they made an add-on that worked in a day, but adding that to Blizzard, adding that to the official servers took a lot more time. And the curiosity factor is why we as players can sometimes do things more easily with the add-on tools than Blizzard can do with official tools. Because again, the code base is so fucking cooked that it, like, I remember talking to a Classic dev who worked on like Classic 2019, 2021, and they were talking about how convoluted and difficult it was to fix a lot of the back-end things. Like, people seem to think that it was piss easy to just implement Classic, turn it on. And at the end of the day, it took them so much work, and they still fired a huge...
It's so funny, dude. It took them so much work, but at the same time, like, you can literally make like a Light Soap repack server on your computer and like host it yourself and have hundreds of people playing on it. Like, you can literally but obviously it's more sophisticated. Like, they want it to fit within their architecture and stuff, but it's, you know, some nerds in a basement made a server that can support 10,000 people. Like, I don't know, man. I feel like they like exaggerate that, like, of how crazy it was for them to get it working.
Huge portion of the Classic dev team, the original dev team that Bobby Kotick fired.
Scale, yeah.
Launch. This was in 2018, 27, something like 27.
Yo, who is this, by the way? Does anybody know? Who's this old guy? And so Ghostcrawler is the guy on the right? Ghostcrawler's on the right, or is Ghostcrawler the left? The old guy. Ghostcrawler's the left. Oh man, crazy. Oh, so you guys have all seen this already? I'm late. I've never seen this before. I just saw it pop up a couple hours ago. 5 hours ago, Evan Hart. Ghostcrawler is OG. Bro on the right wasn't alive when Classic WoW was being developed. True. Yeah, that's Ghostcrawler. Interesting, dude. That's actually crazy. So is this a new interview? This is posted. Yo, this was posted a couple hours ago. It only has 500 views. Did players really want WoW Classic? This interview tells us.
In 2018, they fired a huge portion of the Classic dev team. So the development time went less and less. Like, they had actually hired and set up a team and then let everybody go because Bobby Kotick didn't think it was going to be a financial success. But still, let's keep going.
You're putting your best engineer on that. You're not going to be able to build new things.
But I do agree that Blizzard got it wrong. Like, clearly, Classic was a smart idea. It has legs. The combination of nostalgia for those of us who were there, and then there's millions of players who missed it. Like, all of China missed that experience because by the time WoW launched in China, you know, they quickly got caught up to, I think it was Wrath of the Lich King at the time. So they never really experienced vanilla the way we did in the West.
Was there ever an urge or...
Another thing is, like, for example, and I did see Tom Ellis's tweet, delayed by 3 more hours. It's not coming out till 9 p.m. EST. It's diabolical, but it's whatever. Another thing is, like, for example, Blood Elves. They made Blood Elves for the East Asian audience. Mostly Koreans because they didn't really want to play it. And they said this before, but, like, they made the Blood Elves to make it more palatable to the Horde, palatable to East Asian countries because they would not play the Horde.
Really? Is that's why they did it? It was, I mean, I knew they were going to add like a cute race to the Horde and a monstrous race for the Alliance, but I didn't know it was literally tied to like China and stuff.
China was very late to the game. They didn't launch until 2009 or 10, if I remember correctly.
Idea to go back and just add more content to Classic, because there are so many zones and areas that just are just kind of empty, or just kind of, they were meant to be the Dragon Isles, for instance, or they were meant to be something where there were areas that were kind of pre-Outland, but like not Outland, because then the development team broke the two expansions apart. Was there ever discussion about just wanting to add more?
Oh, for sure. And to be fair, some was added over time. You would see like...
See, that's the thing. Like, I'm on a DM Ghostcrawler, and see if you'd be down to sit with me on an interview talking about Classic WoW and the fundamental development and the back-end design of it. So this is an interview about all of the MMO and development, because the whole podcast is not just about Classic WoW. But I would love to do like a 1 hour sit down with Ghostcrawler and actually discuss the development cycle of WoW, what made it so successful.
Oh God, what is going on here?
How they chose to add or remove something from
this
the game.
quest, by the way, this like Cinderai armament quest is the worst quest in the Blood Elf area so far.
Holidays or new, you know, very simple quest added. But when we hit Cataclysm, that was the time when we felt like, gosh, the older content is so old. Let's go back and fix it up. And the idea originally was
file free in the app if you didn't file with us last year. Just
let's look for places that are very empty, you know, that don't have anything there. There was nothing in like Deadwind Pass, I think, and a few other zones like that. And let's go fix the areas that are kind of weak. It spiraled out of control to just a complete revamp of some of these zones, and we did so much of that we kind of ran out of time to really do it right. We originally, the way we talked about it is, we had this big map of Azeroth, and there were green zones, yellow zones, and red zones. The red zones were like a total redo, like Ashara, and the green. That's interesting.
The development of Cataclysm.
Dude, this is like my favorite type of thing to watch. Like the OG devs talking about what actually happened and what their thought process was at the time. Like I wish there was way more content like this out there. You know, Kevin Jordan, John Stats, Mark Kern, all of them, and just explaining how everything came to be. You know,
Cataclysm wasn't even meant to be Cataclysm. The Cataclysm became Cataclysm because the devs didn't handle the timing correctly. God, man, I really want to talk to fucking Ghostcrawler about this shit, man. This would be such an amazing conversation. Because this is somebody who was very high up in Blizzard at the time. He knew a lot and was doing a lot.
Or turn games
sounds like they're mostly good. Let's just maybe do a couple of tweaks there. But by the end of Cataclysm, they had essentially all become red zones. Like every quest chain had been completely redone, and almost none of the original content remained. And I think that was a mistake. That was scope creep on our part, and we should have had a little more, I guess, resilience to the idea.
What did Mark Kern do? Why are you saying that about Mark Kern? I don't actually know much about him. I only know good things about him. Like he made the petition in 2017 for Classic, getting all the signatures and stuff, and tweeting it out and stuff. You know,
we have to touch everything.
Was it pressure from behalf of was it pressure coming from you guys internally, or was this the things that players were telling you? Because I can imagine there's a level of perfectionism, like especially with an idea as kind of, I don't want to say crazy, but Cataclysm was nuts. Like, well, let's just redo the entire world, let's break it apart, let's change. For me it was traumatic because I loved vanilla WoW. I loved all the zones. I had so many memories there, and I remember, I think it was 2010. Like at first, I remember watching the trailer and like hearing about the expansion. I thought this is the most amazing.
I'm not gonna lie, leaving it on Ghostcrawler's face while he's talking is actually hilarious. Because like Ghostcrawler's just sitting here like listening, like, we just gotta look at Ghostcrawler and his fucking bald head, nodding along as the other guy's talking.
Thing ever. And then I remember I jumped into the game. I'm like, this isn't the same place I remember. Like it was cool, but something was lost. So I think going back to what I was saying just now.
Yeah, this quest, by the way, is so toxic in the Blood Elf zone. They make it so you have to kill these guys before you can loot the chests. And like, it's basically just a quest of you going around ninja. This is a quest where you go around ninja looting people's crates. It happens to you, and then you end up doing it to people. You lose your humanity and start doing it to people. And yeah, it's kind of funny though, in a way.
Was there... It sounds like you guys are creating the pressure on yourselves to perfect everything and kind of keep up to the hype that the world was kind of seeing you as.
It was all internal. It was this just sadness that, as I said, the philosophy at the time was when a new expansion comes out, you just jump to that expansion. And so those older WoW zones were just dead, particularly the higher level ones, because as players got to like level 50, 55, they would just jump to Burning Crusade at that point and never finish the Winter Springs, the Silithus,
It's interesting that they thought so little of vanilla, but at the same time, it makes me wonder when they were going to, like, by Wrath of the Lich King, how many people were still playing vanilla or still playing TBC? A lot of people were just trying to get to Wrath because of the culmination of the story. I wonder if like the anniversary / vanilla hype and like desire for it, I probably didn't even start until late Cataclysm and early Mr. Pandaria, when people started wanting to go back toward anniversary and vanilla. At the same time, nothing ever happened about that. Where they thought, they hoped, they prayed, and then nothing happened. They never really went back, they never really handled things correctly. And Cataclysm changed the world drastically to the point where it was a whole separate MMO, so a little game. So little of vanilla was insanely bad compared to Wrathless King Design. That's what I'm saying. Like, for the players of the time, why on earth would anybody stick around and level in the world when by 2010 PCs had become slightly more common and acceptable? People were rating more accurately. There were way more people playing WoW. It had become a much more accessible, normalized game to play. So I truly am very curious to see exactly, like, God, I wish Blizzard ever shared their data. You know, because back in the day they used to share data all the time, and now they never share data.
Like high-level vanilla zones. And so we're like, gosh, we have all this wasted content. Can't we figure out a way to reuse it? I just think the goal was noble, and the solution we came up with was not effective. In retrospect, I think having Classic was a much more effective way to get some use out of that. Yeah. And then with the remix,
I wonder what, like, this interview, the context of this interview, though. Like, so did Ghostcrawler work on vanilla? He's talking about all this from a TBC perspective. You know?
as they've done, where they've just kind of added weird tweaks to like make everything feel new again, because you can't just remember where everything was. Everything's changed.
Do you feel like the team is in a bit of a pickle?
How would that have worked if at the time, instead of Cataclysm, they made a different expansion? Because the original idea of Cataclysm was Deathwing and an underground continent and changing of the world drastically. I wonder how World of Warcraft would have looked if they had launched Vanilla as a separate game back in 2010 around Cataclysm, and they'd done a separate continent, a separate experience in, you know, like at the underground, the underworld, the for example, the elemental planes. Because I remember that before Cataclysm and during Cataclysm, they changed the lore a lot. Like, for example, Troll Gods and the Trolls, like, predating and fighting off the Titans and fighting the Black Empire used to be a thing back in the day. That lore all got scrapped, right? The OG Trolls were Mage Gods, Mage Kings. And they were, like, dominating the world. And they predate the Black Empire's landing. So the Troll Gods and the Troll Mages were fighting. Like, the Trolls had enslaved the Elementals. And then the old gods came and they were at war with each other, and some of the old elementals, you know, fled over to the old gods, yada, war back and forth. And then the Titans came, and, you know, well, afterwards they just changed the lore completely, so the trolls are completely worthless, shitty.
Of the experience, you've got anniversary servers, classic servers, retail servers, hardcore servers. Like, it just feels like, what is the identity for WoW moving forward?
Ooh,
and
okay, this is spicy.
Does that mean Classic Plus? Because
wait, does he work for them still? Does Ghostcrawler still work for Blizzard? Dude, this is spicy. Actually, he's asking like the hardest hitting question ever.
I think that's the question that everyone's asking themselves.
Bro, look at this man's wine shelter, wine room. Oh my god, dude, this guy goes hard. It's a humongous wine cellar thing, but there's no bottles and anything.
Is where does the game go now?
Yeah, as someone like I'm not actively playing, and someone who's not engaged, it seems very confusing. Of like, what of the 30 versions of WoW are you talking about? It's possible that active players don't feel that way. Like, it all makes sense to them in the same way you could jump into Roblox and play a bunch of different games, and that's not confusing to you. I do think it probably creates, again, an opportunity cost. I know that the WoW team has had to get enormous in order to service all of these different aspects of the game. And now they run into conundrums like, well, we did a Mr. Pandaria remix. Do we now do a Mr. Pandaria classic at almost the same time? You know, is that strange?
I think they regret MoP Classic because the numbers aren't that great, but they probably made a fuck ton of money on MoP Classic, so I don't think they really regret it. But like, MoP is getting towards the second half of its life cycle. We still have one more phase in the Siege of Orgrimmar afterwards, so 2 more phases. But then are we getting WoD Classic? I mean, he's not...
You're absolutely right. I'm skipping this quest. This quest... I don't wish this quest upon my worst enemy. Remember it. If you're new to Blood Elf, Sindorai Armaments. Okay, maybe I will do this quest. Okay, never mind. Change my mind. I'm not doing this quest. Oh my gosh. Okay. That is rough.
Wrong about the amount of versions of the game, the amount of versions of World of Warcraft, the amount of how classic WoW feels in general, because retail is just retail and then remix. Legion remix right now. The classic is anniversary era. You then of course have hardcore era. You have sword era, and you know you have mop classic.
Mop classic hype.
Overall, I would say classic is probably heading towards classic plus. I would be very confident saying it's heading towards classic plus.
Bros, cast your vote right now. Do you think we're going to get WoD classic? Will we actually live in that world? Is that actually going to happen, or are they calling it here? Is enough? Is this where it stops, dude? Is this it? Is it mop and now there's going to be mop era service? Like, are we going to get WoD classic, dude? The reason why WoD classic like hits different for me is that is the start of if we get to WoD classic, dude, it has come full circle, at least for me, because I started getting back into vanilla WoW private servers during WoD. Nostalrius came out during WoD. So it will have literally come full circle. We will have lapped the entire thing if we get WoD Classic. Just to let you know. Some people might not know the timeline.
But we won't actually know until it eventually someday drops.
Yeah, I don't know. I've thought a little bit about, like, if that was my problem to fix, what would I do? But for all I know, they don't, you know, internally, maybe they don't think it's a problem.
Oh,
this is by a guy called Genghis. I'm not signed in on Opera GX, so I don't leak personal information by accident. There'll be a link in the description down below.
Wait, what? It's done? Guy. He didn't answer it. He didn't even answer the question. He just said it's confusing. The current landscape. Oh, I thought he was going to give us some hot, spicy nuggies right there. Oh, man. Yo, what's up, Bishop? How's it going, man? So that was Ghost Crawler, huh? You know what I want to watch, man? I want to type in, like, John Stats. John Stats, wow. See if there's any interviews with this guy. Oh, my gosh, yes. Yes. Guys, who remembers this? Who remembers this? I'll play just a little bit of it. This was...
What's up, everybody? How you doing?
Yo, guys, who remembers this?
Scuff start, as usual. Wouldn't be GMA without it. But we are here today with GMA number 53.
53.
We've got, of course, myself, Melderon, Dunedin Kargoz, but an amazing, awesome special guest today. We've got John Stats, one of the man who built over 90% of the game that you're playing right now.
Dude, he built over 90% of the game we're playing. I didn't even remember that. I thought he built all the caves. He built Booty Bay. He built all like the some of the dungeons, like he made Wailing Caverns, right? I can't believe we got to interview that guy. The weird thing about interviewing him, though, is like he told us a lot about how Vanilla WoW worked, but he wasn't that affectionate towards it. You know what I mean? Like it was just like a project to him, which I think a lot of us, we hold the game in such kind of like there's such like a mystique around Vanilla and Classic, right? That it like means a lot to us. But some of the people that like worked on it back in the day, it was just a job for them. I just want to play a little bit of it and see what he has to say.
The dungeons, the crypts, the dens, the mines, everything that you've been inside of and died in, probably in hardcore. This is a man who built it. So if you
Whoa, in hardcore? He was talking about we were already playing hardcore. When was this, bro? September 2020. Def Camp's already talking about hardcore, dude. Insane.
If you want to get angry at anybody, he's the man to get angry at.
Got the mic working again, guys.
What's up, John? How you doing, brother?
I'm doing very good. How are you? By the way, I want to back away from that. I only built half of it. And the half that I built is the part that you don't have problems with. So that's yeah.
This guy, did anybody buy the WoW Diary? This is the guy who published the WoW Diary.
In front of the mine, right? Yeah.
Yo, it's so good to have you here, man. Like we were saying before stream when we linked up with you a second ago. Thanks for having me. We are, I think, you know, speaking on all of us in the chat right now, we're more starstruck with you being here, people like you and Kevin Jordan and these people than really, you know, the biggest celebrities, man. Like this game has done so much for us, put a roof over a lot of our heads, you know, provided us with so many, just thousands of hours of joy. And
all right, let me skip it.
Writing another book, a novel, and I enjoy doing it. You know what? I have unfinished business first. Let me just, because here we are. I was 15 years after we started, World of Warcraft, and it took me a number of years to actually finish. And I just wanted to get the notes that I had compiled and spent years, writing. Like, I couldn't write any more about post-WoW because I stopped taking notes. It's amazing how much
Dude, we should like go back and go over the WoW diary together. I swear that would be super hot fire content. Like almost read it live on stream or something. Like use AI to like transcribe it into like audio and like listen to it. It's basically this guy. If you don't know who this guy is, he was one of the OGs, right? He made Vanilla WoW. He built a ton of this stuff. Like he worked hand in hand with Kevin Jordan and all them. And then he took all of his notes from back in the day and turned them into a book. And he probably made bank, considering how popular Classic WoW was 2019. He probably made millions of dollars selling that book.
I've been through it. I've forgotten everything that, like, other than what's in the book. Everything after Vanilla War, I don't have notes for, so I completely forgot. So I'm glad I did get the book polished and in a presentable form with just ironing out all the facts and the timelines. The chronology was nuts, and it was a very hard book to write, but I'm glad it's done.
So are we, and it's amazing that you even like had the foreknowledge to like take notes and do all that kind of stuff, because a lot of people, he talked to some people, and Kevin last week was like, man, I wish I wrote down a lot of this stuff back in the day, because I'm sure Blizzard of today could learn a lot from what you guys did back then. So at least it kind of created like almost like a guideline for I think a lot of developers, and just the insight that you give into the game.
I'm not sure something.
And like little things when you're running through a dungeon and you see the way that it makes you feel, the immersion that it gives you is amazing. And I think WoW does it so well, and a lot of that is thanks to you, John. So yeah, it's crazy.
So maybe we should, on behalf of everybody who worked on it, it wasn't just me. I mean, there's a whole team behind, for present and past team too. They are super appreciative of all the acknowledgments that the fans and content creators.
That's the WoW diary right there. Yo, quick question though: is Vanilla WoW the best video game ever made by humans? It's okay if you don't think so. I'm actually just curious. Is this, all things considered, the best game?
Like yourself,
it's called the WoW Diary, not much.
Absolutely. So I was going to just real quick. I have his book up in front of me on the old iPad here, and I know most of you are probably familiar with John Stats at this point. I mean, this book, I've been reading it all morning, guys. It is so good. I honestly was sleeping on it, to be honest, and I am right after this probably just gonna finish it and just read the whole thing. But I just wanted to read the first part of it because some of you who don't know who he is, this might help you. So John Stats was born and raised in Akron, Ohio. He earned a BFA from Kent State University's Visual Communication Design program and spent 10 years in advertising in New York City. I'm from New York City, so that's awesome.
Ooh,
before joining Blizzard, he had decades of amateur level design experience, from tabletop games to first-person shooters. His homepage, whenitsready.com, marks the progress on his various projects, including an upcoming board game based on dungeon crawls. John built 90% of Vanilla WoW's non-instanced caves, crypts, dens, mines, and hive tunnels. His Vanilla WoW portfolio includes, and let's get some hype in the chat when you guys hear this. This man portfolio includes Ankaraj Temple,
That's the guy who built AQ, guys. That's the guy who built AQ. It's crazy, dude. Just looking at the guy. That's the guy who made AQ, for whatever that's worth.
Fathom Deeps.
Black Fathom Deeps.
Blackwing Lair.
Blackwing Lair. Dude, the guy who made Blackwing Lair, by the way, BTW right here.
Rock Mountain. Can we get some hype in the chat?
Black Rock Mountain.
Depths.
Oh my.
I am not joking with you guys. The list keeps going. I'm not joking with you. Booty.
Oh my. Made Booty Bay, made Blackrock Depths, made AQ, made BWL. He literally made those. That's crazy, man.
Karazhan. I'm not even done yet. Lochmadon Dam. Lower Blackrock Spire. Molten Core. Razorfen Downs. Razorfen Crawl.
I mean, he basically just made the whole game, right?
Skolamence. The Slag Pit. Upper Blackrock Spire. Warsong Gulch, and most importantly,
Bruh.
the Wailing Caverns.
The Wailing Caverns,
I just
bruh.
had to do it.
Bro, he just literally, it's like every dungeon. Like, insane.
Yeah. I just can't even believe it. Like, just even reading it, I'm kind of just...
You hear that list. God, it's like some of the most memorable moments that I had in this game were in those places.
People are saying all the best parts. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, seriously, man. He made Warsong, dude. That is wild. Oh my god.
Honestly, the dungeons are where it's at, in my opinion, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead. James.
Yeah, let's just say that BlackRock tips. Wait, I'm totally
Typical old school Kargoz had the worst audio ever, dude. I had no idea what I was doing with I still don't, honestly, but yeah. Sorry about that with doing Dane's mic so loud.
Yeah, BlackRock tips is like the best dungeon in the entirety of WoW. Just simple as that. Everything ever made in WoW. Yeah.
My favorite, yeah. And it's funny, we designed, we had people to paint textures, and dungeons were unique. And 3D, when you have a 3D environment wrapped around you, okay, we call those just the interiors. We call it, the dungeon department was the interior department. It was hard to write, to make concepts for that, because when you do a two-dimensional concept like a sketch, it's something that like this bottle or maybe the exterior, but it doesn't capture like even when you're looking at me right now, you see this wall and this wall. You don't know what the ceiling's doing, you don't know, and you don't know. It really doesn't do anything. So all that is also working without any concept sketches, and we had no idea what gameplay was. So like when you were joking about Wailing Caverns, like I had no idea what the gameplay was going to be like, and it takes...
Dude, isn't that crazy? They didn't... So when they were designing, they had no idea what you were going to do. Like, they didn't know what the players were going to do. They didn't he probably didn't even know what the classes were like or what the party dynamic would be like. It's kind of... Dude, there might be a genius in that, though, where, like, vanilla WoW feels kind of janky in a way. Like, what was explained to me was that they kind of broke off into different teams, and they were all working on different stuff. So when you have that style in making something, it's probably not the best way to do things, right? But that lack of cohesion in a way, everyone working on random stuff and then putting it together, that's how vanilla WoW feels, It feels like a sandbox with a bunch of random things in it, and like how it all comes together is sort of janky in a way, but it's also part of the charm of it,
Such a lead time to make a 3D environment. We needed to work that much further ahead than the game design. We didn't know how big a party was going to be. We didn't know how much room combat was going to take, and we didn't know how long people wanted their dungeon crawls to be.
Right,
we actually were like, there's a section in my book, the growing pains of the Wailing Caverns, is because section and section, they kept saying, make it bigger. No, it needs to be bigger. There's no such thing as a dungeon that's too big. And this is, again, before anybody's play tested the game. And the premise was that we were basing all of our thoughts on EverQuest, where there weren't instanced dungeons. The dungeons had to be big enough to accommodate the server. So that dungeon had to be... because it was an instance.
Right.
So you had to accommodate how many groups were the Wailing Caverns? 4 or 5 at the same time with the respawn rate. So that was we just didn't understand that, instances are just really, they make the dungeon much, much, much bigger because you're there by yourself.
Yeah. I remember hearing this, that the original vanilla WoW servers were designed to accommodate like 2,500 to 3K people. It wasn't actually like 10K plus like what we have now, like even some of these private servers are like 10K pop is like crazy, right?
And we went for years developing gigantic dungeons. We didn't, and then we realized, people like they're real short. I think we went with the Scarlet Monastery, where there was just a different wing at a time. It was a lot more efficient to do stuff that way. But yeah.
John, I remember you saying last time we talked to you that, I remember Kevin said this the last time we talked, that they wanted to, the dungeons to get bigger and bigger. Was there a point you were like, I'm going to make the biggest dungeon just to piss these guys off? I'm going to just create this huge dungeon so they can't complain about it.
What do you think AQ40 is, Defkin?
Yeah. Well, AQ40 had its own problems. That's my least favorite dungeon, by the way.
I want to get to you, but when you're done, I want to talk to you about that.
AQ40, his least
it was
favorite.
Very, very painful.
Yo, thoughts on AQ? We like AQ or we hate AQ? I think it's gotten better. I like it. I like it now. I used to not like it, but it's kind of cool, like the aesthetic, the alien aesthetic.
That was almost where I was just digging my heels and going, "Fuck, guys, I've the number of times that we revised it was probably, I would say, 6 times where the game designers said this needs to be longer. And when they said bigger, they didn't actually say we need floor space. I thought they meant longer, like long tunnels. And so we kept designing ourselves into a corner with that one, and we invested so much time that we were hesitant to just scrap the whole thing and start over, which is what we had done with Kargoz twice.
Whoa,
Wow.
they scrapped Kargoz twice?
The big dungeon, Kargoz, was actually going to be so much bigger than what you see. We had sections, Aaron Keller. It was going to be so big, Aaron Keller and I, we did it at the tail
Aaron
end of
Keller, write that down.
Kargoz. That's actually when it got built. It was released much later, but we had sections for a flooded section where, because there's a river there, we were thinking, oh, we haven't done anything worth. I mean, the Black
Fathom Deeps
has some flooded stuff, and we didn't know that was a bad thing to actually incorporate next to water with dungeons. But we were gonna have flooded rooms and let's see what happens. Is that gonna and all the micro dungeons around that we chopped off at the end of the development cycle. We said, there's too much content here. There's literally too much. We don't have enough little incentives for players to go into that. We had wine cellars. I had a bunch of trips around Kargoz, and they got half finished. And a lot of that stuff went in game, and all the hackers got through, and they saw some of my half-done stuff, and it was kind of embarrassing. But
dude, that's crazy. So Kargoz confirmed made in vanilla, and they released it way later. And they literally redid it a bunch of times, and they had flooded sections of it. And I remember learning about this too. They actually had way more dungeons that made it into the released version of the game. Like they probably had like a dozen dungeons that didn't get released. That's the type of stuff where you get this guy's the guy who worked on this stuff. You get his original blessing, to release some of the stuff that never made it into the first one. I feel like that'd be a lot cooler. Classic Plus, man.
Who knows? It's but Kargoz was going to be much bigger. It was actually.
Oh, what's up, Vinny? This guy right here is John Stats. He basically made every single dungeon and everything that you love in this game, from Warsong Gulch, Black Rock Depths, Encourage, Scarlet Monastery. He literally made Booty Bay. He did Wailing Caverns. He just made, his name is John Stats. He made the WoW Diary. Yeah. We also interviewed Kevin Jordan as well, like the week before this. This is like when our podcast was kind of blowing up, dude. Like we weren't as big as Classic Cast, but we still were pretty big. Like Blizzard featured us on their homepage. And yeah, we had some pretty good high profile interviews.
Ends in a raid dungeon like that you go to the top of Kargoz. There's that asteroid out in the center. I had an entire raid dungeon. It was like Molten Core, where you end the dungeon and there's the entrance to the raid. Okay.
Wow.
So at the top of Kargoz was supposed to be, and I actually fully meshed out this. It was too high concept. It was a asteroid, kind of like I don't know, a spacey, alien-ish type of Giger-ish type of design, but it was too weird, and it just didn't belong. in the world. But yeah, we had bigger plans for Karazhan.
That's crazy, bro. It's probably, you know what he's probably talking about? He's probably talking about the top entrance of Kara. You know, like the almost the back entrance. He's saying there was almost like a TBC-esque, like alien type of dungeon of Karazhan.
And it's amazing because Kara's like one of the, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but like almost probably name probably 90% of the chat here. It's like their favorite, right? So like, it's my favorite dungeon, and like, you know, and it was originally designed to be a dungeon, not a 10-man raid, correct?
It's sweet. Well, we didn't know. Yes, it was originally going to be a dungeon, but it was so big. I mean, Rob Pardo and Jeff Kaplan came to me and they said they needed much bigger dungeons, and they.
I'm remembering all the names of these OGs because I'm going to see if it's possible to even like contact these people still. Jeff Kaplan, Rob Pardo. I feel like I've heard these names before. The Aaron Keller guy, John Stats, Mark Kern, Kevin Jordan, bro. We can already name a lot of them off the top of the head. I wonder how big the team even was. You know, probably like 50 people or something.
That's the last 3 rooms in BRD were just kind of tacked on at the end.
If you were sexually abused,
the princess and the what's the room with the pillars? Oh, I hate that.
With the braziers.
Yeah. Yeah, there's
braziers. I mean, yeah.
Well, the braziers, you're getting up past the Lyceum.
The Lyceum, yes.
Yeah, that was all just, we just tacked it on. I was out of ideas. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna put a bunch of pillars. It's gonna be, you know.
Dude, isn't that crazy to hear? The Lyceum. You would think it was like a really cool premeditated piece of content they put in, right? They wanted to make it like the Lord of the Rings movie. Remember? Like when they go through the mines of Moria or whatever, right? And you're like, they're running away from all the different, like orcs or goblins or whatever that was, right? That's what I totally thought. That's what that was inspired by. It feels like a very premeditated type of thing. He's like, yeah, we just tacked it on. We threw it in there. I was out of ideas. We put a bunch of pillars and hundreds of mobs.
Dungeon got bigger, and they said they wanted Karazhan to be the size of a lower Blackrock Spire and upper Blackrock Spire combined. And at the end of that, we're going to put a raid dungeon. And, you know, the library, at one point they said, okay, John, you know, we were halfway, the thing was more than halfway built and textured. When the game designers really got to an idea of what the raiders wanted and what the gamers wanted, and it wasn't gigantic dungeons. So at the very end of Vanilla WoW, maybe plus or minus a couple months, they're saying, you know, don't put those flooded sections. And then they'd say, we don't need the micro dungeons around. And then they said, can you make the library smaller? And we're like, we really can't, because those are, you know, unless you want just a giant spiral staircase that's going to get the players that high. So we kind of painted ourselves in the corner with that one too.
I'm sorry, really quick, I just wanted to ask, were you familiar when they revamped Kara and Legion? So they revamped it into an actual dungeon. And I think some of those assets that maybe weren't used were used there. I'm not 100% sure.
There's like spaceships up there now. There's like not spaceship.
Skipping through the Legion comments.
You see, it's so hard to make games anyway. To actually really to be adherent to a story is very unrealistic.
So taking a few steps back here, John, I'm really curious about this. How do you see the whole story of World of Warcraft? You know, you were part of the original team. And it just amazes me reading your book that you joined Blizzard, what, 2000 or 2001 or something?
2000.
I mean, that is just so many years even before the game launched. I mean, just high level, looking back on this whole chapter of your life, how do you see the story of World of Warcraft unfolding? I mean, you know, to where it is today, or does anything come to mind when you say that question?
Do you mean about the development team, or how it's being made, or the lore? Because the lore has... I actually haven't played since Cataclysm, so it's been a long time. But I do see... I'll tell you how everything is developed. It's improvised. The entire... It's always improvised, because any long-term plans and any game designer that I know, unless you're you're soliciting investors, there's no point in doing game docs. Like for WoW, we never had a game doc for anything.
We never had a what?
That,
a game doc? What is that? What did he say?
Had a game doc for anything.
A game doc.
That's one thing that Eric Dodds, Alan Adham, he basically taught Eric, this is how you make games, okay? And Eric Dodds went on to, Hearthstone and a whole bunch of minor little games like that. But making any long-term
it's like a white paper for the game,
so
some kind of
fruitless, because you're going to see budget delay, budget problems, production problems, tech problems, art problems. That it's just a waste. Like you do an outline for, but no, it's always improvisation. Yeah.
I think Kargoz was kind of getting at, do you think that, I guess this is the question that everyone wants to ask, but it feels bad asking. Do you feel like they've kind of lost their way a little bit, Blizzard, when it comes to game development? No?
No, it's harder. It gets, I will say, like, as hard as it is to make an MMO, we were joking about this.
Most people that I interviewed back then that worked on the team, though, guys, like, that they pretty much, so like John Stats, Kevin Jordan, there might have been like one or two more. They pretty much all had the same opinion that they would never work on an MMO again. Like, I think they're proud of it, but it's the type of thing that you literally like it's insane work to the point you just a once in a lifetime type of thing.
In my podcast last night, that the numbers will inflate because you know how they crunch the numbers, like they cut the levels in half because they don't want science fiction-y numbers all the time. But the thing is that we started out, we knew they were going to get that bag. We knew that they were going to inflate to where it's just too much for a fantasy game. But you want to have, there's an expectation of progress. You have to have meaningful jumps in the numbers. And it's just part of the problem where you have the hardcore audience and you have the casual audience playing in the same space. And you will never, ever, like the Diablo team had this problem, you will never, ever make the game that's going to make both.
Every month, this Airbnb pays me about 27.
100%.
Happy for a long period of time. You can make them happy for a short while, but once they get into the rinse and repeat, then one side gives, and it is so much harder to make a MMO for the audience today that has rinsed and repeated 1,000 times. I would not want to be on that dev team. That is a
dude, we're pretty unpleasable, right? Like we're all, dude, the average WoW player, we're so hard on Blizzard and we're pretty unappeasable. It must be rough trying to make games for us, but at the same time, Blizzard is also dog shit, though.
difficult thing to do.
For sure.
And I felt sorry for them. I really do, because and you're tougher because you're a more educated. Like we had just EverQuest, and that was
right.
EverQuest, and what was so our competition was the WoW team 2 right now is competing with all the fond memories of Legion and Burning Crusade and the Frozen Throne and Vanilla. They're competing with all of those idyllic situations where this audience loved this thing, and this other audience they love that thing later on. And one of them's the hardcore, they're way more vocal, and the casual audience they pay the bills.
Right. Interesting. What an elegant.
That is always true, bro. In all things, the people who are good at something are the cheapest, and the people that actually power it are the casuals who just. So it's tough though. Like you don't know what to do necessarily. Like you need like the people who are really good at something to inspire the casuals to keep playing, but the actual people paying the bills are the casuals. Like in all things in life, I have found that to be true.
It's really tough to do, and I'm sure they're the smartest developers out there. I mean, I really don't think that they've lost their way at all.
Really?
That's
okay.
Not at all.
really
There's
interesting.
something from
Yeah.
this book that I picked up, and I've been desperately trying to scramble through my iPad to find it. I think people in the chat, type something in the chat if you're live right now, because I'm really curious.
I remember I used to say that all the time, guys. Type something in the chat if you're alive right now. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's-
Ask me.
Some OG Fat Ghost streams here.
Said something along the lines of public perception is always wrong. And, you know, we do the show a lot, right?
I'm skipping myself.
Developers and just seeing how their thought process. I was more in, the level designers, but I thought I knew what was what. And then I saw how Blizzard does it and why they do it. And unless you're actually in the room, in the meeting, you don't
What up,
know
C-Dang?
really what's going on. And I found like if someone was an animator, nice guy, smart person, he had a perception of the game designers being so
What up, so bad gets you, bro?
ridiculously wrong
First time in the
about
house?
this thing, and he's on team 2, and he has no idea why the game designers are or why the
Dude, it was kind of gangster. They'd call their teams Team 1, Team 2, Team 3, like they were fucking special forces or something. Like
the programmers are doing something. It's unless you're actually getting up out of your seat and walking over and saying, "Hey Sam, what are you working on today? Why are you doing that? Why do we need Lua for an interface? That doesn't make any sense." Unless you're actually asking those questions, you really, because it's game development, and just one aspect of game development is so complicated. That's why the book was so hard to write, because there's so many facts that you have to straighten out and get the reasoning down. But I didn't understand like why Blizzard did anything, and you need all of the pieces. And even
Level
if
10
you're on
boys, we did it.
you are a game developer, until you're talking first person
You can look
to
at the talents now.
person who's making that decision, you really don't know why they did that. I mean, I remember asking Mike Morheim, why did we sell to why did we merge with
Vivendi?
Blizzard?
Wasn't it called Vivendi at first? I remember that, dude. Like, I think they got acquired twice or something. I remember my buddy Chris, he was kind of a conspiracy theorist, and he would tell me like, "Oh, Blizzard got acquired by this company. Like, it's all gonna go downhill from here."
What's the reason? And he said it's really nothing changes. It's a stock swap. Basically, Blizzard was a super valuable property owned by Vivendi Universal.
Vivendi, yeah.
That they couldn't elevate, and because Vivendi Universal was a bundling of horrible companies, and underneath all that was this company Blizzard that was basically subsidizing the rest of this empire, okay? And if they sell Blizzard to Activision, in return buying Activision, okay, they owned Activision Blizzard at the time. By selling them Blizzard, they can make Blizzard's earnings public. They make that stock, the Activision Blizzard stock, visible and open, so people know what they're investing in, and not just Vivendi Universal. Vivendi owns that stock, so that's good for them. So that's why they sold. And there's all kinds of theories about the Chinese having influence on Blizzard, and that's so not true as well. Tencent is called Tencent because they want to own 10%. They don't want control. The theory behind Tencent is they don't want control of the companies that they invest in. So, yeah, unless you're talking to the CEO about this, I would never know, because this is not just public. This is long after the fact. They're not even owned by Vivendi.
So it seems like you give Blizzard the benefit of the doubt with a lot of this stuff, and say like they have really high quality folks in a room. They're making decisions at a high level, and I think there's a lot of truth in that. Honestly, it's so easy to put to criticize stuff, but until you're in that board.
Back before I was black-pilled, guys. Before the light had been drained out of my eyes. Back when I was a Blizzard bloomer. Back when I believed in something. Back when it all made sense, man. Back when I was just a wee innocent fat goes.
Room, you don't really know the thought process. I mean, everyone has their own personal gripes with the game, or feedback towards the game. Stuff like me personally, the art style has changed over time, right? And it's kind of become more cartoony and stylized for that direction. I've always wondered, like, why did they do that, man? Or things like that. But it's good to get basically a behind the curtains opinion on it. That stuff is really well thought out. Like, do you think they make data driven decisions when it comes to even the creative stuff, like what direction artistically to take the game and things like that?
Brought to you by Rogue.
Man, this guy runs a lot of ads. Sorry.
Probably not. Usually, I mean, it's artistically, it's so hard to motivate an artist anyway. I mean, the guys, they don't.
Dude, let me find the Kevin Jordan interview. The Kevin Jordan, like, this is. Are you guys enjoying this? I'm actually enjoying this, but I think the Kevin Jordan interview is actually more entertaining. Like, he's talking about the classes and stuff. John Stats one's really good too. That's on my channel. You want me to link that for you guys in case you want to watch that before I switch it?
It's good to get basically a behind.
I'll link it here. This is from like way back in the day. But this guy basically, if you're new to the stream, this guy made like everything in the game. He basically made the game you love, all the places. This other interview with Kevin Jordan made all the classes, right? He actually designed all the talent trees and all that stuff. Let me type it in. Kevin Jordan, WoW Classic and Beyond, an interview with Kevin Jordan, WoW developer.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of Azeroth, welcome back to the channel. I've never been so hyped for a GMA, but also been so terrified at the same time of a GMA and making sure we get off to a decent start here in terms of sound and everything. Guys, thank you so much for being here. This is just truly an unbelievable, moment for all of us here, man.
There
we
he
have
is.
Kevin Jordan, one of the original 3
Probably
game
the most starstruck I've.
Warcraft, best game of all time, S tier in its own tax bracket game of all time. He designed nearly all.
Whoa, there was only 3 game designers? Wait, I do vaguely remember that though. So there was like 3 guys making all the decisions. Let's go like this.
All the spells for all the classes in World of Warcraft.
All the spells for all the classes.
I don't even really know what to say, guys, but we're back with GMA 52. Thank you so much for being here, Kevin. Let's just do a quick catch up and.
Did bro get in finesse the ride? Like, what happened? Okay,
just
dude.
Everybody slash wave at Kevin, guys. Like, there he is, right there.
What up, guys?
And this guy, Kevin Jordan, played hardcore, man. He played hardcore with us on Bloodcell. Anybody remember? He played like Paladin, and he views the classes, guys, as his children. You're gonna hear him talk about it. Like I mean, they are his children. He literally invented Paladin, Hunter, Warrior, Rogue. Kevin Jordan is such an inspiration, and him coming into the team from Warcraft 3 map making is so lucky for the game to become what it is.
Real. Oh man, I just
Kargoz is on cloud 9 right now.
Yeah, I know.
It's on mine.
Chat.
Let me start off by.
Okay, go for it.
There we go. All right, let me start off by saying, first of all, Kevin, thank you so much for everything, for being here, for what you did to this game, guys. I am absolutely like, I lost for words, which was first time for everything. But I mean, the fact that we're here, talking about this game on episode 52 about a game that we all love and care about, and we have Kevin Jordan here.
Dude, how many episodes did we do? This was the date of this was September 5th, 2020, and we had already done 52 episodes.
About it, it's just would it
I think we got up to over 100.
Thank you, Kevin, for coming out. Thank you, Duny Dave.
Every week we did this. Every week.
Guys, go ahead. I'm just so happy right now.
Wait, I thought there was an intro to this.
Oh yeah. You ready? Are you ready? Let's do it. Here we go, boys.
This is kind of nostalgic
Kevin,
right now, boys.
You helped create
this is kind of making me tear up a little bit.
Right?
No. What's the intro with this channel? Let's hear some Good Morning Azeroth.
Okay, let's do it. So I'm gonna put a power word forward on everyone. Here we go. We go. Good morning, Azeroth, number 52, baby. Kevin Jordan. Let's go.
Love to see it.
Very nice.
I mean, I almost don't even want to I don't even care.
It was, if you didn't watch this back in the day, this was like our thing. Like Def Camp would like scream "Good Morning Azeroth" and his mic would peek out and it would like cap out, and it just became like a funny meme that became like our intro.
heard what happened with Def Camper doing dinner Melbourne.
It didn't actually peak out that time though.
We usually do a little catch up with everybody and how they've been doing. I kind of don't care about you guys. Like, I mean, can you give us a little one-liner, Melbourne, man? Yeah, it looks like you're bald, I'm bald. We both shave their heads.
Yeah, shave their heads for this. You know what I mean?
I forgot.
Yeah, but yeah, everything's great. What's been new? Been tanking on a warrior. Doing some 20-man tanking. And I'm sure we'll have some questions about warriors coming up.
Dude, is there content still around Def Camp and Melderon? I kind of want to go back and watch some, dude. Like, these are some of the people that got me into all this, boys. That got me into even like making content and stuff. You know, I'd watch like Def Camp and Melderon. They're just brothers from Philly, right? The private server meta before all these games came out, guys, it was kind of more international. Like, you didn't really, as an NA, K-Kona, Andy, like you didn't really run into a lot of people from the USA, let alone the East Coast, let alone like the tri-state area, let alone like Philly. You know, like I went to college in Philly, and like Def Camp and Melderon, just two, you know, just classic like American kind of sounding dudes that from Philly, Fly Eagles Fly, like playing WoW together, playing private service together. They would do like episodes like Super Plate Bros where they just like duo level like Paladin Warrior. And Melderon would do vlogs in the forest talking about like RP stuff, like, oh, what's my favorite class fantasy out of all the classes, you know? That's the type of stuff. Honestly, that type of content, like Alex Central was coming out with stuff, Hamster Wheel Gaming, Dodgy Kebab, Mr. GM private server reviews, all that whole wave was like, there was no money to be made in it back then. It was just like intoxicating, man. It felt like this kind of like grassroots underground like community that could use some support, you know, that could use some. And like I was so hyped to like make all this stuff because it felt like I was helping grow it, you know. Melderon's still going, yeah.
At some point, but I've been really enjoying that. Other than that, just been playing, raiding. AQ40 is amazing. We're having a good time.
Yeah, crazy Johnny. Yeah, appreciate that.
AQ now in one night.
Good to see you, Tuna.
Not actually, just skip this and let's get to the point.
That's what I'm saying. Right? Before we begin, though, can we get some absolute berserk chat spam for Dunedain by for some reason hooking this like putting this together?
Dunedain, Dunedain. I think he tweeted at him or something. He like messaged Kevin Jordan, and that's how we got this interview.
But like, yo, Dunedain though.
Neither do I, man.
Do you want me to tell you how it happened? He just asked. Amen.
Sometimes that's all it is, man. Sometimes that all is you just got to ask, right? I'm guilty of not doing that. You know, you kind of like, you just don't shoot your shot, right? But why did he say he was part of 3 developers? That I do vaguely remember that. There was 3 like chief game designers, was it? Was Chris Metzen one of them, or was he just like the hype man? Kevin Jordan, Mark Kern was one of them. I don't know. Maybe they talk about it. Maybe we talk about it in this.
The worst anything can happen in life is that, you know, it turns out the way you didn't want it to happen. Well, you know what I mean? But
How dare you?
How dare you?
Yeah.
All right. Can I get a word in edgewise here? I got something for chat.
Absolutely.
Good morning, Stranglethorn, Vietnam.
That's my new sub emote noise or whatever. That's it.
There it is. Just have Kevin screen that. Yeah,
that's awesome, man. It's almost the type of thing that I think each one of us has like an initial, you know, if you could, you know, humor us, Kevin, just like a little paragraph of what we'd want to say to somebody who created, you know, the best game of all time, a game that's been so.
This might have even been like honestly the most hype thing I ever did with making content. To me, man, I've realized over time, guys, the classes are extremely important to me in WoW. Like I feel like it's so essential to me for me to make sense of an MMO or anything in the classes, right? It all goes back to the classes for me. That's why like when something is classless, like I can't even get into it, you know? So like the fact that we interviewed the guy who made the classes and all the talents, like birthed all of this is just so crazy.
So impactful and integral to, you know, just who we are as humans, you know, and I have to take it too far, but I mean, that's a true statement, you know. I don't even want to know how much slash played I have overall, you know, in WoW in general. But before we get into that, do you have any initial, you know, words for anybody, or like how are you?
Yeah, how you guys doing? You know, I hear that a lot, and I honestly, I never get tired of it. I was saying, you know, in our kind of warm up for the show, but this game has affected me a ton as well. Like I know I know the depth of connection a lot of you guys have because I worked on this game and played it for a huge portion of my life, and when I wasn't thinking about it and when I wasn't working on it and playing it, I was definitely thinking about it. So it was a life consumer for me as well, and it fills me with joy to know there's so many people out there that have gotten so much joy out of it. So I never get tired of hearing the stories, and I definitely understand. I'm not, I'm a game designer, sure, but I'm also just a huge nerd. I'm a huge gamer nerd, right? So I go through all the same things you guys go through when you find a game that you just love and really connect with. So I love to hear it. Love to share in that, geekdom.
I'm glad. Sometimes I feel like all that, maybe they don't want to hear it because they've heard it so many times, but I know I can share this with everyone else because everyone knows my story a little bit, but WoW literally helped save my life. I had issues with addiction in my past and all.
WoW actually ruined some people's lives, but for some people it kind of saved them, guys. Some people, like Def Camp was really big into drugs and stuff, right? And it kept them out of trouble. I'm more of on the ruin my life type of side of it, but I guess not really though, in a way though, because we built some cool projects and made hardcore and all that, but yeah.
All that, and WoW was always there for me when I would get out of rehab, whatever, get clean, come back, play WoW, and WoW helped me grow as a person. I never thought I would be the kind of person that would be able to stream. Never thought I'd be the person that would be able to talk on in front of people like this. And the
how's the audio, by the way? Should I turn it up or is it good?
Coming out of my shell, and being able to explore who I am and what I like about myself. This game allowed me to do that.
Right.
And it's amazing. So much more to me than just a game, so I can't thank you enough, Kevin.
Okay,
you hear that, kids? If you're going to get addicted to anything, World of Warcraft.
Yeah, that's the safe bet.
Yes.
So, I hear you mention you're a huge game fan yourself and huge VR. I think that's, without bashing too much on Blizzard nowadays, but I think that's what made Classic. That's a secret to Vanilla WoW, right? It's designed by people who just love playing the game as we do. And I wonder, as a first question, maybe, how do you feel about how Classic is, how they went with Classic? Did they make the right choices, in your opinion, going with the 1.12 patch and stuff like that?
Overall, I would have to say, I think it's a huge success, right? Yes, there are issues. Yes, not everything is as all of us would have wanted. But it's like any good relationship, right? You tolerate the stuff that annoys the crap out of you because there's still 95 to 98% of it that's just like a dream come true, right? So, yeah, those little things annoy you and they get on your nerves. And when you're in a bad mood, it seems like it's even worse than it is. But at the end of the day, we're back playing a game we fell in love with, and we'd still be, a lot of us would still be on private servers if this thing weren't around, right? So
still be on private servers? Did he play private servers? That I don't remember. The way you said that, dude, we'd still be on private servers. Maybe he played NOS, bro. Maybe, dude. Maybe. You know what's crazy though, bro? So this episode was September 5th, 2020. So Classic WoW must have just came out. Didn't it come out August? Or did it come out September? I'm trying to remember. We must have been fresh into it. Or maybe it came out September, dude. Let me look it up. Oh yeah, that's right, 2019. Sorry, I'm tripping. So we already degened. We had been degenning for a little while. Okay.
No bash on private servers. They're amazing at times, but a lot of us just wanted as close to the real thing as we could get, and we got it. And
an actual OG WoW dev saying no, not shitting on private servers, saying that they're amazing. Imagine.
It's not perfect, but it's still it's still taking up our time, and we're happy to be here playing it. So
yeah, no game is perfect, and I think when you consider the fact that we had 15 years to sandbox this thing in different ways and try to understand it at many deeper levels, it's kind of no surprise that metas exist, right? And I think we were talking about that a little bit before the call, but that's part of the process, right? And that's something that you kind of envisioned when you made this game, is that metas would develop.
Oh yeah, for sure. That is the process. I talk a lot about this on my channel when it comes to rotations. Talk about DPS rotations or whatever it is. I think a lot of modern development designs those intentionally, and rather than how I approached it back in the day, which is just to give you a bunch of cool abilities, and then you define the rotation based on your expertise in the game, right? So,
bro, did you hear that? I mean, it makes sense, right? Like now that it's so obvious when they design a spec or a class or talents or whatever, like they already have a general idea of how you're supposed to do it, and it feels kind of like scripted. Like where the way they did it back in the day is they just kind of made abilities that were independently cool, and then you piece it together. Like they let you solve the puzzle, you know?
The difference between the way I did it and the way a lot of games do it nowadays is they've removed that process, right? Because they've designed for you the way the buttons should be pushed.
100%.
And once you figure that out, then you just kind of do what they intended, right? But they've taken that whole process of fun of, every once in a while you get to, outsmart them and play in a better way than they were expecting, but it's a lot more rare. And that process is so huge when it comes to engaging with the game, right? Because, your creativity, your personality, your expertise, your math skills, whatever it takes, right? All the things that go into defining the meta is such a huge part of gaming for so many.
Yeah, and I think what's interesting.
Real quick, yo, let me look at the talents and we're level 10 right now. We can go red, prot, or holy. I'm not sure exactly what all the changes were. What do you guys think? You think we should just go red? I put one in a readout. I actually think it's fine. I think we go prot until seal of command, and then just respec. These are. I'm gonna level with the shield in the early days, and readouts are really good talent. Go here. Probably here. 5 readout, 3 hit. Something like that. I want to be a sword and border. Anyway.
Is how the meta has evolved over time, how the meta has, this game, is, like we all say, it's a 15, 16-year-old game, but still there's something found new almost every day. In terms of whether, is this item going to be best? Is this, as a priest, I'm looking at for certain fights, I like using my tier 2 AP's bonus and getting the trinket from ZG and all these different things where, you formulate for this boss, this is going to be the best. For this.
Do you want to have a wait list of dream clients?
Sorry. I'll get YouTube Premium, my bad.
For this boss, and
right.
People are asking in chat, this game, 15 years old, still stands the test of time. People rather play this game than retail WoW because of the feeling of just immersion and the feeling of getting something out of the game that I can't get out of retail for me personally. Even though, yes, there's challenging being a healer, this, that, and the other, but the amount of just pure passion that was put in this just shows, it bleeds out when you look at the class design and when you look at the game as a whole. And I think for me, I get a huge kick out of the little things, like for example, priests having certain different abilities for each race and things like that. And I think,
oh yeah, some of you guys know this already, but the different priest racials, when they designed those, he might talk about it in this, but when he designed the priest racials, they were designing it so they could be like religions. They wanted the racials to be symbolic. So obviously, there's different priests in real life, but there could be a rabbi. There could be a nun, or a Catholic equivalent, a Christian, Protestant equivalent, all that type of stuff. The priest racials.
When you look at a game like say D&D, and you feel the elements that out of D&D into classic WoW, you really I don't feel that as much with retail. I feel that so much more with classic, and I think that is what makes the difference to me. Is I can feel myself playing this game.
Glory to the Sindori.
Right. Stop! I'm blushing. Oof.
Yeah, that's the thing that I think you guys hit the nail on the head. What DefCamp just said. I think class identity is so well defined in classic versus any other iteration of the game.
Oh, I just said Moon. They designed the priest racials to be like religions in the game. That was their intent with it. That's why, because there's religions in real life. There's obviously priests of all different sects. Like there's like Islam, there's Christianity, Catholicism, whatever. They wanted the priest racials to be kind of like that. You know, it's just an interesting thing. You know,
like, do you guys agree? Like every class feels so unique.
Absolutely.
Yeah, go ahead, Kargoz.
Well, I was gonna say, man,
this is actually one thing too, bro. Do you guys think in TBC the classes are homogenized? Do you feel like the classes have lost identity, or are they still pretty well defined? Like, do they still feel pretty unique? The abilities are still pretty like flavorful, you know? Like the classes still feel different from each other. I agree with you, dude. I actually think it actually just like builds upon it a little bit, you know? Right, you're right, dude. We're all on the same page. Like we're all on the same page. Wrath is when that happened. And I remember playing Wrath back in the day when it came out. Like this was during Wrath. People were saying that, you know? They're like, dude, Death Knights in Wrath were like the 58 boost right now. People were saying the same shit back then. They're like, I can't believe you started at 55. That's insane. That's insane, you know? And yeah, everything got homogenized, you know?
Like it's the type of thing my brain, like there's so many things racing through my head right now, man. Like just to give you my one little paragraph, you know, I played this game since the winter.
Skipping this.
It was the best game ever. You looked.
You're right. That was the perfect medium to channel my edgy little 14-year-old self.
Yeah,
you know, throwing in those Chuck Norris jokes and all that. But
I think the exact line was, "Where's Mancrick's wife at my house?"
Chuck Norris jokes. Remember those?
Just to build on what you said though, Melderon. Like there's so many things because we played this game for so long, and there's these stretches where you're just leveling solo. First of all, this game has been like therapy a lot of the time to me. You know, just getting into the zones. I play with the ambience and the music cranked up. Like, if I had to pick one aspect of value add this game does for me, it's just kind of that therapeutic, chill, amazing. It was black voodoo magic that they were, you know, like how much of this was just sheer, unbelievable, like RNG into making this world. And now, you know, we have this opportunity to get some information on the, you know, it's just insane.
It's so funny, actually, because it's so nice to hear because I talk about in a lot of my interviews and whatnot, I talk about thematics, right, of a class, you know, which thematics are huge when it comes to creating that class identity. But I've had that word weaponized against me, right, thematics, right, because they'll throw that in my face every time a class isn't as powerful as another class, right? Which is what all people care about, right?
Yo, if you think like everybody who made original Vanilla WoW, do you think they're giga set for life, like multimillionaire? Do you think that they made insane money off this stuff? Like, is he set for life? Is he done with money? He can just retire and chill now? All the royalties, all the whatever?
Yeah. And so it's so nice to hear the other side of, like, appreciating the identity that goes into it and essentially the thematics that I always strived for to be just as important as, you know, the underlying numbers. But, again, offering an experience that is different. You know, there are 9 classes. I wanted to offer 9 different types of experiences. I was totally okay with, you know, the idea that you hate some classes and you love other classes. And to me, that was a sign that things were going well because...
See, yeah, dude. They were built different back then. It's okay to not appeal to everybody. It's okay to have certain classes you hate. It's okay.
That meant I made a very diverse, you know, set of experiences. So as long as, you know, the entire community didn't hate one class, right, then I was onto something. And it was pretty evenly split, as you guys remember from the early days. You know, there were some low pops on some things, but there was a pretty wide open. Go ahead.
I was saying, why can't games do that today? Why is it that everything has to be balanced? Everything has to be
right.
And I know so many, you know, the reasons are people complain and this, that, and the other. But you know, I myself, right? Like, there's classes that I love. I gotta say, like, every class has its own feature that is just so distinct.
Yeah.
You know, look at druids. Like, they might not be the best healers, but look how amazing they are in PvP. Look how amazing flag carriers they are. You know, the only class that can battle res in classic WoW. The only, you know, I don't know what I would do without interview.
Should I leave it like this, guys, or should you want me to zoom in on KJ's face? He's kind of the content here. You want me to do this? You can hear the goat talk. Might be better. It'll be a little bit blurry, but
bait half the time, right? As a priest. So it's like,
right.
It's like all these things that are so unique to each class just screams class identity. It screams, like when I play a priest and I feel so much different than a shaman or a druid, and paladins are, Dunedain. I know you can talk hours about paladins, but they're so unique in their class design. And
I have a couple of questions, but that's for later.
Yeah,
Paladin is like one of the most unique classes in any game, I would say.
I think so too.
The seal and judgment system. But let's say that for later.
Yeah, I'm just saying that, like, why do you think it led to such homogenization in the classes over time?
Unfortunately, it's just it's a designer trap that you can fall into. It's also something you'll see. Like, I talk a lot on my channel about how very good players, or the sort of the pro level players, tend to make very poor game designers. There are exceptions, of course, but when you take a pro gamer and try to turn him into a game designer, he thinks very one-dimensionally about winning and about achieving and things like that. And those are the qualities that make him a pro player and make him very
Why
good
is he
at
so
winning,
based?
right?
Why is
But
he
game
so
design is
based?
about
Like, you just
more
believe
than-
everything he says, dude. It makes sense that, like, I go on, Kevin, go on. Like, a pro player would make a horrible designer. I believe this, man.
For most games, right, especially a game like WoW, it's about a lot more than just feeding that appetite for winning. And so you have to step outside that mindset, right, and think about all the different kinds of players that you're trying to attract to the game and all the different approaches people have to getting joy out of the game. And some can make the transition, but some struggle with it. And within dev teams and communities, we tend to see a person who's really good at a game, and they're usually very intelligent people, and they're occasionally very well spoken, very organized thinkers, and things like that. Things that you would think would translate well into a job like game design, and we toss them in. But yeah, there's a lot more to it. So it's a trap that designers fall into. And it's also, like, we tend to hire the people that are going to most readily fall into that trap. The other side of it, the trap, is just, this is what players want. Players want, they want you to cut away all the fat, of a class, right? They want you to cut away all the things that don't help them achieve whatever it is their goals are, because they see it as useless or trash or whatever. But if you get into that mindset and you stay in it too long, you end up with this game that's extremely lean and, let's say perfectly balanced, but there's no fun in that, right? There's no experimentation. There's no what ifs. There's no, mad science within that experience. It's just, I rule, and that's exactly how they designed it. So here we are, right? And it ends up being a lot less collaborative, right? Like, good games are
You can kind of see it, though, right? Like, everything he's saying, you can feel the effects of what he's saying in vanilla. I swear, man.
Collaboration between game designers and players to achieve this joyful state of playing this entertaining thing, right? So
do you feel like
what's up, chat? Yes, it is.
Yeah,
we're doing
and stuff is getting us more into the direction again of like the old game design, because classic is kind of successful.
Yeah, that's certainly the hope, and I think it has sent a strong message. I think it was sending a strong message before it even came out, just how excited everyone was for it. I was pretty blown away when I heard about this whole project moving forward, and the struggles that so many of you endured just to get the green light on it, right? So that's a very strong message, and to anyone
dude, see what I mean, man? This is the guy who made the 9 classes, right? He made this game, and his narrative on it is like the struggles you guys endured to get this. Like, even from his perspective, it was the private server community. It was the private server Andes that were fighting for it, crying for it, setting the precedent, like playing on these private servers, building the community up. And in a way, it was kind of like the same thing with hardcore too. Hardcore was a big win for Blizzard, but that started as a community thing. It wasn't just me, it was everybody, right? Like, everybody believing in it, trying it out, and like then Blizzard swoops in and just takes the W. Like, But it means a lot, right, to hear from the source of truth that, like, from his perspective, the reason why we got Classic WoW is it was community. It wasn't Blizzard's big brain idea. It was the community had to jump through hoops to get it green lighted eventually.
In the industry that, you know, thinks that there isn't a market for this type of game, that there isn't a successful monetization method within this, you know,
disc
within
shitty,
this
I believe.
market.
I've seen both though.
Is crazy because I mean, just look at Classic and there's multiple millions of people that want to pay $15 a month to play a game like this, right? And that adds up to a lot of money. So as long as you don't screw it up with microtransactions and, you know, nickel and diming and, you know, right?
Absolutely.
Pay to win and all that other nonsense, right? Yeah, there's a market for it, and the message is loud and clear. So hopefully it's just up to somebody to listen, take notice, and, you know, take a risk, right? Because MMOs at the end of the day are a risky proposition. They take a lot of money, huge teams, got to have a lot of talent, got to do a lot of things right. But yeah, I think there's a market for it. I believe in that market. I'm a part of that market. So
yeah.
I know,
and I
right?
think like when I think about the way classes were designed, I think about tabletop games, and I think to myself, like, you know, if you're going to roll a shaman or a paladin, let's say, which is kind of like a cleric, you know from Jump Street, you're not going to do as much damage as a fighter, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or a thief or something. And I think that's okay. And I'm kind of surprised by.
One thing I always loved about Melderon is he had this like kind of D&D side. Like he knows a lot about like traditional fantasy and classes, and he always gave that perspective on stuff. You know, like I never really played much D&D. I played it later, but there's this kind of like old school D&D gamer approach to understanding all the nerdy fantasy stuff. And I've always found it really cool. Like there's almost like an objective source of truth when it comes to mythical creatures and classes and armor and spells and all types of stuff.
People don't kind of see that, like, because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Kevin, but I would assume that, you know, a lot of your class design ideals came from tabletop games.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's so funny, too, that you threw Thief in there, right? Because Thief was the worst damage. Thief is a non-combat class in D&D, right?
So, yeah, it's like Pathfinder. So, yeah, so I'm probably a little, yeah.
But over time, it got transformed into this DPS, this dual-wielding from behind DPS class, right? But the Thief was the guy who was, you know, doing all the adventuring when you guys were back in town, repairing your armor and buying healing potions, right? Like you had two things you had to do. And the Thief was like, well, I'm sneaking into every second story window I can. And I'm, you know, talking to somebody and, you know, sneaking around and lockpicking, right? Like he was the guy that was having all the fun, right? And then when combat came, it's like I do one sneak attack and then I'm done, you know, one backstab and I'm done. So it's so funny that computer games have transformed the idea of the Thief into like this high DPS, you know, character. When and it was some of the things we tried to put back into the game in WoW from like EverQuest, for example. You know, we had ideas. You know, obviously stealth was.
These OG devs keep mentioning EverQuest. Are you noticing that? John Stats talked about, he referenced EverQuest like 10 times, and now Kevin Jordan they keep comparing it. I think that for them, that must have been the standard, dude. That must have been like what they compared all of their work against, because EverQuest is already out, right? Was it like it was the biggest MMO before this? Was it the biggest? I know there was like EVE Online and stuff was out already. Probably, I think Second Life was out. I don't know. There was some.
It's a big deal. And we tried to put in, we put in lockpicking, and we had an idea for disguise at one point. You know, we wanted him to do things like, you know, sort of non-combat-ish, very roguelike, you know, old school Thief-like. But yeah, unfortunately,
they brought the EverQuest high-end raiders over to WoW. They brought the EverQuest high-end raiders over to WoW to develop it. Oh, really? That's the lore of it? Kargoz, you should try EverQuest for content. It has classic servers. What's like the vanilla EverQuest called? Is it just called EverQuest? I know old school RuneScape that's their vanilla. This guy might be the Jordan of WoW. Wait, what? This is Kevin Jordan, yeah. You saying the Michael Jordan? Well, Project 1999. Insane. So it came out in 1999. An MMO came out in 1999 in the 90s. There was a 90s MMO. That's wild.
About success in MMOs today, it's less about role playing, unfortunately, and more about progression, right?
Yes,
right. And that's totally fine. Progression is great, but I want games to be more ambitious than that. I want them to strive for not just a progression oriented experience, but an RPG experience at the same time. So, and it's a tough blend.
You hit the nail on the head, because when I asked that question, you really opened my eyes to see, at the end game, you have these people who push the end game content. But like when I look at balancing, and Melderon and I and Kargoz, I think we all agree with this. You look at these people who are trying to balance the game in a PvE perspective, right? But the way that I look at the game now is I try to look at the balancing, taking consideration the leveling process, which is a huge part of the game, PvP and PvE. And when you take in all three of those aspects, the game is actually, the classes are actually really balanced, right? Because you might have some classes that are amazing levelers, like hunters and druids. Druids might not be some of the best
cooking
PvE
right now.
content, right? When it comes to healing or tanking, but they excel highly at leveling. They excel highly at PvP, and I think one thing we forgot is, like, so many people just look at PvE and say, okay, every class should be doing the same amount of DPS. They should be doing the, be the best tanks. Everyone should be healing on the same part. But what it comes down to is the classes are so balanced.
I agree, dude. Yo, anybody else, any true vanilla WoW knowers here? Like, if you know, like, the game is actually really balanced in 112. And I'm not talking about just PvE meters. I'm not talking about just PvP. Like, I'm talking about all of it. I'm talking about everything. Everything, bro. From start to finish, from character creation. You have to factor in, like, everything from how competitive the class is. Like, you have to factor in the quality of life, like how easy it is to farm gold, how fast do you level, how good are you in PvE, what are the drawbacks, how much inventory space does your class need to perform, like how much financial support do you need as a class to perform. Like, I've played a lot of 112, bro. I've played a lot of 112, and like, I genuinely feel that's true. I don't think druids are the master of jack of all trades, master of none. They really have things that they're the best at. They are a really good class. The hybrids are all really good, dude. Like, there is no weak class in 112 in vanilla, And like, some people would actually tell you, gun to their head, like the weakest DPS class in vanilla is hunter. But like, from my perspective, I think hunter is an amazing way to play vanilla, man. Like, all things considered.
As a whole, leveling, PvP, PvE, what you want out of these classes, what you want out of the characters, and I think that's where you guys really nailed it. And people forget that. They forget that a lot.
Well, the reason why it's balanced too, though, Winky, is like, any imbalance can be made up for by like the buffs and the consumes and the gadgets and the gizmos, as we've said a million times. That, I don't know, man. There is no weak class in 112. I would literally challenge you. Like, what's a weak class? Like, what's a weak class in 112? What's a weak spec? What even is a weak spec? Like, people splash points into all three specs. There's flex points. There's stuff to make up for. People usually say boomkin or something, right? But like, there's a time and place for that too. Like, if you're really into world PvP and stuff. I don't know if you guys have ever fought in a vanilla environment against one of those built different, like, boomkin world PvP druids. They're literally like the best class in the game.
State your business.
I'm not talking duels or whatever. Like, they're super slippery. They just run away forever. Rogues can't even lock them down and kill them.
We will persevere.
Everyone wants to do, the top amount of DPS. Everyone wants to do the top amount of healing, but that's not what it's about. It's about the experience.
The fourth aspect, real quick, is utility. I think it's utility, leveling, damage, and that's the thing people forget too, is utility as well.
So I'm really.
And they also.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
They also don't realize that what they're asking for is the end times, right? Like, if everything's perfectly balanced, then no choice matters, right? And people don't really want that. You don't really want to feel like you're just like everyone else, when it comes right down to it. You're cookie cutter next to everyone else. You want moments to shine. You want moments to flex. And in order to have those, you have to have moments where you can't flex, where you have to sort of take it on the chin and get carried a little bit. And But yeah, what helps get you through those times is that utility, those individual class mechanics that everyone's excited to have you along for, and also just the play style. You know, if you're having fun doing your thing, and the way you feel about your class and the way you project to others about your class, which is in a lot of ways a projection of your personality, then you can get through some of those dark times in raids where you're not, you know, you're doing 2% less DPS or 5% less DPS, you know. So it's important, but yeah, people, you don't really want perfect balance. Perfect balance is a very boring state.
Absolutely.
I was going to ask you, Kevin, I'm just super curious to get your side of the story here. Like, you know, as being one of the chief architects and creators of the original universe and amazing game, what is your take on the narrative of World of Warcraft as it unfolded? Like, I don't know exactly how you feel about the current state of WoW versus where we are now, versus like how you see, like, did it go downhill? Did it go uphill at points? Just really curious, like, just your high level thoughts on the story of World of Warcraft, the game, as it stands.
Yeah, so there's no question it's declined, right? Like, there's no question. This is shown in the subs and the way people react to it and the amount of trust people have. You can see it reflected in a lot of different ways. And, you know, this whole classic thing is a really mixed bag for me. I'm super excited that it's back, and I'm super excited that people wanted to play it so much, right? Like, that's really heartwarming to me, that people appreciated, you know, the game I worked on so much that they want to bring it back 15 years later and it can be successful again in the current environment. That's very, you know, satisfying, right? But it's also saddening, right? Because it tells me that the game hasn't reached its potential, right? Like, I imagined a world where 15 years later the game would continue to be growing and even more awesome and building on the foundations of.
It's kind of like an ego boost, though. Like,
we will persevere.
The game that you made was the best, right? Like, even if it's 20 years later, they've been trying for decades to make it better, but it was never better than when you were running it.
What it was to continue growing and evolving, right? And not just WoW, but other games in the industry would also be doing this, right? There'd be other contenders pushing the envelope and trying to, you know, actually dethrone WoW, you know.
Dude, I wish there was more content like this about WoW, dude. Even myself, dude, a lot of the stuff I'm putting out is kind of like, you know, it's just like guides and meta slop, you know what I mean? Like, I still try to do the best I can, and like, I wish there was more like interesting, like, like talking with the devs, you know, like, or just like learning about the origin story of everything, you know. That's why I wanted to like write down the names of all those people, you know. Maybe we can like hit them up on Twitter or something, see if they want to come back, and like, or we can find out the skeleton crew of like TBC, like who worked on TBC back in the day. We can like interview them, you know.
Be a competitive space, right? But I think a lot of us can agree that the genre is kind of lackluster at the moment, right? Like, the fact that a classic WoW has to come back and take charge again, right, is telling that, you know, the competitive scene isn't really there, right? So that's also kind of sad. And I accept that, you know, once I left the company, it's definitely not my game anymore. And they have every right, the people that are still there that are working on it, to do what they want with it. But
there was some drama with him, right? That kind of makes him even more based. Like, he left, I think, under not the best conditions. Something happened. I'm pretty sure he has like mixed opinions about Blizzard. A lot of past devs have drama. Well, oh, maybe I'm confusing him with David Brevik, though. Remember, we actually, Winky and I interviewed the guy who invented Diablo. I wasn't even like that huge in Diablo or anything back then, so I didn't realize how insane of an interview that was, man. But that is actually crazy that we interviewed him.
Still kind of sad that they didn't build on some of the philosophies. And some of that's down to me because I didn't write this stuff down, right? But yeah, it's okay that they took it a different direction and they experimented and tried to do some things, but I'm sad that it didn't work out. the way a lot of us would have hoped.
Is there anything
So-
that jumps out to you? You mentioned these philosophies that they didn't build on. Was there anything like that sticks out feature-wise, or maybe something that they did during an expansion that sticks out as like a sore point, or something that was a defining moment for the game?
Yeah. So one of the biggest things, and I think you guys will see this in hindsight and probably already know it, but I have to ask you guys, and just go around real quick and tell me, what is your favorite content in the game? What's the not your favorite? Sorry, what's the best content in the game? Def Camp, what's the best content in the game?
What's the best
For
content in
me,
the game, guys?
it's-
Before he answers.
In classic,
In classic, yeah, vanilla.
Yeah, for me, it's playing with other people, whether it's dungeon, raiding, the social, anything that involves social interaction. So
Right.
dungeon, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Whoa, what's this? Nick Hotz, first time in the chat. He's got a check mark. Means he's legit. You should check out the dev interview with Alexander Brazy. He has a few stories about TBC content and bosses he designed. Oh wow, okay. He was that a TBC dev? Thank you, Nick Hotz. That sounds amazing, bro. I'd love to. I'd love. That's like kind of the vibe today, you know. We're just taking a trip back in time and leveling. So that sounds amazing. Let me write that down. Okay, wrote it down. This readout talent, guys, is proccing like crazy. Just 1 point in it. Damaging melee and range attacks against you have a 10% chance to increase your chance to block by 6%. It's proccing all the time, even at 10%. Oh wait, it stays at 10%. That's why. Okay. It just increases. So maybe putting 1 point in it was like secretly big brain, man. Maybe we just like put 1 point in it and then we go command. It might even be BIS. I'm not even kidding. Because we're going to level with the shield, you know? And we could just get command at like 21.
Kargoz, what's the best content in the game?
For me, and it took me a while to. I was embarrassed to say this for a while, and it took me a while, being a leveling Andy or whatever. But I really enjoy the leveling in this game. The carrot on a stick that comes from that beautiful purple stuff
That's still
that you
true.
accumulate with each kill and each
That is
quest.
true. Leveling
being
is
able
best,
to immerse
man.
yourself into the zones.
Like when you guys miss WoW and you haven't played WoW in a long time, what is it that calls you back? Is it like you in a raid with the boys and like a fat piece of loot dropping and you rolling a 97? Maybe it is. Is it, owning people in the arena and, that was a little bit of the case with me in TBC because the arena is a big part of TBC for me, but usually it's just leveling, like leveling in the Barrens, killing quill boars and stuff. It's SM with the boys, that's fair.
And level different classes and mess with the talents while leveling. It is the leveling final answer.
Let me show you something that makes me
Getting sweet leveling upgrades and feeling the difference. Imagine what it's like for someone like an Alondo. Though Alondo takes a break from the game and he's like going to sleep at night and he's like, instead of counting sheep, it's like 100 parses in his mind. He's like seeing like the rank 1 parses and he's like, oh, I miss WoW. Oh, I miss WoW. I miss getting rank 1 everything.
Just being in beautiful zones, listening to the music, and hanging around in those zones, which is why I like playing Alliance in the first place, because I think their zones are better designed.
Right. Okay. Melderon?
As a GM, I have to say that I have this like inner like kind of need to see my raid progress and do better. I really enjoy the raiding content. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So those are all great answers, but you're all wrong. I hate to tell you. All right. So here's the answer as I see it. You guys are the greatest content, right? The people playing the game are the greatest content. All the other stuff is just there to trick you to show up and start acting like yourselves, being fools, being funny, being hardcore achievers, and bouncing off each other, right? That's the greatest content, right? And so I think that's the thing that
He just had to one up us with the sage wisdom. He had to just service. We all had little potatoes. He just had to service the big potato. Yeah, that is a good answer, man. Honestly,
the modern dev team has forgotten.
Yeah, I'm telling you, dude, these interviews are underrated. Like, dude, this interview has 30K views. I could literally, dude. There's probably guides like What's the best class to play in PvE Phase 1 TBC right now that have like 50k views? This is an interview with Kevin Jordan, 30k views.
Right?
I'm not even mad. I'm
not,
just like scratching my head, you know?
They've zeroed in on the content itself rather than remembering that it's everybody showing up, being in the same space,
Kargoz, I can tell you why that
forming
is. Why?
Communities, socializing, right? So
are you
were
going to say
close,
timestamps?
Yeah, I was close.
But it's really just like you running around being yourselves, interacting with each other, and, you know, creating the Leroy Jenkins, the more dots, right? The you know, the funeral PvP event, right? Like,
yes.
Right? Like, these are the things that matter. These are the things that create stories that we remember, you know, forever, right?
Wait, what was the funeral PvP event? That sounds familiar. Someone died and it was like a famous funeral that they had in WoW. It's the same reason musicians spend 5 hours deciding on which snare drum to use, and then the grandma in the car doesn't even hear it or care. People just don't give a fuck. Yeah, maybe, yeah. Yeah. I see what you mean. Time to start making thousands of clips from these old vids. Yo, true though, Tactics. I also think I was just bad at making content. Like, I never put timestamps on anything. I still don't. And like, it was all long form. Like, this is a 3-hour raw VOD that has no editing to it. That's probably why too, you know? 30k views. But yeah, this is the story of my whole content career. I just did stuff like this, you know, and never really like did anything extra with it. But the smart thing to do would have been splicing it up into like little videos, you know?
So many of us have killed bosses. So many of us have, you know, progressed through the raid tiers and at lightning speed, or, you know, slow but steady, or whatever it is. But that's not the thing that we remember as a community for this game, right? The things we remember are all of those amazing moments that stand out, that are just legendary memories, right? So, and all of that comes from you guys, right? None of that is scripted. All right, the Leroy one was a little scripted, but scripted by people.
Wait, Leroy Jenkins was scripted? No shot that was scripted. That was real, right?
So you know what I'm saying? Like, so that's, I think, one of the key things that has been lost today is that there's not enough emphasis on creating a platform or an environment for those things to happen sort of naturally, right?
Wait, seriously? Leroy Jenkins was like 100% scripted? No, I'm not even kidding. I literally did not know that. That's like, how scripted are we talking? Like, they literally they were trying to make a video. Go watch again. It's so obviously scripted by the guild. If you will watch the long version of Leroy, you will see it. I don't know. I mean, it's been a while since I've even heard Leroy Jenkins come up, you know? Like, that's like a super old meme. I like half forgot what happened. I think he just runs into the eggs and Ubers, right? And pulls everything. That's crazy, man. That's crazy that was scripted. I bet you almost nobody knows that it was scripted. Time for a rewatch.
Put people together, have them collide, have them compete in the same space over the same resources, right? So when you talk about things like
just
personal loot, right? That's a thing players want, so they don't have to compete. But we've lost all of those moments where somebody ninja looted in a raid, right? Which are some of the most legendary memories, right?
Yeah,
those are gone now, right? So
Kevin Jordan, pro ninja looting confirmed. Ninja looting.
Trying to make the game better, but destroying the kind of true purpose of the game in the first place, and the genre in the first place, which is to, you know, put people together.
Honestly, dude, I feel, okay, this is Winky, you're gonna be laughing when you hear this, but I feel him a little bit with regard to the griefing. Like, the griefing in hardcore, I still think they're actual pieces of human refuse for doing that, because it was so unfair, because they were not playing by the normal rules. But because they were not playing by the normal rules. But that's actually the key thing. They were not playing by the normal rules. Like, if there was griefing on real hardcore servers and they had one life too, it would be okay. And I'm pretty sure we always said that too, man. Like, we never were trying to like be Care Bears in that way, where it was like on a real hardcore server, I think anything goes. It's fine, you know, kiting Teramis, whatever, as long as they're playing by the same rules. But there was so much like emergent gameplay that came out of the whole like cops and robbers dynamic between griefers and like, you know, enforcer types. It was crazy, right? So I see what he's saying about like, yeah.
There so that they could create these moments, right? Things like Dungeon Finder, you know, like those things eliminate that consistent social collision with the same people, right? That now we're forming relationships, some of them good, some of them bad, right? But all memorable, potentially. Things like flying mounts, you know, the collision has been, you know, destroyed because everyone's flying past each other in a 3D space, right? You're not running along the ground interacting with monsters and helping each other or competing with each other for nodes or, you know, any of those things, right? So those are all the things.
You know what's crazy too, Winky? I know that all that griefing arc had a big impact even on the griefers at the time, because almost every major griefer from the Bloodsail era has basically like hit me up personally or like been in the chat, you know, like the main one, Kargoz HC, is like Iverson in Twitch. Like you'll see him in Gray's chat, my chat. I mean, he's still trolling people like crazy, but like it was actually a crazy, like fascinating dynamic for them too. And it had an impact, even though we were like at each other's throats and like, you know, actively trying to ruin each other's lives. Like they were trying to ruin my life, but it's in a way of like, almost made peace with every single one of them, you know. Bible Billy comes in here. Goth Lolita comes in here. Oh, God. The Blood Elf Zone is just quests that encourage you to ninja stuff from your fellow player. This zone is toxic. This zone is toxic, my boys. This is a toxic zone. Blood Elf leveling is toxic. Between this and the crates...
that are really kind of key to what makes an MMO and the genre itself really unique and special from other games. And it all comes down to the way you guys run around and behave with each other. So it has very little to do with the content itself. So that's what's been forgotten over the years.
It's the biggest big true I have ever heard. It's like, and it's so simple, and it's like we know it because we look back, and I look like, just like you said, the loot things, like being able to like be the loot, you know, like being the loot council and saying, okay, you know, we're rewarding this guy for what he did because he shows up every week to raid, he brings all these consumables, he brings all this money, and like he remembers that, right? It's that memory that you create, rewarding people for what they're doing, having those choices in the game. And I always was such an advocate for this. It's like, leave the choices in the player's hands. When you take the choices out of our hands, you take the fun out of the game, and it's such a fundamental truth.
And that's why we never formalized like what's the best way to divvy loot. We never did a formal version of, you know, DKP, or we never did a formal version of Loot Council or anything like that. We never formalized it because I always felt this is a social decision. Let the players work it out. Watch them struggle to work it out. You know, watch them screw each other over at times. But those are all important moments.
Dude, Kevin Jordan is actually so good at this, though. Like, he really was cognizant of all this stuff when developing the game. You know, like intentionally doing less. Like less is more. That's so big with vanilla, man. Less is more. Do you think these devs at Blizzard right now have the same level of just like wisdom with this stuff? I don't think so, man. I feel like they keep making it like you're the main character on Era. All the changes they're making are like, when are they going to cross that line in the sand when it comes to Era, where you're no longer just like a guy running around in the world and the world bends to your will? Like, you're the main character, you know? At that point, the fabric of the game is altered, like fundamentally.
That's where we learn, and that's where we grow, and that's what we remember, right?
That's the highest HP a healer can get to an arena season run.
I don't know if you remember back, you know, what the exact technological limitations were back then, but those were discussions you guys are very much having. Like, yo, we could put in an LFG, we could put in a dungeon finder, we could put in some sort of personal loot system. You had the ability to do that, but you kind of socially engineered it so that, like, on purpose, is what you're saying? That was all very much premeditated.
A lot of times, yeah. And I had lost a lot of my influence by the time, you know, some of those systems were being put in. But I remember distinctly arguing against flying mounts and arguing against Dungeon Finder. And I was a crazy person on the team. Like, no one actually... Because arguing against the technology of Dungeon Finder is near.
It's like with layering and all this other stuff, man. Yeah, arguing against the technology, arguing against the modern convenience. Like, I feel like sometimes that's the case now too. Like,
impossible, because when you think about, and if you guys remember back, and I can imagine that a lot of you believed it was going to be the greatest thing, right? Like,
yeah,
a lot of you were super excited.
Oh, sure.
And it was pretty awesome for the first month, right?
Yeah.
And then, 5 years later, you don't realize how it's completely eroded the social dynamic of the game, right? But
it's so crazy, bro. Everything, all the advice he's saying hits different when it's coming from the source of truth. You know what I mean? If this was just some guy saying it, it wouldn't be as intoxicating. But it's the guy who made the classes. It's one of the 3 pillars of vanilla WoW, and it's sort of like the results speak for themselves, right? So it's very like awe-inspiring, everything he's saying.
I was seen as a total crazy person, and the technology was so powerful. Oh my gosh, cross-server dungeon finder, like turning 50 queues into one, like. It was just like, oh, so great, right? And everyone on the team was so excited about it. And I was like, hold on a second.
It was interesting for us. So when LFG came out, I was in Wrath, and I remember distinctly we started our first guild, Def Camp and I, and our main way of recruiting was actually doing heroic dungeons in Wrath with people. And when LFG came out, we weren't able to do that anymore.
Right.
So, but you're right. We were super excited about it when it first came out, but we actually immediately noticed one of the downsides of it. It was like there was no intra-server communication with those players anymore.
Yep. And the other thing it did was it took away your ability to evaluate people in a natural setting, right? So you had to start leaning on other things like what's your gear score? What's your Raider IO, right? And that was it. It's just like, well, you got a high gear score, you're in. No, it turns out you're a total dick and don't fit in with our group at all, right? Like, you got to find that out later, or you actually suck at your class, but you've been carried through a lot of these raids, or whatever it is, right? So,
it's that slippery slope we've all talked about. It's like one thing after another leads to another, and
it's so great. It's like all those things we talked about in 51 episode before this, and now one of the actual original designers is just saying exactly what we all been thinking all this time, and why did they change those things? But I've been watching like the interviews with Ian about Shadowlands and stuff, and I noticed you had some videos about it as well. So I think he's going slightly into the right direction.
I do too. Like some of the things he's said in the last 6 months have, I'm as shocked as anyone to find myself like agreeing with Ian, because traditionally and historically we couldn't be further from each other from a design philosophy standpoint.
Interesting, isn't that interesting, dude? Ian Hazzikostas this is coming from the source of truth, bro. This is coming from KJ himself. Couldn't be further on the spectrum of like difference in design philosophy. Wow, dude. And that's the dude in charge of everything, no? And he's the farthest from Kevin Jordan.
But some of the things he's saying now have me really intrigued,
just some Diet Cokes,
and
from DC.
You can see some of the things he's pushing, right, are being fought tooth and nail by the community, right? So his, and he's partly responsible for the corner that he's painted into, but I appreciate his attempts to try to find his way out of it, and I do want to see him succeed in some of those things. And sadly, I don't think we'll see it in Shadowlands. I think the big questions will be more further down the line, the next expansion after that, or the expansion after that, because a lot of these things, it took a while to sort of change the games.
Real talk, has retail been good ever since this interview? This is September 5th, 2020. I don't know. I'm going to plead the fifth on this because I'm not a retail person. I never tried, but you know what I mean? They're talking about retail. Like, have they improved it all since September 5th, 2020, or is it just the same dog shit?
So it's going to take a while to change it back. If that's even their intent, because there's a lot of retail players that are just like, no, let's just keep doing what we're doing. Classic is for the other people that want their thing, and we should leave retail the way it is and just have kind of two separate philosophies going at the same time. So
it's worse now. Most people are saying it's worse now.
but we'll see. You know what their decision process is like going forward. But it has been refreshing to see Ian talking about some of this stuff in light of like what people have learned from classics. So
I think what
it's nice.
User should also know is that we.
What's up, Mr. Music Monster? We're on this is Dream Scythe right now. Dream Scythe. So I should just quickly shout out. We're playing TBC Hardcore, guys. I'm still doing all my arena prep and everything like that. I just want to shout out this project real quick. So if you are interested, like on a side project or something like that, in addition to your main characters, maybe you're already capped honor and stuff. If you want to play TBC Hardcore, this is my first hardcore playthrough ever. I never played TBC Hardcore before ever. You're literally watching my very first character, very first playthrough. We're popping the cherry today. Is it safe to say there's thousands? Are there thousands of players? Probably, right? Thousands of players. Let me look at the Discord. Let me look at it real quick. There are trying to see. Can't see how many people are in here. I'm pretty sure there's thousands of players, but let me link the Discord if you guys want to join. We're on the Dream Scythe server. There's an add-on for it. You can download the add-on on CurseForge. I'll put it in YouTube as well. And yeah, come play. Like there's all the instructions are in there. You can pretty much like just get auto invited to a guild, and you can just do this on the side. Just level a Blood Elf, whatever. How does HC work for TBC Classic? Is there a separate server or just a list of rules? It's on Dream Scythe, and there's an add-on, and there's also, it's not pure make-believe like way back in the day. There is a Soul of Iron buff, so there is 100% tracking. I don't know if there's a certain level I have to get it by or whatnot, but I just wanted to quickly shout out the project if anybody wants to play this. But everything is still good with my characters. I'm still getting ready for the arena season and all that. But yeah, let's keep going with the video.
Yeah, you want Classic Plus, right? So you feel underserved because...
Whoa, he's talking about Classic Plus already, dude. 2020. Wait, did he just say Classic Plus? Let me rewind.
What their decision process is like going forward. But it has been refreshing to see Ian talking about some of this stuff in light of like what people have learned from Classic. So
I think what
it's nice.
User should also know is that we Classic players... We would like to have like a new experience as well.
Sorry.
Yeah, you want Classic Plus, right? So you feel underserved because retail is still pumping
he's
out
saying
new
Classic
stuff,
Plus in 2020, man.
Philosophy you don't like, and yeah. So what I don't think, unfortunately, what I don't think they have is the ability to run two MMOs at the same time. So, yeah, the Classic players are still kind of. We're happy that we have this thing. We want new stuff, and we have to accept probably just TBC and Wrath, for the foreseeable future. But
wait, he's talking TBC already? So they already announced TBC? So this is September 5th, 2020. Is this guy like traveling through time? This is like 6 years ago. He's talking about Classic Plus. He's talking about TBC and Wrath. What?
At the end of the day, we actually just want, something brand new.
Exactly.
With the old philosophies. So, yeah.
But a lot of this has to be due to the success of Classic, these positive changes, and I think that's evident, right, Kevin? I mean, that's
no TBC Classic was 2021.
Are just really showing that, like, okay, it's
TBC Classic was 2021, right? Because it came out summer 2019. It was 2 years, so September 2019 to 2021, then TBC. But this is midway through 2020, So you would think it wasn't even announced yet. You would think they announced it in November 2020.
Let's try to get some of these classes to feel more like they should, and let's try to forget about the homogenization and do this.
Yeah, rumors and stuff.
And I think I've always said like. Retail's kind of at a point where it would, like you said.
This conversation could have happened yesterday, though, right? And it would have made total sense. Everything he's saying. For now, we have to accept TBC and Wrath. We just want this. We just want their original design philosophy, but something new. That's not necessarily my take, but I know that's what most of the community wants. That's what you guys want. You guys have made that clear to me based on like the feedback on my videos and stuff.
It's going to take a long time to ever really make big waves and changes because. I think that we look back in the day, and this is a question I wanted to ask you was, when there's issues in game, I've always been a big advocate for this. So like, there's something like, someone, ninja looted something. First thing people want to do nowadays is like, contact a GM, get Blizzard involved. And my answer was like, no, let the server, let the people in the server, like, everyone on that server is going to know, hey, this guy's a dick. Don't run with this guy. Like, I love the idea of the server working and being its own police force. And obviously, there are points when Blizzard has to step in when certain things happen, but I feel like we're all so quick now to try and, have, fix this Blizzard, when vanilla and something this is Kargoz has proved with the hardcore community that there's so much freedom within vanilla.
Hardcore, let's go.
We can create these things, and it's so hard to do within retail.
This is the pre-add-on days, guys. No add-on. All we had was record your runs on OBS. That was it. We were hardcore about it, dude. You got to record your entire run, or you get voided. So you just have to have like gigabytes of data.
And all these rigid, you have to do it this way or this way or this way, and all these things were thrown at you. It's overwhelming.
Yeah, it is funny too. Obviously, I'm a huge designer, as you guys know, that's in favor of you guys policing yourselves for the most part, letting the social systems work themselves out, right?
Right.
And there's also also a customer service win in that same respect, because you talk about now how if you have the tools and if you're shown that it is up to you, it is your responsibility, then you have to start doing this stuff yourself. You won't go to a GM, which will ultimately save Blizzard money, right? Because they don't have to hire as many CMs or GMs. But in an environment where they want to save that money, it's so interesting to me that the design has pushed it into a place where they have to have even more, because the players are so used to, getting on the phone as soon as something bad happens, right? Like, they're creating this expectation in the world with their design that we're never going to have a pain point. We're never going to have a moment of friction for you in the game, right? So if that ever happens, something's drastically wrong. Oh no, I'm butthurt about something. Something's really wrong here, right? So, and then it's like, well, I have to call them and tell them, something in their game design is flawed. Where it's like, back in the day, it was like, no, get used to getting butthurt, right? Like, it's going to happen constantly. Get over it, Figure out a way to get past it, right? And you eventually learn how to work through those elements, right?
Is there anything in Classic looking back, because it seemed like, towards TBC and Wrath, the game was blowing up, they got more people involved, so your leverage as one of the three original ones may have dwindled or went down a little bit, right? So, it's not like your say just goes automatically. Is there anything within the Classic timeline that either bugs you, seems like a missed opportunity, something that, you wish, if you could change one thing in Classic looking back, that you would have changed? And on that same note, is there anything that you're just super proud of in the Classic timeline that you think you guys just hit it out of the park?
I assume by Classic you mean vanilla.
Just
okay. So what am I super proud of? The stuff I worked on individually was the talent system and the talents themselves. Like,
this guy made like all the talents in this game, guys. Every talent you see. You go to the warrior tree. Think of where all my brown classers at. Where's my brown classers? Look at every impale, deep wounds, sweeping strikes, cleave. Well, imp cleave. He made that shitty talent. All of it, bro. Made all of it.
It was a system that performed really well considering what its objectives were. Did so much work at helping players have a sense of individual identity within their class, right? So as a warrior, I felt different than the warriors standing next to me.
I know that clip, guys.
So the talents did did a lot of work in that respect. And also giving you lots of fun decisions along the way as you were leveling up your class on, getting you excited about. Just from a progression standpoint, did a great job. And thirdly, helping you realize your class fantasy, right? Because like when you imagine, okay, I'm going to make a warrior. Well, there's tons of different iconic warrior templates within movies and books and everything else, right? That we all love from, growing up or whatever it is. But we hand you a warrior and he's pretty basic, right? but the talents help you finish that vision off of what you're trying to make, right? So, and that was huge in like helping everyone realize the more specific class fantasy. Am I the dual wielding warrior? Am I the two-handed warrior? Am I the sword board warrior? Am I looking for a Boromir style or a Conan style or Aragorn style, whatever it was?
I like that you mentioned Lord of the Rings here. My guild is found on Lord of the Rings. It's called a Fellowship.
Right. Yeah, Dunedain. Yeah, that's awesome. So yeah, it's like so it did a great job in that, and also it was very gratifying to see like the rest of the industry talent systems became sort of industry standard, and even for games that weren't MMOs, you started to see them pop up in shooters and of course strategy games. But it just seemed like every game that was coming out had a talent system of some kind. So that felt pretty good that this system had served WoW so well that people were fascinated with it and wanted to work it into other games, even games where the talent system didn't really fit because it didn't have the same needs, but people were still jamming talent systems in because they liked them so much. So that was very gratifying. From a project standpoint, like it has to be the Horde Alliance faction split. Like that wasn't going to be a thing in WoW. But I convinced Alan Adham, who was the lead designer and one of the founders.
What, bro? What? There was gonna be no Horde Alliance unless KJ put his motherfucking foot down, dude? What? I somehow forgot that. That's crazy, dude. Yeah, this is, I know it's maybe kind of cringe to some people, but like I forgot half this stuff, dude. This was an interview I did with what we all did, me and the boys, like Good Morning Azeroth. We had a podcast. And we interviewed Kevin Jordan, like literally the guy who made all the classes and talents. Dude, there's no Horde Alliance without him. Imagine vanilla with no Horde Alliance. DOA, right? Would the game even? I don't think it would have been successful. Dude, that's a huge deal. Like that's probably. I was gonna say the game wouldn't be successful without talents. I think it's possible it would have been successful without like the talent tree being exactly how it was, but. The Horde Alliance thing is okay, dude. There's no... I don't think you have World of Warcraft if there's no Horde Alliance. What were they originally planning? Just one faction?
That we had to have, orcs versus humans, basically.
Wait. Just a minute here. You said that originally WoW wasn't supposed to have faction split?
I couldn't imagine.
Yeah, the whole... Most of the team was like an EverQuest. They were all EverQuest fans, and EverQuest didn't have a faction split, right? They had, you had trolls and you had humans, and the humans couldn't go to the troll town, and the trolls couldn't go to the human town, but trolls and humans could.
Hold up, guys. Oh, never mind. He's right here. Your mind? Does he? Okay.
Off with you.
Okay, never mind. I'm sorry, I have a blood off me, but I thought I was like doing something wrong with this quest.
Group as much as they wanted, just like anything else. So that was the basis for what WoW was going to be. And so I one night just wrote this huge paper about why PvP was important, why factions were important, why competitiveness was important. And I was kind of just out of my mind. I was quoting Fight Club and in this like rant, and
nice.
I gave it to him, and then he came in the next day and he's like, yeah, I basically agree with everything you just wrote. So and then he started convincing one by one everyone else that we absolutely needed factions in the game. So, and faction connection is one of those things that I think shines when it comes to like your identity. Like when you talk about yourself personally, it's for the Horde, for the Alliance. That's probably the one thing that stands above. Like, yes, your class is important. Yes, your race is important, but which faction you're on, I think for most people is sort of number one when it comes to identity. Yeah. I mean, people were putting Horde stickers on their cars, and it was kind of crazy.
We've kind of lost that though, right? People don't care about faction anymore. Is that a good or a bad thing, guys? It's kind of inevitable. Everyone's played both. The game's just been out forever, bro. But it probably would be better if we still had that. Part of that though is creating like barriers to entry, like making you not able to play both, right? Like you have to make like another account or something. What was it always the case, guy, that PvE server you could play both on the same? Was it always like that, guys? Like going back to 2004, if you had a PvE server, you could always have both factions. Yes. I see. Okay.
Right, and we were treating each other differently because, like, another question I wanted to ask you, Kargoz, back in middle school was, did you know other classmates that were playing, and did the Horde go to one side and did the Alliance go to the other in your class?
So I originally, my first character was a Tauren warrior on the Illyria realm. It was normal because I didn't know what that realm meant, right? So I made a Tauren warrior, and I got to level 17, and I was so happy because I got my friends involved, right? And I was like, yo, I'm gonna have a huge advantage over them. I'm level 17 already. You know, I'm gonna be like the big Chad in the middle school. Like, you know, I'll be way higher than them. And they're like, nah, we're gonna go Alliance.
That
so I
is
had
true.
to reroll. I had to reroll Alliance.
That was true. I was big mad. They wanted to go Alliance, and I felt like I wasted so much time because it probably took me like 2 weeks to get to level 17. And I thought I was going to be the leader of the pack. And then we rerolled Alliance, and I had to make a Dwarf Paladin. Shout out Dark Iron, Alliance. Yeah.
With them, but it's just so crazy. I can't imagine. Type something in the chat if you can even envision a WoW with no factions. The fact that you drove that forward is like shattering like the fact that like everything right now. That's just
and it affected the way you interacted with people in real life. You know, like, oh, you play WoW, awesome. Oh, you play the Alliance. Oh,
yeah, but I got a really funny.
Level 23 just died. Foxy Lady AHC Rest and Pepperonis died level 23 to Vorsha the Lasher. What is that again, guys? Is that BFD? Vorsha the Lasher.
I don't think we can be friends, you know? Like, I'm not going to date you. You're, dear God, what?
Yes, Kevin. First, okay, let me just say, do you still have that document and can I buy it from you? No, I'm kidding. Okay.
Oh, the escort. Oh, but the ring,
so
right? You looted
that,
for the ring? Sag.
The night that Wrath of the Lich King came out was a midnight release, right?
I see.
And I go to GameStop to pick it up, and there's this whole giant line outside, and you know, there's this really cute girl, and I had like just gotten out of rehab recently, so I'm like kind of like awkward and like not really talkative, kind of, you know, socially awkward. And we go in there, and the girl starts talking to me. So, oh, you're here for WoW, you know, this, that, and the other. We start talking, and she's really cute. Right? So,
This is a fake story. There is no real. You think you really saw a really cute girl back in the day playing WoW? Is that even a thing? I swear, dude. Did you?
And I go, so, what I'm like, you know, where do you play? And she's like, oh, I play on so-and-so server, and I play a female Night Elf Hunter. And I'm just like,
oh, how did I know?
Hey,
cool.
female Night Elf Hunter. That's a catch right there.
Walked away from her. I mean, I hate female Night Elf Hunters so much, but it's just it's so funny because
Because he's a priest player. That's why, dude. All priests hate hunters. You know, we were talking about your rival class, like their anti-class. Priests hate hunters, dude. It's because it sucks. They suck their mana. The priests they crush out. When the first Watluka expansion first sold, I did a massive burnout in front of the Best Buy headquarters on Fifth Avenue, while me and my girlfriend, now wife, were screaming for the Horde with the moonroof open for my SRT8 charger. Yo, that's crazy, dude. That's hilarious. That's awesome, dude. Congrats to you guys. You're still together? Damn, dude. That's wild. Yeah, that's awesome, bro. You got to keep her.
I couldn't say anything. I just walked away, and I'm like, no, never mind.
That's absurd.
What? No slash spit? What's up? I thought you were representing.
Enemies will fall.
I couldn't imagine Azeroth without
We will
Horde
have
Alliance.
justice.
Like, we are such. Yeah, it's such a.
Obviously, it worked out, right? But so I'm pretty proud of that from a project standpoint.
Thank God.
That was such a good
Very
answer.
differently.
We got poor Dunedain here, the only Alliance player. So, well, Kevin, you played Alliance back in the day, right?
But I have to apologize. I know it's hard enough to find, you know, a loved one in this crazy world, and all I've done is divide you further. So for every
spring paw
missed out on a
appetite.
dating opportunity as rare as they are for us gamers, I apologize because of the faction split.
Yep. Kevin, you're the reason I'm single.
Be ready for
That's right.
What's your favorite class, actually, Kevin?
Victory
Oh gosh,
lies
yeah,
ahead.
I get asked that a ton too. But all 9 of them are my children. They're all beautiful
Keep your
and
wits about
amazing
you.
and flawed. and,
All 9 of them are
you
his
know,
children
so,
and beautiful
I don't
and
really have a
flawed.
favorite one. I will tell you that my 2 characters I kept high level, or max level back when I was playing was an undead mage, but that was second to what was essentially the one I put the most time into, which was a human Redditon. So
Dude, what is it with these devs and playing human? I bet you it was a human ret paladins, dude. What is with that, man? I swear. Half the devs play human ret.
Which was partly because I knew their struggles and wanted to be the inside man. You know, I wanted to know exactly what they were experiencing and going through, because I recognized that class was struggling from a class fantasy standpoint, and so I wanted to be elbow deep in the experience to better pull them out of it.
I wish we could do another interview with Kevin Jordan and just hard target his thought process on making the classes and talents. I feel like that would be so entertaining. Like, honestly, go class by class and be like, all right, start from the scratch, Kevin. Tell us how you made the rogue. Like, how did it all start? And he would actually have the 100% accurate story on how the class was made, what was inspired by, like what the talent trees were inspired by, what the playstyle was supposed to be. I'd love to hear about Hunter, dude. I want to know how much like class fantasy played into the practicality of the skills, and if it was all premeditated or if it was just random, you know? Because like I always felt that, like, especially Hunter and Vanilla, not only are the abilities like genuinely useful, but they're very flavorful and like make sense with the class fantasy and identity, you know? Did you see the videos of someone who got an early version of WoW? Maybe. It's possible, brother. Link it here, I'll take a look at it.
So
maybe now is the time for my paladin.
Yeah, go ahead, dude. Go ahead.
So I had like 1,000, so I tried to make 2 out of them. First though, well, the tier 2 set is like my favorite set in the entirety of the game. I don't know if you actually had a hand in the items as well, but the tier 2 set looks,
Tier 2 judgment, here we go.
I didn't artistically know, or stat-wise. I did give feedback on the set bonuses in a lot of cases, but yeah, the item guys or item guy did those for the most part.
The item guy, it's one guy?
Now,
question mark?
Even though it looks the most amazing, it's basically just like one of the worst sets you can wear as a healer right now in class.
Right, yeah.
So when I look back at like paladins from the first patch till the last, they changed quite a bit, right? So you had like Blessing of Kings was, I think it was like the 31 talent in red, if I remember correctly,
right,
or
early on.
Yeah. So I wondered, was it like originally supposed to be a hybrid, more of a real hybrid class, where you were in raids buffing and then sometimes swinging the hammer and then sometimes throwing a heal?
Right. That was essentially, that is the class fantasy, I believe. Like when you imagine what is it going to be like when I play a Redditen, right? Your idea is I'm going to run in with my two-handed hammer, going to smack the crap out of stuff, and then occasionally I'm going to be healing, or at least I'm going to be contributing to the healing in some way. And then of course buffing and things like that. And yeah, that particular spec probably had the worst time of meeting their class fantasy, right? And that's kind of what I mean.
Wait, what did he say? Like, sorry, I kind of had an ADHD moment there. Which spec was that? You're saying Ret? Was Ret had like bad class identity? 54. Let me just rewind a little bit.
So I'm going to run in with my two-handed hammer, going to smack the crap out of stuff, and then occasionally I'm going to be healing, or at least I'm going to be contributing to the healing in some way. And then, of course, buffing and things like that. And yeah, that particular spec probably had the worst time of meeting their class fantasy, right? And that's kind of what I mean about when I say like
Ret Paladin confused class fantasy.
I wanted to get in there and really understand and play it and see what I had to do to realize that dream. But hybrid is, I don't think, the right word. Like I don't consider, the only class I consider to be a true hybrid in design philosophy was the original Druid, where it was shape-shifting constantly. But we moved away from that pretty quickly as well. So when I think of hybrid, I think of someone that can do multiple roles at the same time very effectively. And I don't think there's any of those in reality in WoW.
Feral.
Because all the specs lead you to do.
Because you can kind of DPS and then just go bear, right?
Yeah. But if you look at like,
I think Feral is that.
like before the talent changed. I would say those were more of the hybrid style, where you could basically be holy but still swing your hammer a bit, or if needed. So was there a switch to more specific?
What's up, Unflesh? Hey, bro. Best race for a Warlock in TBC Arena? Depends, man. Are you gonna Alliance or Horde? If it's and it depends what comps you're playing. Generally, Orc is gonna be the best for like the broadest amount of comps on Horde, and then Alliance Gnome is gonna be the best. But Human can be potentially better in some comps, and then also same thing with on Horde side. Undead can be better with some comps as well. But if you're gonna play mainly 3s, it doesn't matter as much. I mean, as long as you're picking one of the kind of like meta-ish races, you're gonna be fine. But if you roll like Blood Elf Warlock, you know you're gonna have a bad time, buddy. You're gonna have a bad time. Our Druid Warlock or Rogue Warlock? Then I would probably just go Undead, man, to be safe. If you're gonna play some Rogue Warlock as well, I'd play Undead. That's because I'm going Undead for that reason. Oh, sorry.
Rolls somewhere during.
Yeah, I think over time we started out with this idea that they would be capable of at more jobs than just one, but we realized how tricky that is to actually pull off, and what that does to, like, first of all, what it means to be successful, especially in a raid setting. It's like if you're 10% off the pace in a raid setting, then you're not viable, right? It's the way a lot of raiders feel. So a hybrid that comes in at 90% of two different things isn't really viable, right? Yeah. Even though they're a hybrid, you need specialists at the raid level. So you need guys, every guy doing 100% of one job, right? So, but that's not to say that like when I'm tanking Sunken Temple, I can't be healing myself or healing someone else occasionally while I'm tanking, right? Which is something a paladin can do. Or the druid, when it comes, whatever hits the fan, he can pop out and throw some heals, as a bear, or go into bear form when he's pulled aggro from too much healing, because the main tank doesn't have enough mitigation or whatever it is, right? So there are hybrid experiences that you have, but it sort of depends on what you're expecting from the environment you're in, right? Because raid is very different than sort of running around leveling solo or participating in small group stuff and that kind of thing. So over time, I think
Blood Elf Warlock be okay for PvE? Yeah, it'd be fine PvE, 100%. It'd be fun. But actually, no, it won't be. I'm being too. It won't be fine, bro. You really. I'm just trying to be honest with you, dude. Like, just roll Orc, man. Like, if you're a PvE person, you like PvE, like you're literally down a trinket. You know what I mean? Like, an Orc looks sick too. It's grief, man. Just roll Orc. Like, you actually have 150 spell power or something like that, 180, 150, something like that, on demand, pretty much every boss fight. But at the same time, it's not that serious if you just want to, if you don't really care about that so much. But if I were you, it's going to be an Orc angle every time. It's like 3% difference. It's got to be more than that, dude. Surely more than 3% difference. No way, dude. On a 20-second fight, and you have 150 spell power on a 20-second fight for like, how long is Blood Fury? Like, let me see. TBC DB, Blood Fury. Blood Fury, 15 seconds. Blood Fury is 15 seconds, and you have how much spell power is Blood Fury? Blood Fury is 143 spell power for 15 seconds. If you're on like a 25, 30 second Karazhan fight, having that is a big deal, dog. It only matters if you're trying to get 199. I don't know, man. I'm just, the thing is, like, are we just gonna be honest with the guy? Is the thing, because like, I do think most people care about the race, like in the looks and stuff like that. But even a more casual player, like, they still care a little bit about having the racials if they're actually at 70 and like they're playing the game and they want to, like, feel powerful and stuff. It's less than 5%.
You'll see that historically, a lot of the changes again.
You have Sims right now
towards that raid game, because the raid people are very vocal They're very competitive, and they want, you know, what they want is very different than what the rank and file.
Think about it if it was your character is the thing, right? You're about to start, and someone is going to tell you it's okay, man. Just run. Like maybe you're new to the game, right? And like someone like tells you like, oh, it's okay. You just go blood elf. I would want to know, you know. I would want to know
competency. So it was something we learned with the druid very early on, and that's what moved us away from his hybrid philosophy. Was it's not good enough to be 90%. You can be as good as all the jobs at 90%. You're still not going to get invited to the raid. So you have to be 100% at something. And so we started steering them towards, this is the tank tree, this is the DPS tree, this is the heal tree, right? And same with the paladin and all the other kind of, you know, stranger combinations, you know, shaman, etc. So
I'm probably
that's the goal.
Sorry, go ahead. Okay, I'm probably the only person in the world who would have liked to see classic.
I have 99 parse forever as non-meta races. I've never seen actual anyone care in a bit. You are right in the sense that the biggest factor of parsing is what, guys? What's the biggest factor towards actually parsing? If you were to care, if you wanted to care about parsing, it's literally fucking RNG, dude. It's like literally RNG, and like if they give you like the selfish spot for like buffs or like whatever, right? Like they give you the spot. Like there's only like a couple spots per week, right? That people who can like really try to parse, and they give you that spot and you get good RNG. So in that sense, I agree with you. Like you could be whatever race and you just get lucky and crit shadow bolt like 9 times. Like you're fine. The kill time, the comp, yeah, that too, of course, yeah. But it's honestly a lot of it is just straight up RNG. But yeah.
If it's 5-minute blessings, because I.
But if I'm only our druid lock, orc over undead, yes,
to play like the more support /
LD
style.
Yeah.
Because you're basically blessing and then healing a bit and then doing something.
Right. It actually was the original design. The blessings were actually supposed to be higher impact and shorter duration originally. We ended up falling into this middle ground that didn't feel great of 5 minutes and lower impact. Obviously, they still have pretty good impact, but lower than what they were originally designed at. So
blessings were originally,
you know,
supposed to
he'd
be
be
more.
swinging his hammer, and then, you know, at times during the fight, he would hit the rogue with a big DPS buff, you know, for 30 seconds.
Why is that Clarked?
And so the timing of that was perfect. You know, like you don't want to get it in transition stages of a boss fight. You want to wait till he's able to do 30 seconds of good damage and put it on your highest DPS guy and let him run. And then other things like, you know, the tank buff and a healer buff and things like that made them much better at their job. But you did, you know, like you were pushing essentially more support buttons throughout. So that was one of the original designs. But yeah, we moved away from that.
Almost like totems, almost. You know how totems are.
Similar. Yeah, more single targeted totems, right? Friend targeted totems.
So interesting. I have one more. Actually, I started with the tier 2 because I thought it was designed for that more of support hybrid style, maybe. Because you have stats of basically everything, right? But my second question was the seal system and
Talk
the
to then Josh in
I
the
think
cage.
it's very unique. Like one of the things you're proud of, or is it something that you think could have been better? Because it was changed.
Definitely could have been better. Yeah, that was one that we didn't have enough time to iterate on, just flat out. There were a couple things we didn't have time for. One was more time to work on the hunter resource system.
Oh,
we wanted to change it from mana to
focus.
Not energy.
Focus.
What's it called? Focus. Yeah. That's
Yo, actually, the alpha, the TBC Friends and Family alpha, hunters use focus. So yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, we wanted it. So we gave that a shot, and we couldn't quite get it there, so we changed it back to mana at the end. But I think if we had had a little more time, we might have been able to work out how to get a different resource bar on him. And the other one was the seal judgment system. Just didn't have. It was one of the last things I put in, and didn't have enough time to.
What does that even mean?
Really iterate and refine it. So that's why it went through a lot of changes pretty early on, because I had to use live time to get those changes in and to really iterate and experiment. So it didn't work out as well. I think it worked out pretty well in some respects.
Oh, the
It was very
seal
unique,
and
but-
judgment system. Okay, when you said seal of judgment, I'm like, what is that? Is that like the stun one? He's saying like, yeah, the seal, like just the overall system for paladin, like seals and judging. It doesn't seem bad how it is right now. You know, I wonder what his issue with it is. Doesn't seem like a bad system. Oh shoot, an epic green shield, insane. Now I need a one-hander for that. Need a one-hander. Okay, turn this in.
Yeah, there were some things that could have been a lot better from the get-go.
Honestly, I think.
But wouldn't it be sick for a Classic Plus, guys, if they got the original like devs together, they went back and saw the original roadmap for vanilla of all the stuff that they either cut or didn't finish, and they made like an actual. They accurately built upon vanilla if they had more time back in the day, and they got the blessing of the OGs. I'm telling you, bro, that's the way to do it. That's how you show respect to like the original. You try to go back into the old WoW files, review the old the WoW John Stats WoW diary. You contact KJ, you get John Stats, you get the old guard back together. You get their blessing, man. You get blessing of KJ. In that video I linked, hunters would only generate focus while stood still, and when you move, you insta lost off focus. That's how it worked in the Friends and Family Alpha, Bando. It worked just like that. I have some shorts on my channel when I was testing it with Grace.
Sorry, I think many paladins really enjoy the system.
How crazy is it? We've been listening to this for a while. We're only 1 hour into a 3-hour interview with Kevin Jordan.
What you want?
Insane. We won't listen to all of it, but
Spirits be with you,
I'm having a good time. Hopefully, are you guys having a good time? I feel like it's a pretty chill stream today. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea. Probably people more interested on PvP and stuff, but I totally missed out on all the pre-mades. Bobka and Jerome started doing pre-mades, but did you release old shorts recently? Then you and Grace Paladin pre-alpha clips for crossing my dash last week. Yeah, I posted a bunch of memories. I've found this tool that helps you make clips. So I went back to my Twitch and just started clipping a bunch of the old memories I wanted to preserve and uploaded them to my YouTube.
And if I play now in BFA, for example, it's basically just totally gone. So
Right.
I wonder, that's probably the last. I wonder, do you think they changed it too much? Is that like the soul of the Paladin clause? Is that
Link the interview? Yeah,
by
I can link it for you
removing
guys.
Yeah,
Just in
like,
case you want to watch it
think
later. I'm
that's a
probably not going
complaint
to watch
a
the
lot
whole
of
thing
players
today.
have, and I think it's justified.
But here it
You'll
is.
see like combo points kind of everywhere on classes nowadays. And yeah, in the process, they've stripped away a lot of those things because each class, when we were originally designing them, we wanted them to not only feel different and play different, but look different. Especially if you saw one in action, right? So totems is one of those things that defines what a shaman feels like and looks like, and it's like, what is that guy? And then it's like, oh, he pops a totem. Oh, there's no question, right?
Right.
But the retail shaman doesn't even throw totems anymore. So you get or it's like one spec throws all four at once, I think. But
yeah,
so when it's like, wow, I stopped feeling like a shaman, I can understand that because that was specifically one of those things that identified you as the shaman, right? Like made you feel so different, both mechanically and visually. So, and I think that was really important. So Paladin, same way,
Glory
there
to the
were different ways that they played and different ways things that they did and how their spells looked that were identifiable. And again, it's about, as I was mentioning before, it's about offering a variety of different experiences so that different players get joy from different places in the game, So I've always considered the Paladin to be a more strategic class, right?
I kind of want to go to the crossroads already, boys.
Like you're not a button monkey where you.
Am I trolling about wanting to go to the crossroads? Should I stay in the butt off land? Maybe it's good here. I'm not sure. Ooh, 5.8. It's time to go back to sword and board. Ooh, that's juicy, actually.
What business have you?
Ghostlands is sick. True. Okay, have an open mind. Just stay Ghostlands. Okay. I'll stay
Be
Ghostlands.
ready for anything. Our enemies will fall.
Grab this.
Death to all who oppose us.
Okay.
Just constantly pushing every button, every global cooldown, right? You're thinking and you're waiting and you're planning and you're figuring out when's the right time to do the right thing, right? So it's not checkers, boys. It's chess, right?
Didn't you say that like that's for beginners? And
rogue is for checkers. That's checkers. You guys like checkers? Go play a rogue, right? You're spamming buttons. You have AD. Totally fine. Right? Get in there. So again, like it appeals to different types of players, right? And a lot of people laugh at the paladin because that's a joke. He's not pushing his buttons every. What a lame class.
It's kind of hard to do double Hearthstone, by the way. Just saying.
Right, it is very hard. Timing required. Jeez.
So Kevin, another big thing that a lot of people are probably really curious about is you mentioned factions. First of all, that's mind blowing. Good potential, but no factions. And this is just like a big lingering question.
Get the 2 Agi throne from Ghostlands vendor.
The stream,
I can't use throne as Pally
Is there
though,
alliance
right?
favoritism? Is there horde favoritism? Did they spend
alliance or horde favoritism?
Leveling experience?
I mean, this is pretty much known, right? That alliance was the favorite. Like horde got shafted.
This is the horde leveling experience. I don't know if you have any thoughts around that entire sort of bucket of questions. If not, maybe it's just as simple as whatever. And then the other last question to tie onto that is, what on earth is that portal in the Stormwind, like gated behind Stormwind, and it's like swirling around? It's like a really, really big portal.
Right.
Oh, I'm out here asking the greatest questions ever, actually.
To answer quickly, that was going to lead to player housing neighborhoods.
Oh.
Wow. But we never put in player.
I totally forgot that. That was supposed to be player housing? That portal in Stormwind is supposed to be player housing.
Our enemies will fall.
Sheesh.
Housing. We can talk about that why later. But the other question was there favoritism. So at the end of the day, no, there wasn't favoritism. The team was pretty split, between Horde and Alliance as far as what people were playing amongst designers and the rest of the team. So, I always say it's shocking to me that it actually turned out that way, because usually there's going to be a bias, right? Mm-hmm. But I was actually pretty shocked that it was really close to 50-50, and especially when I consider how just absolutely lame the Alliance is, right?
Absolutely.
So from that there wasn't any bias. But here's what I will say.
Wait, he said the Alliance is lame, but he's a Ret Pally.
We had to figure out, like, you guys probably heard the term vertical slice, which is what a lot of companies use to deliver, like, this is a version of the product that sort of tells you what the whole experience is going to be like, or it gives you some idea. It's sort of a showpiece, for moving forward. A lot of companies use it to secure funding, right? We didn't have to do that at Blizzard, but we still wanted to know what the game experience was essentially like, at its heart, right? So we focused on 3 zones at the start, and it was Elwyn, Westfall, and Duskwood. And we tweaked those zones, and we played those zones.
Those are the first 3 zones. All Alliance zones. Elwyn, Westfall, Duskwood. Makes sense, though. Those are the zones that have so much, care put into them. Like, the questing is so insane.
Probably 9 months to a year.
Defias,
right? That's how
Brotherhood.
long we spent on just those 3
9
zones.
months to a year on Elwyn, Duskwood, Westfall. You heard it here first, folks. Actually, you heard it 6 years ago, but I reminded. Whole year on 3 zones. Insane.
Yeah, and there was a time where we had to double the size of it, and all the level designers just about quit because they were like, are you kidding me? Like, I have to remake these zones completely. You can't just double the size of something. You have to remap everything, right? So, but we decided, the world was just half as small as it needed to be. So, and we put in quests, and we put in creatures, and we put in stories, and we, all that stuff. And we focused on those 3 zones for a huge amount of time to just help us define what the core experience was like, right? And then after we did that, when it was all done, we were like, okay, this is the core experience. This is this is what we should do with the rest of the world. And the producers are like, we can't do that. We can't spend a year on every 3 zones, right? And so we tried to reduce it to the core elements, right? And then, you know, get as much done as we could. And we didn't even get all the way, right? Silithus, for example. But that's why if you play those 3 zones, you'll notice that the experience kind of is head and shoulders above the rest of the game.
Yeah,
but it's
true.
only those 3 zones.
I'm surprised you
right?
didn't say Red Ridge though, dude. Red Ridge is part of that, right? The Red Ridge, Duskwood, Westfall, Elwyn. Honestly, Dunmore too. The Alliance zones are just insane. They're like a notch above the Horde ones. In terms of like how interconnected the quest lines are, how dense the amount of quests are as well.
The other Alliance.
Oh, let's go, dude. We got a Twitch Prime Insane. It's been a while since we got a sub. That's awesome, dude. Thank you so much, Foro. Appreciate it, man. If you guys are liking the content, make sure you're following, subscribed, all that good stuff. I really appreciate all the support. The Primes are insane. That's the best way to support me for sure at the moment. Just subbing on Twitch. Thanks a lot, man. Glad you're enjoying the stream, brother.
Other Horde zones, right? So if you're asking about those 3 zones, absolutely. We spent more time on those 3. But, and we weren't just going to toss out all the extra awesomeness just because it wasn't on par with the rest of the world. So, but yeah, at the end of the day, we didn't have time to do the Elwyn, Westfall, Duskwood treatment to the entire world, sadly.
Yeah.
But that's why.
Hey, but that's Classic Plus, though. You could actually go back and say, what was, KJ, what was the Elwyn, Duskwood treatment? Tell us what that was. Let's do that for all the zones. Let's get your blessing and do that. Let's finish the game. Let's make the game final form. If you guys had another year to work on it back then in the day, dust off the old librams of notes, and let's dive back in. I'm telling you, bro, like showing respect to the original developers is a piece of it. It's a piece of it I think that they should do to earn the support of the community, you know? Sure, they have the rights to it. Sure, they can do whatever they want, but there's a disconnect with the trust between the community and what Blizzard is putting out, right? I would feel way more confident in whatever comes out as a final product if they got the blessing of the original OG devs and they paid like some homage to them and said, like, we studied, you know, how they did things and we want to make changes that are in line with their original design philosophies and stuff. You know, that'd win me over a lot more, you know?
The Defias storyline is so memorable. You know, it starts at level 1 and it finishes in the Dead Mines with Van Cleef. Like, and the whole thing is just so connected and everything feels so great.
Good.
Yeah, we couldn't quite do that. We just didn't have the time everywhere else.
So is there any truth that it was 90% of the time spent to an Alliance, 10% they just whipped up the Horde side together in the Barrens, or is it closer to like 60-40, 50-50, or maybe that's not even a good way to look at it?
Yeah, 90-10 is ridiculous, but I mean, because if you think about, and a lot of those zones are shared, right? So the idea is we're really only talking about low levels, right? The ones that seem for certain classes. So we're looking at sort of starting areas up to about, you know, probably through the Red Ridge, like 25, 30.
Yeah, that's fair.
And after that, it's like, you know, is Stranglethorn Vale an Alliance zone or a Horde zone, right? That's why we're fighting over it constantly.
Yeah,
because we're trying to establish dominance. But that zone was created for both sides. So, yeah, I don't think that there's like, I think it's a lot of it is just that feel of those 3 zones I mentioned. Like and that's where humans, right? That's where humans started, and that's where a lot of people start the game as a human. Yeah. So I can definitely see going from the human starting experience to any other race in the game, you're going to feel like, oh, they didn't put as much.
If they do Classic Plus and they do change some quests, they should offer a survey for new content for the community to market on how much they like the new content. The thing is, would you rather, guys? Would you rather, like, what would make you feel more immersed? Would you rather them poll the community for every decision? or consult the OG devs and leave it a little bit mysterious, but like they're literally like, that's what they're telling us. They're like, we have brought on some of the old guard as consultants, and we're like looking at the old notes and the old unfinished files and the old schematics and blueprints and diagrams. Like, it's almost better, dude. They just have to do like a good job, like go like both. True.
Work into this, and you know that's why. So
Night Elf is pretty good though. I like, but it's probably the atmospheric music. And all that stuff.
Right. There's always just that personal connection with different zones. Some people love certain areas versus others, and it's kind of a personal thing.
Yeah, from a Horde all my life, I think the Barrens is an all-encompassing feeling when I go there. You're there for so long, and it's just so vast. And I think it's I don't notice if there's any kind of imbalance, because I feel like the Barrens is just everything for me as a Horde. Yeah.
So that's another big thing that I think we've lost over the years is, you know, like a sign of success when you're talking about world building, and again, the best content being the players, is the personalities of various zones that, you know, pop up over time, right? The Barrens has a specific legendary personality for the way people behave in that zone, right? Stranglethorn has a specific personality.
Whoa, he's onto something right here. He's not talking, is he talking about the zone's personality or how people show up in those zones? That's what it sounds like he's talking about. And that is true though. Zones bring out different behaviors in people. Like, it's kind of based kind of on the pacing of your character. Once it's like Baron's chat was a thing, right? STV chat was a thing. Like, also like Westfall is probably a thing too, right? In terms of like forming dungeon groups. And when, we didn't use world chat back in the day or anything, right? I don't remember using it. What, people just use trade chat? No, I feel like it was trade chat was world chat, and it was only in the cities. And if you were in a zone, like, it's kind of hard to even remember back in the day how we did it, but I'm pretty sure like people just use general chat within the zones, right? Which made it kind of like have their own like personality to stuff. In a way, that's kind of a better system though, right? Because is there much personality to the zones now? Dude, by watching all this, you can kind of like, you can see the difference between the game now and then. Obviously, it's a different time though, you know, like we're connected on Discord now. It's, yeah. Yeah, local trade. I love that old dev mentality was all about players creating the game and the social aspect of it. 100%. He's using that as his guy. So is it fair to say Kevin Jordan's guiding philosophy with WoW is that the players are the content? And he verbatim said the stuff we add to the game is just to trick the players to show up and interact with each other. So based, dude. Actually, like. He even used that word, I'm pretty sure, trick. We just have to like fool you to show up so that you can be yourself with other people. Insane.
It has its own, you know, its own character, right? Terran Mill, South Shore, it had that place. Hillsbrad has its own character, right? Compare that to what is the character of zones in MMOs nowadays, right? Like, do you feel like they have a like socially or community driven personality? And it's like, I don't really know that or feel that. And I'd love to hear a story about the way certain zones in modern MMOs, you know, have created that sense of identity and that kind of thing. But it doesn't happen as much anymore. And that's kind of telling that not enough work has gone into supporting that sense of world and the sense of social connection in games, that these places sort of build up their own personalities.
I think that's probably, and I don't play much retail now, so I could be off. I don't really play any retail now, but my last memories of it is kind of what he was saying earlier, where when you play like the newest version of WoW, retail, whatever, it feels like they kind of came up with the rotation for you. They kind of came up with how the class is supposed to play, and you're just like slotting into it. And now it's more about like how well can you press the buttons in the specific order, as opposed to like at least making you feel like you can kind of wombo combo it however you want, kind of like more open ended. Like you can kind of do what you please with these buttons. And I don't. The second part of it is, they for sure don't design the game from the ground up now. Around the social fabric of it. Oh wow, let's go, dude. Thank you so much. Some mail. Is that Cathlexia from the chat? Cathal too? Is that you, bro? Thanks, man. Hell yeah. Awesome. Modern WoW philosophy is players want XYZ, and old school philosophy is we don't know what the players want. Let's hand them a thing and watch what happens. Yeah, that's a pretty good way of saying it, Winky. Yeah, let them play in the sandbox, you know? Not doing solo self-found. This is guild found tokens. So as long as you're in any one of the hardcore guilds, you're able to trade. It's kind of similar to like what Frontier did, and I believe that's what OnlyFans did as well, right? So that seems to be the new trend, doing guild found and stuff. But man, so many good nuggets from this interview.
With us.
I couldn't agree more. Kevin, I always say, other than the other people in the game, the second biggest interaction or person that is the world itself. Is the you know, I've always felt like the world itself and the zones are one of the biggest interactions that you have. And for me, you know, I'm a Horde through and through. I love it, but my first character, unfortunately, was an Alliance rogue. I got him
unfortunately,
and but that first moment of walking into Stormwind, yeah, it's okay.
Everyone has a chance to mature. You know,
That's right. I actually sent a DM a message. I said, please let me re-roll, but yeah, whatever. So yeah, but that first moment of walking into Stormwind and the music going and that feeling of the connection to the zone, the story to the zone, you know, the whole thing with the Nixie and the Defias, and there's an element of like almost a soul to it. You know what I mean? And I haven't felt that soul of a zone in a game in such a long time. I mean, for me, I think the Burning Crusade did that in a lot of ways as well. I mean, you had you know, certain. I mean, people always talk about like, what's your favorite zone? Negron. People love Negron. And I think what like I'm going to talk a little bit about.
The eternal sun guides us.
You know, you guys really built upon the foundation that Vanilla was, right? So Vanilla was the foundation, and for me, the Burning Crusade is so much. I feel like there, you know, obviously there were some things, you know, like you said, looking back, flying and this and the other, but going into the Burning Crusade, building upon that foundation, not only with the world, but
glory
with the class,
to the Sindora.
Guys need help on a quest called Stolen Silver. I've been killing these goddamn raptors for the past hour, and they won't drop the silver. I asked in general chat if the quest was bugged, and someone told me it's in a box in a raptor's nest. I read the quest, and it says the raptors have it, not that they stole it. That's so good, dude. That's definitely like an old Wowhead comment on that quest. Yeah. What's up, DJ Senpai? First time in the chat. Welcome, brother. Yeah. No, it's all good. Yeah. I like it. Make it a copy pasta.
The class designs
what up, Zarlin?
in
Good
the Burning
you,
Crusade are perfect, almost. You know, the amount of things that you had, the choices that, like saying from a priest, you know, I have Prayer of Mending, I have, you know, Circle of Healing, I have all these different choices, all these different things that were added to the game, and makes me feel like every choice I make, you know, also having to manage mana, also having to do, you know, all these things, to me is just absolutely perfect. And there were some things that I wondered, because, you know, priests in Vanilla were so the only class in the game that had well, there were, you know, but racials for the class, right? So you had obviously, you know, dwarfs had Fear Ward, undead. We had Devouring Plague.
1 second.
And I wonder why in BC did they start to shy away from that a little bit? Because it was one element of Vanilla that I really loved. Obviously, there were still some, like you had Chastise for dwarves in the Burning Crusade. You know, there were some things added, but everyone was given Fear Ward, right? Which was just so OP. Was it just because it was that powerful, I guess, you know?
Right. Yeah, those things are tough to what's the right word? To be resolute, you know, about over time. You know, another trend you guys have all noticed is the connection between developers and the community has gotten much closer over the years, right? Like, back in the day, none of you guys had any idea who I was and what I was doing, right? there was a real healthy distance between me and you guys.
Yeah.
And that helped me do my job, right? You guys had to interact with community managers that were trained to do that job and allowed me to do what I'm trained to do, which is my job. But a lot of developers, now that they're real close to the community, we're all human beings, right? And it's like when you're constantly bombarded by Fear Ward is OP, Fear Ward is BS, at the end of the day, you kind of want people to like you, right? So it's very tough to endure, just constant badgering about Fear Ward, right? And so you're always pushed to just give Fear Ward to everyone, make everyone happy, right? So that's one element of it. I've always said that you have to have the right amount of ego, to do this job, because you have to have enough to resist those temptations, right? Just to be liked by everyone. You have to tell people sometimes, no, it's better for the game that Fear Ward is a special
The right
thing
amount
for
of
dwarves,
ego.
right? And then, but not so much.
Yo, does Blizzard have the right amount of ego, guys? Sometimes you can smell the ego in their correspondences, right? Like their communications, you can sense it. It's gotten a little bit better, though. I'm not gonna lie. They're what? Honestly, dude. 2019, when the game came out, then they had massive ego, bro. The communications coming out were trash. They were really, really disingenuous. I feel like it is a little bit better now. Some of you guys might remember when Blizzard would respond to an issue, it was in such a fake way.
Much ego that you come across as this arrogant a-hole that never listens to anybody, right?
Yeah.
But some of that is good, some of that built-in resistance to say no to the community is actually pretty important, because you want your vision to ultimately be realized, and not everyone that's playing believes in, understands, or agrees with your vision, right? And so you have to be able to tell those people that's not the direction we're going, right? And it's tough, it's tougher even now because the distance between developer and community is so much closer these days. You can get them on screen, you can have individual chats with them, right? And they're human beings too.
It's so true. Those words.
He's still a robot, but
those words really hit home for me. When I was a little kid playing, and I know some of you guys out in the chat, it always felt like Blizzard had bigger, better things to do. To get a hold of a Blizzard GM or something was this crazy thing. Now it feels like you can tweet at them, and something will happen. Which is a strange kind of Twilight Zone we're in.
That is true, actually. That is true. Remember, Asmongold would tweet at the devs, and then they would just spawn something for him. You're piercing the veil, The veil's already been pierced. I mean, part of it is that we're just grown ass men now, right? So we can see through the veil. We just pierce it naturally, just being grown ups. But it's interesting what he says, right? That there's healthy boundaries. You almost want to be ambiguous as the game designer. You don't want to be able to have people just at you on Twitter or X or Reddit or whatever and call you a piece of shit and hope you're, wish death upon you for making a game design choice. Go inside the inn.
Yeah. And it creates that expectation too that not only can I, but it should change, right?
This might be my favorite stream meta ever. Kargoz listening to himself 5 years ago and agreeing with himself. Yeah, thanks, Winky. Thanks, man. Is that what I'm doing here, boys? Is that what I'm doing here?
Your gold is welcome here.
God.
The reckoning is at hand.
Hey, I swear it's about KJ, all right?
You had to trust them, right? For better or worse, you had to trust the guys behind.
Can we get a self-dap? Yeah, good point, man.
They wanted to make a great
good
experience.
Point.
They were
Can
there.
I hug myself?
And, to make a great experience. And they were good at it. You guys had to trust. And we made mistakes, but... our hearts were in the right place, and I still think their hearts are in the right place on the WoW retail team, but...
yeah, who did this interview, man? This is such a good interview, guys. Holy shit, man. This is such what an asset to the community. This is underrated, guys.
Yeah, it's become harder to trust them because of that. Communication.
Hot take: WoW is carried by its engine.
Now going back to Classic, and it may not necessarily be a mistake.
Who's this talking? Oh my God, what a giga chat!
You just look back at your baby, which is a classic, or no, not classic. I keep using it wrong. What do you refer to it as? Vanilla or original? Just vanilla.
Vanilla.
When you look back at vanilla and the whole timeline, I mean, if anything was a mistake that you wish you could have changed in your own, you know, in your own separate alternate universe, maybe something jumps out at you there. But also, what do you wish, if anything, could have been added to the vanilla game? Or does anything stick out?
I have
like
one-of-a-kind
items.
improvement. The reckoning.
I think the biggest thing that I didn't fulfill, one of my dreams was more world PvP, more design around world PvP. Naturally, it happened naturally, but there were no incentives, there were no rewards, right? Like, other than just dominance and flexing.
Honestly, I love vanilla WoW, but one thing that is only bad, I genuinely believe is only bad, has never been good, and it truly is kind of broken in vanilla WoW, is the DK system, the dishonorable kill system. It makes no sense, actually. It's purely bad, and I see kind of what they were trying to do, but it's kind of a half fleshed out system, right? Because some civilians have the DK tag, some don't, some do. If you just go fully unhinged, you can just kill DK. You can just get DKs all day, and it doesn't do anything, right? Like if you just don't care about your rank, it stops people from doing world PvP, city PvP, everything. Like we've pretty much never gained anything from the DK system, the dishonorable kill system. And if you think we have, it's a fair point. You know, put it in the chat. We can talk about it, dude. This little area is giving me like Blood Elf harem vibes. Like I feel like these are like these are like the temple. These are like the temple, oh, they're all dudes. Oh, never mind. I'm okay, let me get out of here. All right, there. It's a fine line with this race, bro. You never know. You gotta look a little closer. All right, let me try to go around. We're going for the mining trainer.
We will persevere.
We will persevere. Victory at the Sunwell. Mining.
Death to all who oppose us.
The gay. That's the red light district, dude. That's the gay bar. That's the gay bar of Silver Moon City. What up, Daco? No body type 1 or 2 here. They're all body type 3. Yeah. We should make low B's DK.
Bragging rights, but and a good time. It was also a good time, but because I was the PvP guy, obviously, because I'm the one who pitched the factions. You know, I came from a more PvP-oriented background in games, whereas they all came from EverQuest. Most of them came from EverQuest, where PvP was seen as a griefing thing.
Really?
And they were just fine not having it at all. But,
EverQuest had no PvP.
But my first love was class design, so that's what I ended up focusing on, and I didn't have time to also do world PvP, so I had to get all 9 classes up and working and, you know, ready to go. So that's one of my regrets, is that I didn't have more time to work on world PvP. And
guys, like, I'm so glad we're doing this right now, because it's like a refresher on a lot of things that we heard once upon a time but forgot, probably. Like, we can see the original design inspiration of this game, and like, if they're gonna make Classic Plus, dude, like, they really need to like go back and listen to all this stuff. And I honestly, man, just make sure that it's in line with everything that he's saying. You know, ideally get his blessing, like get some of these OG devs' blessing.
So it kind of
you can see what you can basically see what they couldn't finish in time. Like you hear it from the source. He'll say like, oh, we needed to redo the seals, we needed to redo the judgment system for paladins, or hunters using focus, or these are the dungeons that got cut, right? Or like we were about to do more with world PvP but couldn't have time to finish it. And you basically, this is how you would pitch it, guys. You would pitch vanilla. You would pitch Classic Plus as the finished version of vanilla. Dude, that is so much better than, hey, we're like the half retail team of WoW devs, and we know what's best, and we're just gonna give you our proprietary blend of herbs, spices, and microtransactions. Let's go back to the source of truth, figure out what they couldn't finish in time, and finish vanilla. It's just so much harder hitting of a marketing optics if you do it like that. And you make it feel like you're dusting off the old tomes, the old schematics, the old blueprints, the old like outdated like game files and textures and stuff. You're dusting them off, and and that's what you're using to guide you. Hey, bro, you think AV is the play for honor grind? Yeah, if you're solo queuing, AV is pretty good, but at the same time, make sure you're balancing it out and getting marks across all three, because if you're trying to honor cap and you have disproportionately high of one mark and not the other, it could be bad.
What business have you? Baladash Malinore.
You don't want to burn marks, you know? It's a sick marketing strategy. Blizzard sanctions private service, feels like the only way to get Blizz to do it right. Yeah. It's crazy, bro. We're still going at a solid 400 plus watching this after all these hours.
And eventually,
that's just on Twitch.
some design went in later on. But
Still 100
even
plus
then,
on YouTube as well.
A huge participant in that.
Appreciate
I was
you guys.
so busy with the classes. So that's something I wish we had done more of.
Yeah. Kev, real quick, going back to Def Camp's question, I don't think I've ever heard this answered. Why were priests the only class that had racial specific abilities?
Because priests, it was sort of our expression of religion in the game, even though there isn't technically
that's what I was saying
religion in the
earlier,
game.
yeah.
And so it felt very strange to have such a wide variety of cultures as represented by the races have such a one-dimensional,
So races are cultures. The races are cultures and the racials are religions.
religious aspect. So it was sort of our way of help fleshing out the different cultures, right? Because when you ask somebody, clearly an undead priest has a very different outlook on the world than a human priest,
Hell
right?
yeah. Yeah.
And so we tried to give, the class a couple extra abilities to help, sort of flavor them or, again, thematically connect them with what we believe to be their culture and that kind of thing. So we wanted to do it for all the classes, like all the classes, like an orc warrior would have a special ability versus a dwarf warrior, but I felt it was critical to do it for the priest, and we ended up not having time to do it for every other class. So
Thank you for doing it for priest.
It's very interesting.
Yeah. I got to say too, another thing, racials, right? So racials are very important to Classic WoW, and I think as time went on, racials became less and less important.
Right.
You have this thing where
Bro, the racials in retail seem insane now. I saw some video pop up on my feed about the race, the new retail racial, and it does 8 things. Like your racial can teleport you anywhere in the world. It can also heal you. It can also make a massive entangling roots things come up from the ground. I don't know, man. It seems insane. Yo, Big Red, what's up? The creator of Hardcore playing HCTBC. Hell yeah, I'm here for it. Yeah, hell yeah, man. This is my first playthrough of Hardcore TBC, so I'm really hoping we don't die. Hopefully we can take it seriously and have a good run and just be able to hang out and do fun stuff like this. More of a relaxing stream. I was supposed to do pre-mades 3 hours ago, but I feel like we're vibing right now. So we just kept it going. But Bobby and Jerome are doing pre-mades right now.
axe specialization
Right.
for orcs,
A
right?
new
Or
Belori Delanar.
berserking for trolls, and I love being I love the fact that I can be a Tarn elemental shaman who can go in there, war stomp, and then chain
Yes.
lightning, and they're
Salama
so pivotal to the
Ashalanore.
gameplay. Wow, the racials, and I think it was such an interesting thing to see
Glory
over
to
time
Samurai.
how they, people was, oh, this racial's so overpowered and this one's overpowered.
Right.
But I
We
think,
will have
each
justice.
class has these very distinct features, and you have, stone form for dwarfs. And obviously there's the metas that come out, right? You have, if you're going to be a warrior on the Alliance, you got to be human. If you're going to be a warrior on the Horde, you got to be orc. There's ways to get around it, edge masters and stuff like that. But I think what initially happened was you see, you get this people who gravitate towards certain races. Like I always said, Tarns are bros, right?
If you look at retail and look at classic, there should be a middle ground where you get the best possible version. Racials are still huge in the cutting edge, hardest content, but there's so many other ways to play beside that, which is why it doesn't seem like they matter, because they don't for most players. Can I ask you a question, guys? For anyone who knows about retail, is the retail community, are they really hardcore sweaty, or are they more casual generally? I'm sure that there's not a clean answer to that. Probably both, but I'm just if you had to guess, are the majority of players they're more into transmog, pets, all that, or are they M plus elite players? I wouldn't know. No one ever speaks on retail, literally ever. Yeah, I mean, we're kind of in a bubble with Classic. The race to world first raiders sometimes all change to one race for specific raid tiers. Majority are sweaty. Yes, M+, hella toxic, a little bit of everything. If you don't meet the meta, you don't get invited. So it's like generally more sweaty. It's a more sweaty is the masses. Like the okay. They're all bots. The sweaty community in retail is more sweaty than the classic community, but in general, equally as casual. People who play regularly are doing M+, but the people who log on once every couple weeks just collect mounts. I play both, and retail's like 80% casual, 20% sweat. Retail's a lot harder. Yeah, I know that for sure. Also, yeah, retail's infinitely more sweaty than classic, also way harder. Yeah.
The dark times will pass.
Gotcha. Okay, delete.
They're like really, you know, bro, chill people. But it changed the play style of so many of these classes, you know, being like a Tarn warrior who can go in there and war stomp, you know, and get mobs, stuff like that. Were you integral in the decision when it came to racials and stuff like that?
Yeah, for sure. And to tell you a little bit about the design, we designed some of them to be, we wanted at least one to be the high power one or the power relevant one, and one to be more flavorful that was not power relevant. And so, and people love to compare, right? They'll point to your strong one, and then they'll compare it to their weak one, and they'll say, see, this is totally BS, right? But the comparisons are kind of intentionally unfair, right? They also don't talk about the intangibles, right? Like, yeah, sure, maybe Shadow Meld isn't very usable on a lot of, you know, on a lot of classes in a lot of situations, but if you play a female Night Elf, you know, don't forget that you're being given tons of free gold and gear by, you know, dudes on the internet, right? So that's just one of those intangibles that people don't want to talk about.
That's absolutely true.
So, again, it's like, but ultimately it's designed to complete like what you.
This area is pretty sick. Look at this area, guys. Everything is like a nice, it's like fucking like Dr. Seuss, gold, red, plushy, bougie, nice landscaping, and then we're just walking into this deathly forest.
You'd expect, again, the thematic of what does it feel like to be a Tauren? You know, it feels like I should be able to just stomp the ground and everyone shudders, you know, and that came, of course, straight out of Warcraft 3. But that just feels good. It feels big and powerful and makes me feel like I'm this big race, you know. And then also it helps create replayability, you know, even if you're going to replay the same class, you know. So, you know, a dwarf hunter, you know, is the cinematic guy with the rifle and the bear, you know, and then you go play, you know, a troll hunter, and you might have a bow or maybe one of those rare crossbows, and you have a raptor pet, you know, like, again, the replayability is same class, but you're getting a very different experience, hopefully.
This guy died.
It helps with those kind of things.
Wow.
So I think I'd like to transition, if it's okay with everyone else, to something that's kind of a little more future oriented. But I feel, see, I've had the opportunity to talk to Kevin about Shaman, and I know his mindset, and I know, you know, from that perspective. Do you guys want to open up to see if we can get some class specific questions in chat before we transition, Kargoz? Because I want to talk about TBC big time for a little bit.
Dude, this couldn't be better timing, man.
Before we,
this couldn't be better timing.
From my perspective, I mean, the class balance is what it is. So you know, I don't have anything. You know,
actually, I don't either, but I'm sure chat might. But
I have one left. Warrior.
Dunedin's gonna ask about paladins.
So, what you see in Classic is like guilds running 20 warriors and stuff. That's not the issue, but what you recently see now is tanking without shield, like Fury tanks. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
Yes.
If that's something that would have happened during actual vanilla, is it something you would have changed and would have made warriors use a shield?
Whoa, this is a crazy question. If he would have changed the meta of dual wield defiance tanking, I don't remember the answer.
I wouldn't have forced it, but I think here's one of the big problems. Well, one is there's that weird bug with heroic strike, right? Which
Okay, so he's saying already his first response is I wouldn't have forced it. So what does that mean? That does kind of mean it wasn't intended. Like right off the. But at the same time, everything he's putting in is not really like intended. Like his whole thing this whole time has been saying like we just put stuff in and then let people figure it out, right?
What does it do? I believe it.
So,
Yeah. So basically,
and you should.
It normalizes hit on the offhand. You're supposed to get you have a penalty on a hit when you're dual wielding, but it normalizes that. Yeah.
So it is a DPS and threat generator, right? This bug that helps you do more threat than you probably should, right? But I think ultimately, I think where the game shines the best is that tanks are struggling to maintain high levels of mitigation and threat, and they're not worried about damage, right? Their core concerns are mitigation and threat, and that's their job, right? And the best way to accomplish that, hopefully, is, defensive stance with a shield, that sort of thing. But it's also natural that once things go on farm status and the game, like you've sort of mastered the game, that everybody sort of loosens up, right? And part of that loosening up means you can start doing weird things like naked runs on Onyxia or, everyone's running meme specs, whatever it is, right? So I'm totally fine with, eventually the game getting to that point, but I think the game is, at a good design place when people are encouraged and in some cases required mathematically to do the things that you would expect to be the things you're supposed to do, right? So very intuitive, right? The intuition should be, I'm about to tank a big dragon, so I better strap on my shield, go into defensive stance, and be scared of this dragon's damage, right? And so I think that's where the game sort of is at its best, right? But I'm not surprised, and Classic is such a weird animal because we've been hammering on it on private servers, et cetera, for 15 years, that I'm not surprised that a lot of this stuff is coming out and everything is, easier for a lot of people. And stuff like that.
Yeah, like what are your thoughts on that, guys? Like what would Classic look like if there wasn't Fury like dual wield tanking? Like how would it be different? It would be probably like Druid tanks. I mean, you could be Prot Warrior actually. The Prot threat isn't bad. But people would have to behave more. You know what I mean? Would it be so different? Like you could have. I mean, bear tanks have crazy threat too, though, right? Like just like literally was that in vanilla. I'm just saying, like nowadays, the way people play now. If they just made it somehow, like let's say in a Classic Plus, like Classic Plus comes out, it's cast in a vanilla environment. Do you still want the meta to be Fury dual wield tanking? It's kind of cool. I kind of like that. I kind of like warriors in vanilla. They're just badass. Like they're, and I don't say that as like a solo, like all I play is brown class type of thing. Like I've played warrior before, and it's pretty fun that you're that dude. Like when you're a warrior, if you're a Gen 1 rank 14 on the server, you're that dude. You're literally like Tony Montana in Miami. Like it's like you're that dude. You're top DPS and you're tank, and it's kind of flavorful in a way, but I can kind of see how it's
glory to the
bad as well,
Stay the course.
But I've also had tanks that use shield before, like in Psalm, like my main tank tried using a shield for a bit for the hard modes. People had to behave a lot more with threat. Sword and board makes more sense to me. What's up, Sudden? Why are you guys mad at me? Was it like that after the meta was solved, you had to dual wield Fury to keep up with threat? You just get people ripping off you without it. I mean, it would mean that there wouldn't be the sweat meta of maintaining high damage because no tank could keep up with super geared and elixir drops. In a way, though, like yeah, Worm Shield, like it's kind of good if there's checks and balances. So I think worrying about threat is kind of a good thing. Like having that mechanic be part of raiding, it shows more skill expression, and you can't just go full Zug and not even worry about it and just go full monkey mode. Like I think like having to balance threat and mitigation gear and stamina and all that is kind of good. Problem is no one wants to behave with threat. They don't want to be throttled. Yeah. Yeah, let's keep going.
This is
some really good nuggets.
It certainly wouldn't have been my design intent that the best way to tank a dragon is to be dual wield fury, right?
Indeed.
Like that would have signaled to me that the game's not hitting hard enough. The spec, the spec I intend for you to be using isn't required enough. Like the advantages it's giving aren't powerful enough in the ways that you need them. So I would have looked at it for sure.
That's what's happening right now, right? I just want one thing.
But I think it's just ultimately it's more of a reflection of how a lot of the content is considered easy by today's standards. People have mastered it. So
also, but without world buffs, it's still an issue, I think. But anyway, we now have
oh no, that's all good. Son.
Generate even more threat, which is by using a paladin using
That's another bug I would have fixed, right? Like I don't think that's the intent. It's also not a great play pattern is you spamming the same buff on a group of classes.
That's kind of cool though. I don't know. I think that's kind of cool though. Like that's actually cool, man. Like if you don't know what he's talking about, you can basically spam your Blessing of Kings. I don't know why it's Blessing of Kings over the other blessings. I think it's because it's cheaper mana. I used to know, but you basically just like you can tank any fight in the game pretty much as a pally, as a prop pally. Like it's like a secret of vanilla. I did it before. I tanked MC before. Not main tank. And some fights you might need a taunt or some kind of shield wall or something. But you spam your blessing on a class, and for each class it does like 130 threat or something like that. So you're basically generating thousands of threat. If there's a bunch of warriors and you just spam blessing on them, you get thousands of threat per global. And it's actually really good. Like all your threat comes from the buff instead of like attack power and stuff. So you can actually wear like tier 2 judgment set. You just need a ton of stats and enough intellect and enough like health to like survive all the hits and stuff, and that kind of gives Paladin a different tanking style. It's not BIS by any means, but you can do it, So if they got rid of that, then Paladins really couldn't tank,
It does make it worthwhile to bring a Prot Paladin now.
Yes. So I'm happy about that, but again, I'd rather the ultimate place for me is a design space where the Paladin's being brought on his merits, and it's a fun play pattern that makes sense and it's intuitive for him.
Fun play pattern, yeah.
Some weird way of
it's definitely
into
not
the game because of some what I would perceive as a bug, and he's doing really oddball things. Well, if you don't,
and he basically said in here that he thinks the heroic strike queuing, or the fact that heroic strike removes offhand miss penalty, is a bug. That's what he was implying earlier. That wasn't intended, It's interesting to get that perspective. I think it's kind of cool. Like I like the idea of like sit procking talents and all of these weird little funky interactions are what add flavor and finesse and like depth of knowledge and expertise to the game and the meta. They removed a lot of that with Classic compared to private servers. Killed Old White Bark. Is Old White Bark a tree, guys? Does he look just like these trees? Is it the same looking guy? Kill Old White Bark.
And you push this series of buttons, just the right order that feels really clunky and weird. That's how you tank. Like I would want to fix that.
So my last thing that I've been
they were standing. That's why they're all in a big circle.
Is pretty much related to this community that we've all been kind of participating and building towards, called the Hardcore Challenge, Hardcore Community. So we're basically experiencing the world with one
September
life.
2020.
Oftentimes we have these these moments.
Winky, should I self-dap myself?
The world was almost designed to be like this, and one of the aspects of the Hardcore Challenge is solo self-dub, which is, I guess, another term they've used in these types of games in Diablo and stuff, where
pat
there's
myself
no trading,
on the back.
There's no auction house, and we're finding weird workarounds to get deep stuff in professions done through fishing, through skinning, and doing weird things like that. So Any guidance you have on that front of how to keep that community going. I mean, the community just feels amazing. It's all those original vanilla vibes there.
Skip it a little bit.
Hopefully a turning point where people can start viewing the game more as a sandbox and not just experiencing it. Just killing the dragon. Now you're setting your own fun, all that. But I guess to get to the actual question in this, what are your thoughts on the auction house and player trading? Is that something that you purely feel good about, or yeah?
I've thought about that a lot. Would WoW be better with no auction house? It feels very fundamental to WoW at this point, but it's possible it could have been better. It actually could be a better game without the auction house. Just forcing people to interact, to barter, to do whatever. I don't know. It's not like I'm dying on that hill or anything. It just makes you wonder.
Funny, somebody just asked me on Discord recently. First, to just talk about the hardcore thing, I love it. I think it's amazing. And I think the reason it's so popular that you guys have discovered and you've even mentioned is it's bringing that sense of real danger back. It's really, it's bringing that sense of like you're scrambling for components, you're scrambling for items.
Honestly, guys, thank God for hardcore. I really mean that. I hope you guys feel it too, because it's the last like old school way of playing WoW. Like it's hard to explain. Like it's the checks and balances. It's the yang to the yin. Like a lot of this microtransaction boost stuff is like tolerable in part because we have hardcore. You know what I mean? It's like people are still able to level. Like even for me, like I am kind of like a min-maxer. Like I can't really help myself. Like I will boost. I will take the path of least resistance. I'm not gonna sit there and like have some like moral high ground. But like hardcore allows me to actually play the game like this. Like I'm leveling out in the open. Like I would never be doing this, guys, if it wasn't for hardcore. I'm just leveling a blood elf like au natural, and I don't feel like I'm wasting my time because I feel like it's part of something. And I'm glad that this way is still this is an important part of the ecosystem. Imagine if there was no hardcore, guys, and it was and there was that would mean there'd be no OnlyFans. Think about it. No OnlyFans, maybe a lot less people playing, and if all we had was like Boost City, Boost City Battle Pass, Warp Stalker, TBC or whatever, the community would feel way worse.
Like you don't exactly know where everything is, right? So you're having to go through that process of discovery, and it's turning you back into a real WoW gamer, right? Like, and it's exciting, it's exciting to get those juices flowing again, right? And especially in a game that you've played to death, right? So, and unfortunately, you had to make your own game, essentially. You had to create your own rule set, and which I totally love. But it's sad that you're forced to do that, right? Because the game industry itself is struggling to put forward this type of game experience, right? But yeah, I absolutely love it. So keep enjoying that. It's amazing.
And he played it, man.
It feels so good to get the Kevin Jordan blessing right there.
That's right. That's right.
Blessed. Yeah.
So, and about the auction house, like, it was close. That was one of those things that we argued about a lot, whether or not to put the auction house in. But here, and I feel like it was always the correct decision, because this is, in today's age, this is something you guys can envision, and I think would be horrible. But imagine life without the auction house, right? You go into Ironforge and the chat channels are spammed with bots advertising wares in every channel, right? Because they're trying to connect goods to customers, right? Because there's no other natural way to do it, right? So it would turn every channel into an unusable mess, right? So, and it would even be unusable from a trading standpoint, because you, as a person, you can't really.
My buddy on this server is in SM right now, and this just dropped for him. He's gonna send it to me. Blood Spiller, 2727. I don't know if it's fast. Oh wait. Oh, I can't even use it. He's not part of. Wait. Oh wait. In the HC guild. Gotta be guild found. Whoops, never mind. Scratch that.
Find what you're looking for, right? When it's like all this stuff is being spammed past you, right? Like, I want this one thing. You know, it's like, good luck. Good luck finding a stack of linen, you know, like
Yeah.
in this just giant mess of spam, right? So I ultimately, I think that the auction house was the correct decision, but it was a tough one for us because it eliminated a lot of that person-to-person interaction, which at its heart, I think, is really important for a crafting, you know, marketing.
The Kevin Jordan interviews are some of my favorite Classic WoW videos. It's so cool hearing the thoughts and intentions behind the class design. Yeah. Hey Kargoz, just watch your Lockmadon Safari YouTube episode for about the 50th time in the past half decade or so. When are we getting some more Safari episodes? Also, is there any way to super like on YouTube? I appreciate it, man. I'm not sure, actually. You just reminded me. I used to have memberships on YouTube. Maybe I can re-enable it or something. But yeah, there used to basically be like a feature similar to Twitch to join on YouTube. I'll try to get that working again, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's my Safari series. Only like my most hardcore followers know about those. They didn't have many views, but I made like a good amount of them, like maybe like a dozen or so, for some of my favorite zones. But yeah, I'm proud of those things. Those things were cool. I would become a member, best WoW creator for sure. Thanks, man. Yeah, I'll look into re-enabling it. The YouTube, because the thing is, the YouTube stream is actually pretty solid, right? Like 100 plus. Like the past few streams have been really good, man. I think my YouTube algorithm's kicking back up again. It's sick.
Sort of trade skill to player relationship, right? There's a lot of socialization that can go on when people are trying to find, you know, connect goods to customers, right? And that's kind of stuff is really memorable because you remember who your guy is. Like, oh, I got a guy for that, you know, like I know a guy who sells healing potions. I'm going to go to him, and I love it when he's on, and I tip him because I bought 100 of them from him, you know, and he feels great. That's all he wants to do is run around the world and collect ingredients to make healing potions. So he feels like he's part of the world.
It's on Twitch, John. I'll put my Twitch on here just in case people on YouTube. The chat is pretty lively over there too. It's a little bit more lively than YouTube, but I do still look at the YouTube.
He's got his customer base and people like him, and you know he ends up being the big guy for healing pots, and so he feels like he's the king of the market. You know, like there's so many good things that come about from that sort of experience, and we tried to tweak the auction house to simulate that by making sure that the name of the seller is on the auction house and stuff like that, but it didn't quite get there. And it's very possible there's a middle ground design where it's like it's not quite the auction house, but it's not bot spam. Maybe there's specific areas, you know, where you can set up vendors.
Yeah.
And the vendors are zoned off in certain
You can set up like a little booth for your wares.
You know, maybe there was something more we could have done with the design to sort of meet the two elements halfway. But at the end of the day, I think the auction house was still better than not having the auction house, just straight up.
I think
enchanting is sorry.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, enchanting's a lot. When you have the professions, you have a lot of different ways for people to get together and you know, coordinate. Well, okay, let's you know, this person just came on. The enchanting person just came on. Let me go talk to him, or the, you know.
Right.
And I think that's a cool way to kind of circumvent that a little, or just still have that. But
Yo, what's the most underwhelming profession in vanilla? Cactus apple lemonade stand. Yeah, honestly though. Oh yeah, got it. There we go. Old white bark. Accept the pendant. Turn it in. Leatherworking, skinning.
Muller wants to talk about TBC, and I just wanted to get your input on something, Kevin. So when Duty was talking about the warrior and, you know, being
out
able
of the main
to,
professions though,
like a dual wield tank and to be able to do that, I feel.
But wait, leatherworking, you still make devil sore. You still salt shaker, the hides.
Victory lies ahead. Be
Now that I'm
ready
thinking about
for
it, I don't think there is one though. Is there really a bad profession? They're all kind of needed, man. But there definitely are a lot of useless stuff in the professions, you know. Like they could actually improve them. but they're all kind of good. Blacksmithing till you get 60. Yeah, but like final form, blacksmithing's still pretty good. Like sharpening stones, pretty insane. Some of the weapon crafts, like the BOE weapons, Thorium Brotherhood. Come to think about it.
Like a lot of those things are possible now because of what the world buff meta has turned into. So you get all these people stacking world buffs, and you have so much SAM and so much that wearing a shield really doesn't even become necessary.
Do you guys happen to know? I feel like it's been answered before on a very basic level. Did they intend the world buffs to be used in raiding? Did they actually intend the world buffs to be used in a raid? I feel like they must have answered that at some point. I wonder. Yo, we got a tier 1 insane. We got Big Red 706 juicing me up with a tier 1, dude. The tier 1s are huge, man. Those are huge. That's the best possible way to support me, man. I really appreciate that, Big Red. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream, brother. It's great to have you here. Big ups to Big Red 706. Watching Jerome's video, if I were to boost to 58, just turn in marks for XP all the way to 60. Yeah, you could, man, but like, oh shoot, we got Fireless Show. We got a PvP Andy in here, a fellow creator, a fellow content creator with the tier 1. Dude, thank you very much. There is actually a dire lack. Hey, I'm playing your class, Fireless. I'm playing your class, dude. Oh yeah, there is a dire lack of information out there for how to play Ret Pally PvP, like Cactus, Ret Reckoning. You guys have been hearing about it, right? Cactus spec, Ret Resto spec. And I think it's going to be pretty popular this time around in TBC. Like, we basically have almost no Paladin coaches right now or anything like that on our site. This is your guy right here. This is your mirror. This is for Ret Pally. Let me put his Twitch in there. He just subbed if you see him on Twitch, but let me make sure this is the right link. Yeah, it is. Yep, I'll put it in YouTube as well. Thanks for the sub, man. I appreciate it. Hopefully we can play some arena at some point, man. Are you on EU, Fireless? Are you on NA? Appreciate it, bro. Yo, we got another tier 1 6 months in advance. Oh, yo, you guys are crazy today. Oh man, that's wild, dude. Nudge official. Thank you so much, dude. I really appreciate it, man. That's so nice of you.
You pop a Stone Shield
That's
potion,
awesome,
you got all these
guys.
roll buffs, and you're good to go, right? And I think what's happened is, we've seen
That's a huge
to an
gesture of
extent
support.
now in
Thank you,
Classic
Noosh.
where almost every guild goes in there stacking all the world buffs. You got your ZG buff, you got your DM buff, you got you got everything, right? You got the Dragon Slayer, even the Alliance are getting the War Chief's blessing, you know what I mean, from mind controls and stuff like that. So, like, we talked about this before. Obviously, Melron made a video on it, but
A lot of
I'm
subs
wondering,
today, guys. I really appreciate it.
are your thoughts on the way it's become now, where it's like everyone's almost forced to do this? It feels like, even if one person gets world buffs in the raid, well, now the tank's going to get it because he's going to be pulling off the tank, and it's like it's this world buff effect that happens. I'm wondering, like, what do you think about that?
Well, first of all, can we get some love for shaman tanks in there? Like,
Hell yeah.
Right?
Shaman
I want to hear
tanks.
stories of shamans clearing AQ40, right? Like, let's go.
I mean, honestly, I think, it's possible.
Anyway, but world buffs in general, unfortunately, there was just no oversight on the world.
That's
buff.
that's one of the cool things about vanilla, though. You can kind of make anything work. Like, I bet you somebody has tank as a shaman. Maybe not Nax, but I bet you somebody probably has AQ tank as a shaman. They found a way, just enough consumes, enough buffs. Like, everyone was down to try it out. I bet you it's possible.
Buffs, like,
Rock
it was
Biter
a bunch
weapon
of
in a
people
dream,
putting in
man.
content.
Max rank Earthshock.
That was cool, like, it was flavorful and it was cool, made you feel good about doing certain things. And there was no, like, game design oversight on, like, is this too much? how do these things stack, you know? And we didn't get around to doing that oversight until TBC, where we put them in categories and we limited, you know, how many you could have total and all that stuff.
Right.
And really taking a look at that. So it was just, again,
That's crazy, man, because do you guys like world buffs or no? I do think that like the community goes hot and cold on it, but overall I think people appreciate them. Actually, they're part of what makes vanilla interesting as a meta and unique as a meta. It can be exhausting sometimes, but like I would encourage you to think of it from a perspective of like you haven't played vanilla in like 10 years and you're coming into it with a fresh head, fresh pair of eyes. You're excited. You have time. Don't worry about too much about like collecting them in terms of like time spent. Right? It's just collecting them, not dying, playing clean, managing them, like having like classic WoW raiding in a way is like just preparation simulator. How well can you prepare? How well can you not fumble the bag, collect everything, pop them at the right time, execute your strategy that you have in your mind, play clean, don't fuck up, and then you reap the benefits of it, right? And it's like bowling the perfect game. It's like golfing the perfect game. Like your movement was good, all your buffs were there. Yeah, my only problem is that you have to get these sweats that require +2 in order to even come in and loot. No world buffs with no boons as fucking aids. I prefer them not be raid usable, and classes just rebounds a bit better without them. The time sink is rough. Yeah. My personal philosophy on it is as someone who really appreciates vanilla for what it is it gets you out in the world. It creates drama. It creates interactions. People are dispelling. People are, it is a pain in the ass, but it makes it that much more crazy when you do get a full stack of world buffs, you know? I understand it's kind of toxic, actually, that you can't, like, play your character. But then maybe it gets you on an alt, and you're playing an alt for a little bit, you know? It's... Sometimes a little pain actually adds something instead of subtracting. But I hear you, bro. It's like once you open Pandora's box and you get to taste, once you drink the blood of Manaroth, man, once you get a little taste of that instant gratification, it's tough to go back, right? It's tough once you've experienced the boon. Use infused crystal of the stone.
There's just something we kind of missed, and it became an emergent part of the experience of high-end raiding, but it's not a very healthy, like, emergent part of the game, right? So it takes too much time. It encourages bad behavior once you have them, the logging out and that kind of thing. And then it creates a huge gap between the haves and have-nots when you're trying to do content you're trying to do. So ultimately, I think the right place for world buffs to land is if you're having trouble as a guild getting through a place, or getting through a dungeon boss, you should be able to put in a little extra time, collect some world buffs, get all your ducks in a row and get every conceivable advantage, and it can help you push across the line, right? But it should be a matter of 10% or so, right? So,
right.
If it's not going to make the difference in a guild, it really shouldn't be where they're trying to
think about it though, guys.
Right?
Like, honestly, dude, think about vanilla WoW raiding without world buffs, though. Think about playing brown class without it. Like, there's a certain satisfaction, dude, getting a fat like songflower, rallying cry, war chief, seeing all that stuff lit up on your character, full fucking food, sharpening stone, like wind fury, everything, and just feeling your character absolutely juiced up to the nines, or you right click something and just disintegrate it, mongoose, songflower, crit cap. That's what keeps a lot of these people going, man. Like, if you watch like Salve Dali, he's still raiding Era and stuff. Lottie, they're still raiding together, doing GDKPs on Era, full brown class, like body type 2, human warrior, full bis character type thing. It's like, that's what keeps them going, That's what keeps them going. Oh, dude, thanks very much. That's you from YouTube. Awesome news. I appreciate it very much, bro. First time in the chat as well. it made the scaling issues go crazy, especially for warriors. This is my first time playing vanilla, and yesterday I was with my Ret and AQ20, and I almost wiped the raid on that boss with eggs, because I know from TBC when you see eggs, you kill them. Oh, yeah. First time. That's crazy, man. Before the boon was out, guarding BRM to stop groups running in with world buffs was peak. Yeah, the world buff dispelling meta, though, it's toxic, man. It is toxic. So I don't know. There's pros and cons, right? Like, remember that one priest that became kind of famous, just being super toxic and dispelling people's world buffs in Orgrimmar? Yeah. Oh yeah, tiny violin as well. Must have the boon. What up, Dill? Good to see you, man.
But yeah, obviously we're a long way from that in Classic, and probably still too far in TBC, to be honest. But I think that's part of the contract. You know, that we.
Yeah.
I talk about the contract between the game and the players a lot, but the contract is you can get there. You can accomplish your goals by some amount of time put in and skill, right? And the amounts of each of those kind of depends on, you know, your strengths, right? So if you're really skilled at the game and you're really organized, you can probably do content without world buffs. But if you need that little extra bit of help because you're not as good, you're not as organized, not as prepared, not as present, too many guys watching Netflix on their second screen, right? Then go get those world buffs, right? And they'll help push you over the line, right? So,
yeah.
You know, I think that's well within, right? Like, again, the core contract is that you can make up for your lack of skill a little bit by putting in more effort, more time, because at the end of the day, we're not actually our characters. We're a bunch of sweaty nerds sitting in our chairs pretending we're heroes, right? So the game should try to meet you halfway and help you realize that dream by all it requires.
You just get that old school D&D, like just hearing Melderon and John Stats and Kevin Jordan talk, it makes you feel like less of a meta slave, you know? You feel like more wholesome about, wow, like just how it's supposed to be, you know, like just more social. People just like having a good time, relaxing, you know, enjoying the game, pressing the buttons, not so serious, not so sweaty.
Requires is that you know, you lock yourself in your basement for a couple of weeks and you'll get it done, right? So I think that's good.
Yeah.
Anyway, Melderon, do you want to transition into TBC?
Yeah. So I have some questions.
I mean, TBC questions?
I'll start with first question, Kevin, if that's okay. And I'd like to wait for your answer before I ask the second one. But I mean, what are the chances that Blizz screws this up and doesn't release TBC? I mean, I think that it's going to be a huge thing. If they don't do it, I think they're just missing a huge amount of money here.
Absolutely, they would have to transition to a philosophy of like, we don't like money for some reason. So,
right,
yeah, they would absolutely. They're absolutely going to do it.
Yeah. Okay, so learning what we learned from Classic.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the argument of don't change anything is still the right way to do TBC?
I've never thought that was true. Like, I have my mug here. You got.
Whoa, Kevin Jordan's not a no changes Andy. He's a pro changes guy.
Remember from, you know, Classic, right?
Yeah.
No changes.
Right.
Classic, right? I understand with the core philosophy, but I don't think anyone actually agrees that don't touch anything is what is actually happening or what we actually want, right? So there are bugs that should absolutely be fixed because they ruin the game experience, right?
Bro, honestly, dude, like hearing him say that even affects my take, you know? Like I really do respect what he has to say about it. Like if he's like the guy who made this game, you know what I mean? So if the guy who made this game is like pro changes, it makes me more open-minded to it, you know? I just my whole opinion is just like I'd rather them not touch it than make it a Frankenstein, you know? Like I'm like, I'd rather just be fine with what we have than to live to see the day where they like completely like butcher it, you know what I mean, and just completely blizz it, and they just change the fabric of the game, make it like so you're the main character, you know what I mean, just change. I just don't want to, you know, live to see that day.
Like and then you should expect that, right? Like if someone finds a bug in vanilla right now that crashes the servers that anyone can exploit to crash the server, right? No one's going to go, no changes, right?
No.
They're going to say, fix that bug, right? So again, it's like the argument only goes so far, right? So they should absolutely change things to make the experience better. Now, that of course is a very easy thing to say and much harder to do, because what that means in a detailed specific way is a much tougher question, and they don't have a big team to answer that question, and they don't have any designers that I know of on the team that can answer that question, right? So this is where things get tricky, right? So it's not just a matter of should they change certain things, but are they capable of fixing them in a good way, right? So I think what they've been doing so far, because they don't have game designers on the team, and don't want to put a lot of effort into, supporting the game, is they've kind of just hid behind the, no changes flag, right?
Yeah.
In cases where they didn't want to put in the work, or they don't know how to change it well, or don't know what the right answer is. And in some cases where they have changed things, I don't think that they've always made the right decision on how to change things. So pushing them to change things can also lead to a bad result as well. So it's something else we should be aware of. But yeah, that's kind of my stance on no changes.
Yeah, because some specific things that I'm worried about, and it's the underperforming of melee compared to casters. This is all from like what we've learned from private servers. It could be different. But,
He's talking about TBC, by the way.
Horde Paladins out DPSing Alliance Paladins due to what's it called? Something of Blood, Death Camp.
Seal of Blood. Yeah, they added both, right? They gave. I was against that at the start. Like, I thought that was stupid, but yeah, they gave both factions both like seals.
Steel blood. Shamans being insanely popular due to the fact that you can rotate them in groups during combat, bloodlusting.
Crazy, dude. All these points Melderon is bringing up, they did address in this version of TBC, right? Every single one, dude.
The highest DPS group, and leatherworking being so powerful with drums. These are the things that I'm kind of worried about, and it's going to turn. Even though world buffs are gone, I'm just scared of. Some of this metas.
I'm not. That's interesting.
I've heard that everyone's going to switch to Horde, essentially.
Pretty much, right?
TBC I've heard the threats, and yeah, it's possible, right? It's certainly possible that becomes a reality. It's certainly possible that people discover things on the Alliance side that we hadn't known before in, some combination of interactions.
Yo, real quick, what time does Target close, guys? Anybody know off the top of the dome? Just like a normal NA California Target. Are we talking like 9, 10, 11? Sorry, just like...
That's present in TBC Classic that isn't present in private servers, that sort of throws us a different direction. Some of that is just we have to wait and find out.
10?
It's probably right, and it will certainly be the meta day one, because, we'll feel like we've got it all figured out. We've had enough time to figure it all out.
Yeah.
And so the first drops will probably be using these methods rather than experimental methods.
It's my girlfriend's toddler's birthday today. I feel like I need to get a gift, right, for the kid. I mean, I haven't really met her kid. You know how it is when you're dating 30 plus, you don't meet the kids and stuff. But I feel like that's the move. No, I think you got to pick up a little something, right? Something, just a little.
Yeah. And you know how it can be difficult to change the meta once it exists. It takes a pretty brilliant person or group of people to convince the rest of the
Paw Patrol
world this is the right way to do it. It's different. So we might have to wait a little while
it's a little
for
girl,
that. But yeah, ultimately, I feel like if it's something that's creating a bad player experience on both an individual level or at a community level, it's the kind of thing that should be looked at for potential change. So
yeah,
you guys are way more versed in what those what those specific things are than I am, and can speak at a higher level to those things. That was never my gig, but I was always just like,
wow,
this is
okay.
great bad atmosphere.
Dude, yeah, dude, get her a gift. Here's 1,000 gold on Night Slayer Horde. Oh, you can't use it? You don't have a Night Slayer Horde character? Oh shoot! All right. Sorry about that. I thought you were on Night Slayer, 3-year-old child. Yeah, good call.
Bad environment, or a bad play pattern.
Sub to TBC BBB. Yeah. Oh, you don't want less. You don't want a lesson with Mir lol. You don't want a 2-hour weekly subscription lesson from Mir?
More hesitant towards things that I'm actually.
What is this?
There's always going to be meta, right? So there's always going to be. Back in class, where we have in Classic now, we have a lot of warriors. In TBC, we're going to have probably more shamans. We're going to have, things are going to happen. A lot of people are going to do leather working. I'm okay with those things.
Yeah,
I'm
super kitties for sure, Ezra.
Worried about,
super kitties
like
for
you
sure.
said before, the fact that we are going to maybe have more horde. Like the servers are already so messed up on our part. Like we play on Skyrim, it's 97% horde right now.
Right.
Like
Blizzard dropped the ball with that though. Can we remember and just get on the same page of what happened? Servers were fine at the start, yes. It was a blank canvas, 50-50. And then what happened, bro? Like it literally became 100-100. Like there was no faction of the other. They completely imploded, right? They offered transfers. Like, I don't know what it was actually. Let me think back. So, okay, I'm not going to lie. I did have a part in this. Like, we were kind of toxic on Skyrim. We were just all edgy and hyped up and had so much energy and wanted to prove ourselves and stuff that we did kind of farm the Alliance really hard. Like, we didn't let them into Blackrock Mountain. And some Skyrim people here from Alliance might remember that. But they basically opened up server transfers at the worst time ever. And the faction that was getting owned just all left. And they did that for other servers too, right? So Skyrim became all Horde. There's other ones that were all Alliance. You know what I mean? It was. They messed something up there, dude. That was
bad. What are you
bad.
gonna do when we go to TBC? Because I'm very much in the realm whereas like I started playing. I wanted to play on Blizzard servers because I didn't want to have to start all over again, right? On a TBC fresh. So
Oh, what's up, Hunt Maestro? Sorry I did not answer your question, bro. First time in the chat. Welcome, Hunt Maestro. I know you're new here, brother. Great to have you here. Yeah, this is my very first TBC hardcore playthrough, so I'm still getting my characters ready for TBC, like my 60s. I'm pretty much honor capped on my main warlock, and I'm still doing that stuff. But we're doing this on the side, man. A little hardcore on the side.
I want to continue my character. I think that's I think people would riot if they said, fresh, TBC servers, your character's gone from Classic, all your achievements, everything, you lost it. So I want to see, being able to say, transfer my character to a TBC realm, and then hopefully we could try to figure out this, I don't know if they maybe would have to put a cap on how many horde you can have per server, versus how many alliance. But at the end of the day, like those things that you're worried about, Meldron, I don't think are that big of an issue. Like, yeah, there's going to be shamans, there's going to be, people doing this, people doing that. I think the fundamental things we have to worry about are, well, the other thing too is we have.
Maybe Kevin has an idea of how to implement it properly.
Yeah, and I would love to hear that.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I think the only thing that really works when it comes to population control is depriving players of the game, right? Which means queues, essentially.
Queues, yeah.
Like it's not enough to give incentives and stuff like that, like in game and
like what we have on Night Slayer right now is good, right? We on the same page with that? It's good. It's 50-50. It's amazing. I don't know how they did it, by how they did it, but they did it. It's actually awesome. Good job. They should have had this exact system for 2019. Man. It would have been way better.
Remember
way better.
Incentives, right? Because a lot of people care just too much about.
Sorry, you said the same thing as you about TBC pre-patch feeling like Classic Plus.
It's also usually more valuable in the end to always be winning than to get 50% more from wins on the other side when you're never winning, right? So yeah, I think the only thing that it really forces people to go a different way is you can play the game as Alliance or you can not play. Those are your choices, right? And then even then, people are constantly going to be trying to, play on Horde. They just in the meantime.
This is coming back to me, guys. Is this like the Ashenvale equivalent? Like I left Teldrassil, I quested through Dark Shore, and now this is like kind of the Ashenvale of this zone. And this takes me up to like level 20. Or I guess not Ashenvale, that's too high, but I guess this would be like the Dark Shore of this zone. And you get the 6 sword here. It's kind of coming back to me. This area, like we get up. Oh, it's like Loch Madan. So is there another hub after this one in this area? Maybe down here.
I haven't got all day.
You know, they'll have new mods that are like always showing you when it's a good time to try to log in with your Horde guy and while you're playing your Alliance and things like that. So it's a tough one to solve because you don't. Everyone hates queues, obviously, and no one likes waiting for the game. That especially when it's one that they've paid for, and you know they're not interested. Most people aren't interested in the health of the game or the community, right? They're way more interested in their personal enjoyment. So it's tough for them to understand things like queues that are designed to course correct big problems like this at the expense of their personal enjoyment. So they're very difficult for companies to implement because, you know, the forums just get lit on fire, right?
Yeah.
What's the most logical way you think we get our characters over? Do you think it's a fresh start? Do you think it's transferring? Do you think it's...
I kind of miss forums in a way, man. You guys remember, like, at school, using the school computers to go look at the Battle.net forums or go look at whatever forums for whatever game you're into? Like, for me, like, Bungie.net was a big one for me, too, with, like, Halo. I was always on their site and seeing the new posts. So there still technically are forums, but I feel like it's kind of a meme now.
I feel like MMOs is about like what are all these Scarab Lords going to do if they don't get their Scarab Lord title, or they can't take their Thunder Fury with them, you know, or their High Warlord title.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, cheap.
I'm sorry, are you asking about server transfer or transitioning?
Like, I guess transitioning. What's the best way to transition?
Kargoz, what do you think about the ranking changes for Anniversary? I would like a vanilla fresh for rank 14 would be achievable for a washed up, sweaty player with not enough time. Yes, I agree with you, dude. I think there's a way to do it. Like I will die on this hill. I pick my battles. The two main battles that I pick with regard to vanilla WoW is that there should be a pristine server with no changes, 112, untouched, unscathed museum server for people to go re-experience vanilla WoW with original pacing, just to remind us where it all started. So when the devs or we as a community are changing too much and making fried changes and playing like degenerates, like we can go back and realize, remember where it all started, right? See the original pacing, it kicked all of this. That's the first thing. The second thing, though, is I do believe the ranking system in vanilla WoW is very unique and underrated. And I understand that it's kind of gatekeepy and kind of toxic and like not everybody can get 14 or even rank 12 or whatever. And I think that's okay. I think it's okay to have systems like that where not everybody can get everything. Like you have to be basically a NEET in order to get rank 14. I think that's actually okay. And it's an interesting system too because it creates all types of like basically all types of emergent gameplay. And if anybody here is ranked for real before, like in either original or on SOM or something like that, like a little more watered down, you know what I mean? Like it's a huge part of the game that is just deleted out with the current ranking system we have now. It's basically a politics simulator. I'm not even kidding. It has nothing to do with skill expression in terms of like a mechanical sense. I mean, it does slightly. We've talked about this at length before, right? Like you do need to be able to earn good honor per hour and have like the, you know, be able to have the respect of your peers as a PvPer. Like, because if people think you're an absolute dog shit player, like that actually can affect your ability to get 14 or 13 or whatever you're going for. But yeah, I mean, all things considered, it's a very interesting system. It's a political simulator. I like the idea that you can't celebrate too early. You can't celebrate until you cross the finish line, until the fat lady sings. Like you can potentially get hard stuck rank 13.99. And by deleting it out of the game, you are deleting like 20% of the content out of vanilla WoW. So some type of system where you could have the same emergent gameplay there, the bracket management, the bracket meetings, the systems, the Excel spreadsheets that the community comes up with, a bracket leader, just infrastructure that's going to vary from server to server, but also make it more accessible. So essentially, I think what that would mean is just changing the formula. So like there's way more bracket 1 slots, there's way more bracket 2 slots, there's way more bracket 3 slots. So that potentially, instead of 2 people getting 14 per week, what's the issue with 20 people getting 14 per week, right? It's about like the system still being in place, like, or 50 people getting 14 per week. Who cares? Like it's more about like preserving all that emergent gameplay in my mind. But yeah, I think it's terrible. The 14 system they have in place now, completely devalued 14. I think anyone who actually like earned it and went through the motions and grinded their ass off and shaved a year off their natural lifespan to get that title and are proud of it, like it's kind of a slap in the face to them, you know.
From classic TBC. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, I think it's opting in. I think it's the best way. I think, which is kind of the opposite of the way it went down, and I think a lot of people disagree with that. What I'm saying.
Yeah. What up, Garbahe? Hell yeah, dude.
I think a lot of people have.
Let's have some fun this year, Garbahe. I've been checking out your channel, man. I really like your channel and everything, bro. We're gonna have fun with Arena this year, bro. Hopefully, we can like play some games or. Just have, come together as an Arena community, do some cool things for the community and all that.
Demanded vanilla, be re-released as classic WoW because they want to play classic WoW forever, right? And so showing up one day and have your character be sort of TBC lit and then having to do something to...
So you want bracket politics in, but just a little less extreme. Dude, it was ranking to 14, man. And if this means anything to you as a fellow gamer and student of the game, ranking to 14 was a top 3. I'm not even going to say top 5. It was a top 3 gaming moment for me. It was crazy, man. It was a crazy, crazy degenerate grind. I'd fall asleep with a baby monitor on my face, just taking micro naps so I could wake up when the queue popped. I would live my life in short little burst increments, doing laundry, doing dishes, conducting personal hygiene in between the queues, and that sounds silly, but it's also kind of funny, dude. It's also kind of like memorable. You know what I mean? It was, I remember like every single person I ranked with and everyone who was in the pre-mades who was up late at night, the people that were there for you when you did finally get it and basically enabled you to get it, because people have to play ball and people have to accept that this guy's getting it this week. Is he a good dude? Has he been a team player? Like, are we going to play ball? And like, because at a certain point, you have to basically not get what you want. You have to accept that I'm going to be in bracket 3 for like 4 weeks or something to allow other people to get it and wait my turn. And anybody is capable of fucking it up, guys. That's the thing. Like, that's why it's wild. If you just want to go unhinged and screw someone over really bad, you can. So people are constantly scanning for griefers. They're scanning for breakers. You're actually hunting down the griefers too. And what do I mean by that? It's not like hardcore challenge where you kill them and they delete. What it is you're trying to get an updated honor spy on these griefers. And they're literally hiding from you. They're hiding in basements in Darnassus. They are hiding from you, trying to conceal their honor spy from you so that you can't get an up-to-date reading on it, so you can't try to formulate how much honor they have. And it's not even a guaranteed amount. You have to calculate ghost honor. You have to take the amount of honor kills they have and come up with like a projection in terms of how much honor you think they have. And you're setting the brackets. There's lots of moving variables and pieces. It is kind of a big brain system, dude. Like it is kind of a hard to read system. And with like good leadership in place and everyone playing ball and a little bit of drama here and there, like you can make it work. And it's a pretty cool system, man. Like I enjoyed the hell out of it, bro. Like after I ranked out, I stayed in the ranking Discord. Some people, they just pop smoke and they leave. They're like, fuck, I'm out of here, dude. See you later. Like I'm never doing this again. I stayed, dude. I kept going to the weekly meetings because I kind of enjoyed it. Like there was new people that wanted to rank and you're like basically coming up with a plan for them on how they can get 12, how they can get 13, how they can get 10 even. And that's it, right? And you come up with a plan like, oh, you should play like this time. So AV weekend is this weekend. Don't worry about so much about that weekend, right? Like I remember the breakers, the people that we fucked over when they were trying to be unhinged and not a team player. I remember like the call in the middle of the night, like new bracket 1 cap, boys, new bracket 2 cap. We're fucking this guy over. There's a guy named B Nasty, and he came in my chat one time, and he remembers it too. And B Nasty tried to break on Sam on our server, and yeah, he got fucked over. He thought he was going to get like 13 or something, and he ended up like D-ranking or basically just losing a whole week of time. It's this type of politics. It's not. No, it's not. It sounds bad, Sleepless, but the reason why you fuck someone over is they're basically. It's all the politics, right? Like in order to get people rank 14 in like a structured way that makes sense, like you kind of have to have systems in place, right? Because if everybody just randomly tries to get honor, like you will all be griefing each other. You see what I mean? Like you're trying to create structure out of the chaos of the honor system. So with really strong leadership that you believe this guy is unhinged. He's literally a NEET. He lives in his mom's basement. He will be able to do more honor than me. I respect this guy's command presence and his ability to play the game and just sit in AV and soak honor all day and finesse and facilitate and see the honor and like maneuver so that he's getting the best honor per hour. I respect this dude. I'm going to fall in line. I'm going to play ball, you know? And it's interesting. Like, it's just fascinating, man. It's a fascinating political system. And being able to navigate that in a way where you accomplish your goals, you know, not many people, I think, appreciate it. I think most people just think it's a dog shit antiquated system, you know, but if you know, you know. And on a server where it's all chaos and nobody is playing ball, and if that's your only experience of the rank 14 system, I could see why you think it's bad. Because things can get out of hand. So I don't know. It was just my experience for whatever it's worth, man. I played on BG9 at rank 14 was basically get in line. Yeah, it should be basically. Well, that's the thing, John. Like I think you have arena that measures mechanical skill for the game. Like that's a better system for that. I think it's kind of cool to have like a political simulator game, but also it's stamina. It's not even skill, dude. It's raw stamina and kind of being like a math nerd too, because it is such a grind that, yeah, you know, you can, there's many ways to do it, right? But for us, at least, bracket 1 was 18 hours. We reverse engineered the honor cap for bracket 1 so that if you're trying to get bracket 1 for the week, we're going to do the honor calculation based off 18 hours of play at the current rates of honor generation. And yeah, 18 hours is ridiculous, dude, to play that. But you only need to do that in theory for 1 week. Just 1 week. 1 week you have to degen 18 hours a day. Earn that gear, bro. Put that work in, sweat. And the week that you're assigned bracket 1, you feel kind of cool, man. Like you're like the elite like strike team. You're the most geared on the server. You're the guys blasting pre-mades. You get first pick of everything, and you're in your own secret channel. You guys are in charge of determining the honor cap for the week. You work with the bracket manager to put that information out, and no one knows what bracket 1 cap is other than bracket 1, right? You just put out the information down the chain of command. Like this is what bracket 2 is this week. This is what bracket 3 is. So you get you're in the seat for a little bit, right? And all of it's fascinating, you know. I know you feel that way, Winky, but like I think it's okay to not be able to get all this sick gear. Like it's okay for it to be really hard and kind of like that. I don't know, man. I just like everything that I said. Like all of that's gone with the current system, though. Right now, it's basically solitaire. Here's the number. Here's how much you have to play. You get it. You know. I don't know if I've ever done anything in my life for 18 hours a day for 1 week. But everything else is gatekept by skill, though, Winky. All the other PvP systems. So why is it bad to actually have something that is not? It's a combination of skill, stamina, and politics. That's what it is. Arena is like surgical, mechanical, comp versus comp, understanding of the matchup scripts. I think the 14 system is fascinating, man. I don't think ranking is skill. You haven't played in EU. Rank 1 arena titles were also gatekept. Win trading, yeah, true. I mean, Whether you agree with Kargoz or not, that's the system Blizzard made 21 years ago. Yeah, the fact that a 20-year-old game can facilitate that, that's what I'm saying, bro. It's kind of what Kevin Jordan said, bro. We've been listening with him, right? He was saying the best content in this game, the stuff that feels the most real, is like emergent gameplay with players on players coming up with their own systems, spreadsheets, loot. Like loot is the perfect example, right? Like they didn't really want to like make loot super clear cut how it was going to be distributed. They left it to the players. It's the same thing with the PvP system, you know, like it creates all this emergent gameplay. Yeah. Like I said, that's one of the fights that I'll die on, bro. I for all 10 of you that appreciate what I'm saying, I got you, man. Like 07, like if you know, you know, like is it a perfect skill-based expression system, vanilla WoW ranking system? Of course not. I would never even try to claim that ever. But skill is a part because ultimately you have to put up a certain amount of honor per day. And if you're really bad at putting up honor per day and you're really bad, like you cannot be able to physically hit the honor cap you need. And no one will want to pre-made with you, right? So like if you're really bad and a liability, people will not want to pre-made with you. You won't be winning the war songs. You won't be winning the ABs. You're going to be solo queuing. They did not design bracket stacking on purpose though, did they? No, you're right. But here's the thing, Gumbot. They didn't design anything on purpose from the sounds of it. The more you learn about vanilla, dude, does any of this seem planned? World buffs weren't planned. Heroic strike queuing, a lot of these finesse things that we figured out as a community, like the advanced game mechanics, that wasn't even intended, man. Like they just kind of built this sandbox and put all this shit in it, and then we figured it out. And the way it all kind of like the cookie crumbled ended up being really cool. You know, we just got lucky. What if old honor system, but more people each week can get 14? That's all, Ezra. If you guys gave that a chance, what I'm saying, but instead of it being so tight, because this is the most toxic thing about the rank 14 PvP system in vanilla WoW, is the amount of people it takes to generate one bracket 1 slot, and a bracket 1 slot is required in order to get 14. You cannot get rank 14 without a bracket 1 slot. It's like 550 people or something, right? Something like that. I think you actually need a like 2 bracket 1 slots generated. Like it required to create even one rank 14 per week. There needs to be a minimum amount of people in the pool. So like they just need to relax that. So what they would do is there's these things called pool parties, right? Some of you might know. So you would basically create a bunch of alts and go die together in the graveyard. And actually, I'm thinking about it now. That was kind of lit too, man. That's putting the work in, bro. Like if you show up to the pool parties, like you're not going to be able to get that 14 and get that bracket 1 assignment unless you do a couple pool parties. If you're the selfish guy that you want 14, but you never show up to the pool parties, hey, you better be like contributing to the war machine in another way, right? You better be like giving some consumes to people or something, because you know, everyone's got to bust their ass and at least die. Like what the requirement was is you have to die like 10 times on like 5 characters or something, right? As you create guys at like the, you know, like the Teldrassil graveyard right outside the starting zone, or like Duratar graveyard right out the starting zone. And you go there and you just die like 10 times. Because what that does is those guys get put into the PvP system and generate more bracket 1, bracket 2, bracket 3. It's fascinating. Isn't this kind of fascinating? Everything that I'm saying, like this is all crazy, and all of this goes away with the current system. There's so much more complexity and depth to the game, and it creates a whole like faction of PvPers. I don't know if there's right now as it stands on anniversary, bro. Like, I don't think anybody even cares about PvP. Did anybody care about PvP this time around? And or was it? I think it was just a PvE game. People didn't really care about vanilla WoW PvP and like who's the best, dueling tournaments, this, that. Like, you know, we kind of just like completely lost that desire to be good at vanilla WoW PvP or any of that, you know? No one cared, yeah. Yeah, no arenas. Yeah. I find, to go back to your original point in the chat, I find it amazing that this old game had that much complexity in it. So we're cutting that out. And there is some kind of PvE equivalent or parallel or analogy. I'm not smart enough to think of it right now. But I genuinely believe the system is fascinating. And if you really love vanilla WoW, and this is a game that means a lot to you, I encourage you to learn more about it. Don't just like snap say it's a dog shit system. Truly understand it before you make that determination. you know. And if they just relaxed the algorithm, really, the math that would generate X number of slots for X amount of on Y amount of participation, it could actually be a pretty good system. I think parsing is similar in speedrunning. I love WoW, not Mafias. But dude, that's another one, bro. Devil Sword Mafia. Like some people who's pro Mafia here. You know what I mean? I know it sounds weird, but that's kind of the legendary cool shit about Vanilla WoW too. Like Devil Sword Mafia, dude. Like they're literally running the crater. You can't touch the crater. You go there and you just get like ganked immediately. Undead Rogue snipes your skin. Like I know it sounds bad, but isn't there kind of like there's life, there's energy, there's story, there's narrative, there's emergent gameplay. There's people playing the game and caring, locked in, dude. Like the opposite of that is just being like tapped out. Like, dude, imagine Wrath of the Lich King, bro. I can just imagine it right now. Okay, time to go raid Nax and Wrath of the Lich King. I'm literally spending 2 brain cells to W key through Nax Ramus. Okay, I got purple gear. I don't even care what it's called. Just put it in my fucking bag. Okay, I just like equip it. Okay, it's fine. Like, all right, we're done. Or I'll see you next week, boys. Like, you just don't even care, dude. Just like charity epics everywhere, like 6 pieces of loot dropping per boss. You're just like half conscious, like, you know, like that's World of Warcraft. You know what I mean? Like it's Warcraft. You're fighting for zones. You're in the open world. There's threats of dispels, of griefing, of ganking. There are lines in the sand where I think stuff can get toxic, though. You know, like. That's cool with the Mafia. I don't like the listen degen side of it where you get auto banned or kill on sight griefed. Yeah, I feel you, bro. And people do take it too far too, right? Like, I created the Scarum Discord. If anybody played Scarum, you know that Discord was a shithole, dude. My bad for making that, bro. Like people were like doxing each other like crazy, trying to get each other fired from work. It was rough, bro. I left and I server transferred. Yeah, people take it way too far, you know, way too far. But yeah, bro. Yeah, dude. I remember one guy, he actually did get fired from work, and he was really like sad about it, and he was like trying to like raise issues with the Discord. Like this guy in the community called my work and got me fired. Yeah, all of these in an environment without bots and warrior swipers sounds really nice. If they don't want to fix the main problem from the loot, doesn't matter. But at least hardcore is in a better place. Yeah, I mean, these are just the stories, right? Like, I remember, so 2019 Classic, I'll tell you the story. I thought it was fascinating. I went to the crater. I was trying to get Devil Source skins, right? This is early in the crater. I was one of the first 60s on there. We're there. And there is a hunter, a troll hunter, that's like getting every skin. He's in like the perfect place at the perfect time. And he's farming, he's owning, dude. He has like really bad gear. He's never raided before. His name is Kelfaz. Some of you guys might maybe know him because I played with him after, right? Like I was there for his first raid. He's on Scarum and he had a bunch of accounts and he basically set up like a CCTV system in Ongoro Crater. So you know when you're a ghost, you can still see a little bit around your body when you're a ghost. So he had accounts with ghost characters parked exactly on the Devil Source spawns. So he essentially had like a CCTV system on a layer for Devil Source and every single spawn. So he knew where to go, and he was so good at farming Devil Source. That was his thing, that people were pissed off at how good he was at farming Devil Source. People were doing everything in their power to grief him, steal his skins, do anything. He hired us, me and my buddy Murderer. That was his character name. He was an orc rogue and I was an orc warlock. He hired us for protection in the crater. This is early days. This is before Rise and Rain came in and just cleaned up because they ended up running the crater. But he literally hired us for protection from these griefers that were trying to like steal his skins and gank him and mess with him because he wasn't good at PvP. He was just really good at farming Devil Source, right? So that's a cool story, you know? That's kind of like part of the crater, part of the Mafia, part of the whatever, right? So we're there just waiting for these griefers to open on him and killing them. And he's happy. He paid us in skins. it's kind of gangster, you know. It wasn't even gold. He's like, here's 3 skins for your work. Like, here you go. You take 3 skins. You take 3 skins. It's just funny, dude. These are like funny stories from vanilla. Like, how large has to be your network to afford an Ungoro Mafia? I mean, how it would work on private servers is you had like a whole guild run the crater, and it was about asserting. It's almost like in a pre-made, right? In a pre-made, you have to be so good for so long. Like, oh, it's Vampire Clan pre-made. Oh, it's Perplexity's pre-made. Oh, it's whatever. Like, we just give up on sight. You need to establish, and same thing with world buffs, or the world bosses in vanilla too. You have to establish such dominance, and you have to be so OD, over the top, no life degenerate about it that people are just like, ah, fuck it, man. I'm not even gonna try, dude. But that takes some time. So like a guild would set up in Ungoro, and like even if it's actually not making that much, even if it's not making them that much gold, really. It's kind of for the fun of it. It's part of the prestige of it that they would no life live at the crater. The crater, and this is the shit that gets destroyed with layers too, man. It didn't, because there really wasn't actually like Devilsaur Mafia, and Devilsaur wasn't even that good in 2019 Classic, right? Because Dire Maul was out early. Devilsaur never really took off, you know, in the same way it did in private servers. But there's like a guild, like Dogs, for example, DOGZ, where my private server boys at, Team Muggsy and Dogs, like they would literally go to the crater and they would run the crater, never leave, nonstop, 24/7. No one's allowed there. You try to kill a Devilsaur, you're dead on sight, you're blacklisted, you're added to the kill list. It sounds intense, it sounds hardcore, but it's like just a game at the end of the day, right? But it's just like they would control and regulate the prices of Devilsaur legs, Devilsaur hands, not make it too high, keep it like somewhat reasonable. It's an interesting thing, right? Like it's a material that's only farmed from like 5 mobs in the entire world, but it creates Prebis items for multiple classes, some of the most played classes: Warrior, Hunter, Rogue, probably Feral and stuff too. That's like, there's no other version of the game that's like that. There's no other version, bro. Not even TBC. Not even Wrath, dude. It's literally just vanilla. It's actual World of Warcraft, bro. Like that's literally why it's goated. That's why I'm protective of it. That's why like the slop that Blizzard's putting together with Era and all this, it really is a Frankenstein of the original game. I promise you, dude. I promise you, like it's worse. It's worse. Like it feels better, but it's actually worse. But yeah, I mean, all I'm asking for is for them to come up with like a pristine server, like a museum server that is unscathed, you know? Even just original friends list, bro. Like that's kind of why private servers were kind of goated too. No BNet. Private server, you add a guy and that's all he is to you. You don't know his first and last name. You don't know what's, you know, if he's playing Overwatch or Hearthstone, you know, like you just have a guy in your friends list. It's a very simple, it's like the old school Halo 2 friends list, right? The De Beers Mafia, they're loaded down with Devilsaur mats, but you're still not finding the set for under 140 gold. Exactly, Golden Fool. Complete itemization rehaul and make more potential profit potential for mafias and whatnot. Devilsaur may have been bigger in Anniversary. I may be wrong. There is definitely a guild called Devilsaur Mafia. Did you earn any gold from yesterday's MC? Nah, they said that they would throw me some gold, like if some of the BOEs sold or something, but like I'm not tripping about it, bro. That's whatever. But yeah. What up, Iverson? Good to see you, bro. We were talking about you a little bit earlier. I remember the immersion I had in 2015 when I played Nostalrius Unmatched, 10 out of 10. Yeah, dude, private servers were sick, man. It's no layers, dude. I'm thinking about it. It was the international community. International was a huge part of it, right? The fact that the server is always alive because different time zones. You'd have Asian people, you'd have the East Coast, the West Coast, the European people. 24/7, round the clock, online, bro. 24/7, always online. Different cultures. And that would actually making ranking insane too, bro. One layer, everybody on the same server trying to rank in that environment. I remember I would talk with people like, these are Gen 1, like Nostalrius, rankers, Gen 1 Nostalrius, Serana, Takanashi back then. This is 2019. I interviewed them, right? And they were like, yeah, dude, it was fucking crazy. Bro. It was 2.5 million honor cap like per week for bracket 1. It was the wars against the Chinese guilds, like, and that's how they viewed it. It was like the EU versus China, like ranking, because they didn't want to play ball. It was like you couldn't get under one bracket management. So like they had these crazy high honor caps, and they ended up being like Gen 1 rankers on Nostalrius, you know? I missed all that. I was actually pretty casual on Nostalrius. These are all the stories, the legends, dude, that you talk about with Vanilla WoW, man. It's like not even close, bro. You think they have this same narrative and stories with like retail WoW, or even maybe they do. Maybe they do. Maybe I just don't understand. You know, all I know is what I know. And that's why Vanilla is in a league of its own. It's in a class of its own. It's different from TBC or Wrath or anything that came after. Like it was really like a World of Warcraft. Like even in TBC, it kind of feels like you're just getting, it's like summon simulator. You just queue for arenas from Shatwrath. You get summoned from Shatwrath. You're here, you're there, you're in a dungeon, you're in a raid, you go back. It's like the game feels very small in a way. It's still really fun though. Moonguard is kind of like that. RP serve with no layers on retail. Yeah. Sad to hear Jerome and Bob get scammed, dude. Not surprised. Yeah, I appreciate you guys watching, though, bro. I've just been babbling on. I still got 450 on Twitch. It's crazy, man. That's really good. Like, that's really good. Oh, man. Zatar WoW's online, too, man. I haven't seen that guy in forever. That's another vanilla boy. On Astarius, all I did on my 60 rogue was kill the Westfall quest mob, grind Stout Mantle. Hey, the logic checks out, man. The logic checks out. So you've just been griefing. That's just your thing, Iverson. That's funny, man. That's funny. Yeah, Iverson, for those of you who played on Blood Cell Buccaneers, and remember the grief wars, the griefers terrorizing the community for that. It was basically the latter half of 2020 into 2021. He was rank 1 griefer, Blood Cell Buccaneers NA. Rank 1. Rank 1 serial killer. And his name was Kargoz HC too, which is funny because it was like, you know, it got to the point where like most people knew me as a griefer. There's only like 4 or 5 of us, but we did a lot of damage. Yeah, dude. Honestly, dude, points for create. Can you tell me now, like, who invented the leashing thing? Like, can I play you a video too, guys? This is fucking crazy, man. I'm gonna play you a video. I know we got the Kevin Jordan thing going on. I'm gonna play you a video right now. Like, who figured out that these mobs are not on a leash? You guys got to see this, bro. That Desi heat. There, hold on. You guys got to see this. Sorry, Desi, I don't mean to put you on blast like that. Let me do this, 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 this. Could probably just add a new source, but all right. Actually, it'll be better just do it like this. My bad. We're just gonna do this. I'll move it onto the main screen here. Okay. So some of you guys may not know about this lore, right? This could be like new for people, like because this has all been patched out and stuff, right? And for the record, like my official stance on the griefing in hardcore. And I think I've always been consistent with this, is I'm actually okay with the griefing as long as they were playing by the same rule set as well. Like, if they were truly hardcore characters, even if they were stream sniping and stuff, it's like acceptable, you know? It was just only fucked up when it was like they were multi-life and everybody else is hardcore, right? But anyway, this was Blood Cell Buccaneers. I don't think this was 2023, dude. There's no way. It must have been before that. When did Psalm come out, guys? Dude, when did Psalm come out? Does anybody know? I need a date, man. When did Psalm come out? I need an exact date. Because that'll timestamp it. This is wrong, bro. It's not 2023. 2020, December 2021. Exactly, bro. This is wrong. This was before Psalm, leading up to Psalm, pretty much. So cast your mind back. Yeah, like 2021, right? these people, I don't know if it was Corona or who, they figured out like new insane tech where these mobs would never, like there are certain mobs in vanilla WoW that will never stop following you. What was that voice recording with you admitting you were a griefer? I don't know. That's some bullshit. I've never been a griefer. I mean, Iverson can attest. He knows all the griefers. I've never been a griefer, bro. If someone came up with some AI shit, then it's not me. But yeah, it's probably a voice bot, bro. There's no way I was griefing. I was like literally at the tip of the spear trying to fuck with the griefers, you know. Iverson knows all that lore. I invented the flagging people with Horde faction NPCs. I think Corone came up with the Anvil Rage leash. Yeah, but this is one of the most innovative like griefs I've ever seen, man. The fact that they found this out, that there are certain mobs that are classified as dungeon mobs. You know how dungeon mobs never stop leashing from you? That those same mobs exist in the open world. And he was able to find a way to threat transfer them really elegantly, actually, and bring them anywhere. Sorry, I'll play this video from you. This is the reason why I'm even putting this on blast is because the bag was secured. Like it hits different now. Like there was a happy ending to the story. Like we got hardcore servers. It's not like we didn't get hardcore servers. We did it. You know, the fight was won. So it's easy to like reminisce back on all the times with the enemy, right? After something has already been secured. But let me play this video. I'll make it smaller so you can see.
What is that?
This, by the way, hold on. This, I'm going to make it big, dude. I'm going to make it big. I'm actually going to add it as a window. Hold up. Sorry. I'm going to add this as a proper window. This was right. This is the earliest, like, moments where this grief was discovered. So this guy might seem like clueless, but I have to give him credit. Like, I mean, this was brand new tech at the time. This first clip. Can you guys see that okay? Yeah. All right, maybe restart it. Here we go.
Bruh. What is that? Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Look at this, bro.
What the fuck was that?
He Hearthstones.
That dude that was next to us just died from it. What
He's
the
still
hell?
in
I'm
combat.
still. It still says I'm in combat with that elite, I think, right? Is that the only reason I'm still in combat? Because this means I'm in combat, right?
These
That is indeed
what
found mobs that were literally just broken. Outside of BRD, there are mobs right outside the instance portal called Anvil Rage Overseer. Those guys are also in the dungeon. So those mobs out in the open world obey the logic of dungeon mobs. They never unleash. They follow you to a
Not the
kingdom
bra.
where you can like threat transfer them onto anything around them. They ended up fixing. We ended up working with Blizzard actually. They got it buttoned up, and then people can just play in peace now. It's like the most beautiful thing, honestly.
It is beautiful, man. There's basically no griefing on hardcore. I know Corone does a little bit of stuff. I saw some of his videos where he does like the Barley, like the Warrior Quest guy, and there's a few things, but largely, man, it's like very, very peaceful, man. It is nice.
Yeah, that's pretty tight.
All right, here we go, boys. This is actually a well done video. I'm not gonna lie. Even me, dude. Even me. I will 07 the Anvil Rage Overseers, bro. These guys kept me up late at night. Iverson in the chat kept me up late at night, bro. Like you were literally on some degenerate shit. Like you were up late. We were taking shifts trying to keep up with you in the mountain because you were just logging in at random times. Shadow Meld, log out. Even me, bro. I got a 07 these motherfuckers, bro. I kind of missed them a little bit. These are the boss, bro. I'll never forget. This is why Vanilla WoW is just such a goated game, bro. Like you almost have like memories of every mob.
It's been a long day without you, my friend.
So you shoot those mobs, bring them up the chain, and they found a really good way of like skipping. You'll see it. Yeah.
From where we began. Oh, I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. When I see you again.
He's trying to grief us right now. Bro. Are you
STV, dude. You guys are fucking nerds, bro. You literally brought them to STV all the way from Black Rock Mountain, man.
What a piece of shit. Dude, these are from fucking BRD.
He's a griefer! 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 I just got griefed.
Okay, we gotta make it to the flight master. We gotta make it to the flight master. We're getting the fuck out of here. He's not.
It's kind of nostalgic, bro. All these people that were playing back then. What was this guy's name again? Oh, there he is, Iverson. What up, Iverson? I remember that stupid looking hunter.
See ya.
He's in combat. He can't take the flight path. Oh my god. Batgasm. That was his name. That's right. Yeah, dude. You guys had a hard on for him, dude.
This is perfect.
Oh god,
dude,
the drama. Oh my gosh, man. I'm just remembering the drama. This was like the most high profile death. The most high profile death of all of Road to Rag. The amount of Kekel Road to Appeal, Kek W. Yeah. Oh my gosh, dude.
Piss?
They tried to sell this guy's Soul of Iron as an NFT as well, dude.
This
Oh
is gonna
my
be
God,
prime
dude.
content, dude. I'm kind of nervous, but I've done harder shit than this. Like, it's gonna be fine.
Oh god. Fucking craze, dude. Craze, random clip.
Wait, somebody died. Joker dies.
Oh shit.
Oh, I see. Oh, oh no. Oh.
Oh my
Hell,
god.
no,
shot.
this is, that's not, no, this, no, this is grief.
You remember that old school add-on, dude? That alert and everything?
Fuck that shit. Fuck you, dude, fuck you. Nah.
Are you shitting me? Fuck you, buddy. Suck my dick. That's right. Take that up your ass, you grief piece of shit.
Oh my god,
How do you
dude.
feel now, bud?
Not the zoom in, dude. Not the zoom in. Please, not the zoom in.
I just gotta run. Let's go. Please say I got away though.
He's so happy, dude.
No. No. Fuck.
It's been a long day without you, my friend. And I'll tell
I'm good, God. Thank you.
about it when I see you again.
Well, this fucking idiot brought a fucking
come a
like a duck or a dory
way
all the way
from where we began.
all the way to Eastfield logging
I'll
camp.
tell you all about it when I see you.
This guy.
When I see you
Mini Tonko, dude. That guy died so many times, bro. I swear Peta died like 20 times, man. I gotta hand it to him, bro. That's like, I wouldn't be laughing at this stuff, I promise you, if we didn't get hardcore servers, right? If the bag wasn't secured, if it didn't become real. Like, the fact that it became real, like, it changes everything, you know? It's like reminiscing on all war stories at that point. Like, it's just, Vanilla WoW is an amazing game with so many secrets in it, right? Like, just, that was another crazy huge secret and new tech. Like, dude, these were like WoW terrorists. I'm not even kidding, dude. This was like an insurgency. Like, And actually, Crazy, it's kind of hard, to be honest, to maneuver those Dark Iron Dwarves that way. Like, it's actually kind of easy to die. So, like, it actually took a decent amount of finesse to be able to basically threat transfer and then regain control and not die. You know, but they were playing multi-life and stuff too, right? But that was an era, man. Like, that was an interesting era. Like, I would log in every day and there was like constant fires putting out. There would be like a rogue that's all he's doing is just killing one mob in Elwyn Forest, and like people are just so dumb. There's a gigantic line of like 100 people waiting to turn in a stupid quest. Like, when you just can just move on with your life, you know. And we're just telling people like, just keep questing, don't worry about it, right? Like, it was like an Elwyn logging camp or whatever. Yeah, the Terramis kiting. I got really good at wrangling back Terramis, right? Like, that was like a skill set I developed. Like, I got really good at resetting Terramis. You know, like there was just a certain logic to it where like you could teleport him back pretty easily. You gain threat with distracting shot, you eventually get it, and then you just teleport him back. Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy though. The lines. You get, some of you guys remember, right? Kargoz, you gonna give HCTBC a real shot, or are you maining PvP? I'm maining PvP, man. I'm maining PvP. But I don't want to say that against TBC HC. Like, I want to play, you know. I just know myself, you know. I think that's what I'm going to be mainly focused on. But I want to support the project and I want to play it on the side. Yeah, the Garrick Padfoot 100% Q. That one too. That too. I know you've always been like kind of half griefer soaking, so yeah, it's funny, bro. I remember the HC defenders at Blood Cell. The chat would summon them and we would drop in. Yep. Westfall was like just a bloodbath. It was. Yeah, man. Like all the things you can grief with, it's actually crazy. They had the ghoul grief, right? The flame ghouls. They had Volchan, Terramis. They tried that other Drake too. It didn't really do anything though. Clunk. That Mecha Strider mob. The Gnomragon. The Gnomragon troll trog guys. Yeah. Oh, the Infernal one was kind of, dude. That one was kind of cringe though, bro. The Infernal one, like you could just literally do it every hour on the hour. There's that one warlock named Okayu. That guy did get perma'd though. 07. See you later. That's how Peekaboo was griefed. Yeah. Crazy. I think I'm gonna call it though, boys. We've been streaming a lot, man. 8.5 hours. Insane. Appreciate you guys watching though. I feel like we had a good stream today, right? We went overall. We didn't even finish that Kevin Jordan interview, dude. We didn't even finish that KJ interview. Yeah, probably be back with more PvP tomorrow, but it was a good break from it. Let me host Bromanda actually. She's one of my oldest mods, and she's streaming right now. You're gonna like her. She's really cool, bro. If you're nostalgic of the Blood Sale days, stick around. Give her a shot. At least throw her some follows before you leave, boys. Before you leave, I promise you, she's actually really good people. She's been one of my oldest mods. She was there for every chapter of Blood Sale. If you want to reminisce, if you want to just like reminisce on the good old days, I'm gonna host her right now. Show her some love. Give her some follows. She's a good streamer. She's a really nice person. Really small streamer. It's fun, right?